right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day one here of the Nias Pro. Now, I've just found Katut Argus, who's finished his pre-surf, preheat warm-up. Tell me, Katut, how's the surf today?
Pretty good, a bit smaller than yesterday, but the wave's still consistent, still good for all the surfer. Like, there's some solid set for sure. Like, every minute, there's always solid one and barrel, and still pumping out there.
All right, so how big are we calling today's surf?
Probably like 2 or 3 foot. Still couple solid one coming, so it will be great.
All right, well, it's really good news for day one of competition. There's enough waves. It looks really good in the free surf. What we're doing is we're going to start with the men's round of 136. I think there's 4 heats of that, and then we're rolling into the ladies, which is the round of 48. 8 heats of that, and then we go back to the men's to finish off today, back to the round of men's at 128. So we've got a pretty big schedule for day one of the Nias Pro, but when the waves are this good, you got to keep rolling. Katut, thank you, and all the best for your heat, etc.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys. See you soon.
Soraki is the home of the legendary wave in Lagundri Bay, rich in history and tales of awe-inspiring swells. It's a perfect right-hander bowling over a sharp coral reef, drawing surfers from every corner of the globe. Nias Pro returns again to stoke the best surfers from Asia, Australia and Oceania with one of the dreamiest waves on the WSL Qualifying Series and Pro Junior Tours.
All right, well, I think we are on live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Well, no. I'm joined by Giada Legati. G, day one, looking pretty good. The sun's shining. It's offshore, and we've got waves.
Yep, it's absolutely an incredible morning in the water right now. We have Raflin Wow in the white. We have Takumi Nakamura in red, Otorio Zagoto in blue, and Sinar Tanjung in the green. So the waves are firing out there. It's looking like so much fun, and it's strange to see the lineup with just 4 surfers now.
After the display we've seen the last few days, there's been minimum of 50s. There's been up to 70s and 80s, I reckon, 70 packs out there, all trying to get their head around the Nias lineup and get a taste of the famous Lagundri barrel. And here we are with day one. Obviously, the swell's dropped a touch. The forecast is looking really good, though, for the whole week. Round of 136. 4 of these heats to roll out. Then I believe the ladies get a little crack at it today, which includes you, G. You've got to be happy with that.
Yep, I'm super excited. I tried surfing there yesterday. Got like 1 or 2 good ones, but it's so tough with the crowd. I went to like 12 o'clock sun, and it was still super packed. So I'm excited to get a couple waves out there with just 3 other girls out.
What's the plan?
surf.
Ride as many as you can. Do some big backhand hangers.
Yeah, this wave is when it's not barreling 6 foot to 8, 10 foot. Nias, it's a rippable right-hander that is just so friendly and fun for everyone.
True, it's such a good venue. I love this wave. There's the drone footage of our 4 competitors sitting around. Yesterday, there wasn't a lot of sitting around. We had a lot of swell on tap. There was a lot of waves rolling through. I saw a banging 5-wave, 8-foot set yesterday afternoon that every wave got ridden and they got ridden well. It was just such a treat sitting down and just sort of watching yesterday afternoon. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Rash Fest can do out here. More importantly, we need a set to kick off things in fine style here for Raflin, Takumi, Otarius, and Sinar. So 4 of these heats, there's some pretty big names in round 1 as well. And I just looked through the draw earlier. A couple of the highlights for me. We have Raju Sena coming up in the next heat against 3 locals. We have Noah Arkfeld out of the Philippines, who's in heat 3. He's up against a couple of the local boys and one Hawaiian fella in Talon. And Caleb Tancred, he's in heat 4. So somehow he ended up in the bottom of the draw. No ratings points, I guess. So he starts right at the bottom and works his way through as he did down there in Krui.
Yep, so right now, a couple waves ridden from Otoria Zagoto and Raflin. Wow. We see on your screen right now our man in blue. One nice turn out the back. He gets this inside, wraps it around there again on his backhand, and decides to pull off, as we see and have seen many heats in the past. Most of the points of this wave are done from the outside. You know, you're either getting barreled or you're hitting 1 or 2 sections out the back, and the inside gets a little fatter, fills in a little bit, so it's just mostly carved. So all the points are done out the back.
Boom. Nice hit by Raflin. Only one of them, though. Glorious conditions here this morning. It's already steaming hot here at Saraki Beach in Lagundri Bay, everybody. We've got Blue there, Otorius. So these are famous. They're all famous names. The ones on the point here, the Wow Boys, the Zagotos. And they're taking on one Japanese surfer and one of the Bali boys. So Sinar is out there in the lineup. He wasn't on the draw yesterday, so he got a late call up, which is good for Sinar.
Yep, super excited. He had a great run at the Krui Pro Juniors. He did some really nice heats and was surfing so well. His surfing has improved so much and it keeps improving over the years. So I'm excited to watch Sinar in this heat. I'm sure the Tanjuns are all watching. Bronson had to go back to Bali. He will be going to the Challenger Series in South Africa. But I have seen Varun around here, so I'm sure they're all down there supporting on the beach for Sinar.
All right, all the numbers are in. The better of them is Raflin's, that 283. His best score puts him in the lead early. One of the Wow Boys is a bit of a famous name here on the point, that surname. The Zagoto fella, Otorius, is another name from pretty famous on the point here, a 307 for the work he did in the Blue Rashi. Sinar's often racing with a 217 and just a low number there for Takumi, but there's plenty of time. These 25-minute matchups. Our schedule for today, everybody, we've got 4 of these heats as we're watching the replay of Otarius. All right, so this is the 307. So this is the best turn pretty much of the heat, the best number. Still, the judge is leaving plenty of room in the scale to hopefully get some tube rides going on. We know Raju Sena, very polished surfer, coming up in the next heat. The Prince of Padma, I'm sure he'll be hunting the tube. Same with Noah Arkfeld in heat 3, representing the Philippines. Great air game. When we know, he's got the complete act, and he's definitely on the rise, and he's right there with Marimar leading the Filipino charge. So we'd like to into heat 3 when we get to that point. Caleb Tancred, just a dead set shredder. Got all the way to semi-finals there in Krui. I think he got a 5th or maybe an equal 7th, but just missed out on the grand final.
Yeah, so it was great to kind of watch him surf throughout the entire event. He started from round 1 and made it all the way to the semis. So a bit of, I wouldn't say an underdog, because he's a really famous name in surfing. But it was great to watch him back in the Rashi and out there competing in the Krui Pro. I'm excited to see him in Nias. I'm sure he's going to kill it out here on his forehand.
Yep, just had a little hiatus for a while. We'll talk more about Caleb when we get to that Heat 4, but they are probably some of the bigger names of these first 4 heats. On the move now is Takumi. He's only packing a super low number, so he'll be really keen to make this wave count. It's looking like a set wave. He gives it a pump, and now comes the assault on the lip. A nice tidy carve out of the top. Already the best score of the heat. That was sick. Nice attack with a strong cutback there. So really good drone footage again from Ryan, our drone pilot. Here is White.
This is Raflin. Wow. So looking for some shade, gets it and comes out. Beautiful wave for Raflin. Wow, would love to see if he got anything done out the back. So we're finally seeing some sets come through in this heat. It is officially underway behind Sinar Tanjung. Huge first turn. Wraps it around there for the second one. This is an exciting Heat 1 for the Nias Pro.
Yeah, that was a good 3-wave exchange. You know, obviously Takumi in the red there just went to town. We're going to see a lot more of that sort of assault on this wave over the next 8 days. It's an 8-day event, everybody, so strap in and stick around. We've got a couple more swells forecast to roll through during our remaining 7 days of the waiting period. So everybody's assured me that conditions and the forecast look really good. But here's the replay. So this is Raflin. And, of course, if anybody can get barreled, it's the local boys. They know where they are. That's on the out wide section down there. Pretty good. But I really like Red's for sure. Red's going to have the best number. That was just a great attack.
Oh, yeah. Red was surfing on point on that wave. Another surfer who has been in the QSs and the ISAs for many, many years and had a little bit of a hiatus as well. He stopped competing, I think, last year. It was probably just staying around Japan. But it's great to see him again. I was having a quick chat with Takumi in the water crew, and he told me, he was like, yeah, I came here, you know, I love Indonesia and the waves are pumping, so I decided to put the Rashi back on and give it another go.
Octorius, whoa, parked himself up a little too deep. He'll be dirty on himself. That was a great looking wave. He's out there in the blue, maintains priority more importantly. I'm loving the backdrop you get here at Nias. It's just coconut trees, both sides of the bay. He goes an insane ride.
Oh,
that first turn. Do you love it?
Love that wave. Sets it up straight up for that second one. Beautiful style from Takumi. Comes in at 6.67, so definitely best wave of the heat for now. That first gouge was huge.
Yep. And that's what it looks like when you're paddling out, folks. That's what you see. There's lineup markers all over the place that everybody sort of gets familiar with. But I'm really loving the backdrop here on both sides of the bay. It's just iconic. And, geez, I just love Saraki Beach in Lagundri Bay here in Nias Selatan, South Nias, and in Sumatra Barat. And here is Sinar's rewind.
That was a big turn for Sinar on his backhand. Almost went over the rail in that first turn, but held on nicely. So I think that's going to be a pretty good score for Sinar. Going to back up that 217, but it is Takumi right now with that 667 to his name, showing, you know, I've been around, I've competed, I know what the judges are looking for.
Yeah.
So he's looking pretty confident right now.
Yeah, and so he should be. That was quality. All right, and here goes Sinar asking for a time. Sinar, you're halfway through the matchup, mate. Your next number will probably take him into second spot. And we've got the machine up there in the background at times. That thing absolutely fires up and looks like the best wave on the planet, but it's not at the moment. A little bit more size. It's kind of deadly, but people do get up there and take it on from time to time. And over the week, you're going to see some things roll through there where you would suggest, how come we're not there? It's kind of gnarly, but it is a real thing. It used to be a big part of the action here at Saraki Beach.
You know, you have so much insight, Mark. I know you've been here in Nias quite a lot. So what do you think are probably the key differences, like before the earthquake and tsunami and after?
Okay, well, the whole shoreline's different. Like that reef is, I think it lifted by about 2 or 3 meters. So the water level, you never really have to walk across that much rocks to get into the lineup because the water splashed right up against the shore. The wave is better now, especially when there's a bit of size. It barrels more. So we'll just watch White go through his paces here. Wow, that's Raflin. Now he's getting stuck into it and doing a bit better work. Some meaty moves there for Raflin. really using his rail. So, yeah, I reckon the wave's better now. It breaks, it almost never stops breaking. Even when it's tiny, the inside it still runs for 150 metres. You can still surf that all day long. Another major difference is the indicator used to be a real wave. That used to get surfed quite often because the reef was lower, right? The gnarliest thing about the indicator is it's so shallow. So that was a thing. But the wave is better, and you can see Rufflin there just enjoying himself on what will become his best ride. Sinar's number dropped in as a mid-3.
So you're talking about this reef. This was much
Yeah,
lower
that
before.
was not out like that. That was used to be down, and it was little groms used to surf in there on to the beach. It never used to run on like it did so much on the inside. It never really got fully round and proper good barrels until it got 5 footish. Whereas at least now when it's 3 foot 2, when it's say 4 foot out here at the point, some of the 3 footers and 2.5 footers are just these drainers that you can get such sick barrels on right now. That wasn't the case back in the day. So it's probably one of the waves that got better after the earthquake, and a lot of waves around the place kind of got worse. But this one got better.
So a couple waves lost, but this one became incredible. And as we saw last year, this is such a high quality wave. Every year that we come here, it's firing. We've never really been too skunked. It's a wave that can really showcase some high quality surfing.
100%. Last year was probably the event of the decade. Anyone that tuned in, it was just insane. We're going to try and find some of the highlight reels of last year just to bring up every now and then. But let's just have a look at the best wave of the heat. Boom, 667. Probably got at least 4.5, maybe 5 of his points off that first turn, and just played the game, finishing off right out there in the channel. But that was sick. Takumi Nakamura. Here's Sinar on the hunt again.
Live action right now. Sinar Tanjung wanting to get rid of that 217, only looking for a 3-4-1 to go into an advancing position. The last of Rufflin came in at a 3.9, so did extend his lead a little bit. We're seeing a couple waves being ridden right now. Not sure we're going to see a big change in the leaderboard, but some incredible waves being ridden. And yesterday was pretty classic. We saw Ryan on the drone. He posted I think it was like a 4 or 5 set wave that everyone got barreled in.
Yeah, that was the set in the afternoon that rolled through, and it was just so much bigger than the rest. It definitely touched 8 foot yesterday in the afternoon a few times. A good handful or 2 handfuls of those sort of waves rolled through late in the day. Here is Sinar. He's challenging to go into his second spot. He needs a 3-4-1 out of this. But yeah, I agree. He's definitely got a little bit better with his surfing skills, and he comes to all the events and hangs out. He loves just being involved and participating, and he's a cool fella. So good on you, Sinar. I didn't quite go there with that last number. Locked in at just a low 2. So probably just not as explosive as red or white to kind of extract the bigger numbers at this stage. He's young, he's learning, he's hanging out, he's kind of come, like I said, we see him at most events, and he just loves the atmosphere.
Yeah, Sinar travels around with Byron and Bronson, so he learns so much. And just by being around the events, you really can pick up a lot of things, that how you watch heats, you dissect how they surf it, and Sinar's a surfer that I've seen improve so much. I see him surfing around Bali as well, so I'm sure he has many, many opportunities to come up. I'm sure he's going to be doing the Pro Junior as well, so
True.
I'm excited to be seeing Sinar.
So he's surfing out of his weight division here in the Opens. We've got Takumi up again. He's picked another good-looking wave. So there is the stock standard grind off the top here at Lagundri Bay. A second big hit, a third hit. Right in the pocket there, maybe a cutback for good measure, but no, out he goes. For sure, we'll have the 2 best scores of this matchup. Really strong rail work. He knows what the judges want to see and which parts of the criteria suit this wave. So strong rail work, really loved it. Takumi will have another really good score. What did you like most?
I love this first turn. Wow, he grabbed his rail, took it all the way around, sets it up for this second one. Big fan of spray out the back. Takumi going to town on this one, honestly. He's going to be backing up that 667 really nicely. Just a solid surfer.
Really good, really good. You can see its experience, all right? Here's our overhead view of the point, ladies and gentlemen. We're just passing the Hash and Family Surf Camp, the big red building off to the right of screen at the moment. That's where we're parked up. That's where we're staying. That's where we do most of our eating and afternoon activities. It's got a dynamic view. The judges are upstairs on the balcony. They get the perfect view of this wave. They don't miss anything. You can see sets coming as soon as they start, pushing into the bay. There's the backdrop. Big old left out there on that point that sometimes you think, how come no one surfs that? Don't you reckon sometimes it looks like it peels? And
It looks perfect, and because it's a left, I've definitely watched it a few times.
you goofies.
Oh, maybe, but no, this is now.
Yep.
Raflin claims that one, wraps it around again. That was a really, really good start for Raflin.
Local knowledge. He knew the wave. He knew the line. He got into it, not too early and not too fast, so he outraced it. He just dropped straight into the pit. We saw so much of that stuff going on yesterday. We have another wave, a quick up and out there for Takumi. But for sure, Raflin will extend and hold on to second. A really good wave there as well for Takumi, a 5.83, 12.5, two-wave total. With 5 minutes to go, he's got time to just tee off on one more. But there's our first reasonable barrel for the event. So well done, Raflin. The big scheme of things, you could say, you know what, I got tubed first in the Nias Pro 2025. Bonsoy replay looking good, thank you.
That must feel so good. Right behind him is Sinar on a smaller wave, but it's taken out by that one. You're right, Raflin, great start. First official barrel of the Nias Pro.
Took a local to do it. The WOW name is famous along the point here. They're everywhere. And there he goes, holding on to second spot. So his last number's yet to come in. I reckon it improves as his best wave. Blues just drops down, takes the low line, which wasn't ideal for Otorius. He needs himself a 3.91, but that will change because the Raflin WOW tube ride has not locked in.
Yeah. I mean, Raflin's wave wasn't super, super deep. You could still see the top of his board, but it's not looking like we're going to be getting those really big, heavy barrels that we got last year. People were completely disappearing and coming out to some waves that was like,
goodness. There was so many 10s last year. It was just something I'll never forget. Here's a 4.83 that locks in for Raflin. So really fending off and defending second spot. Now Takumi gets the early pump in. This wave's going to flatten out kind of quick. So he gets in one really quality hit and a backup move out there and into the channel.
Takumi going to town on a smaller wave, but
I'd even ride this one in.
Yeah, incredible surfing from Takumi. Such an experienced surfer. He's been around for quite a few years. I know he spent a lot of time in Hawaii. He comes to Indonesia a lot. And definitely one of the most loved surfers around the QS. He's a great personality, very fun and bubbly. So it's great to have him back on the QS.
Here he goes, winding up on wave number 5. He's got a really good rail going. We're going to see a lot of variations of those, couple of moves all week. It's what this wave is made for. If you don't get barreled, you can drive hard off the bottom and really attack the lip at least a couple of times. If you're really lucky and get everything in timing perfect, it can offer 3 big blasts with a huge cutback out there in the channel. So Takumi on his way into the round of 128. He's there. Does Raflin WOW hold on? He's got priority, which is a good place to be. All Sinar's numbers are in. Otorius is now chasing a 5.66. Sinar needs a similar number in the low 5s to get out of trouble here. Someone's taken off. Who's this? Raflin.
Ooh, a little deep on this one. Isn't able to get around that section, but he's looking like he's in a pretty comfortable second position. It is Sinar Tanjung looking for a 5.16 and Otorius Zagoto a 5.66. So just under 2 minutes to see if they're able to kind of get back into this heat and get themselves into that second round. At the end of the day, not only do you want to win and pass heats, but you get to surf more by yourself out there.
And that's a big part of getting through the event. On that topic, last year Josh Kerr entered and he started in round 1 at Cruy. We're like, Josh, what's up? How come you're in round 1? He goes, hey, when I get to Nias. I started in round 1. That's all right. So he had the blinkers on for this wave. He'd never been here before. He ended up surfing 8 heats throughout the draw and purposely put a late entry in just so he could start at the bottom of the TP and work his way through, which he did. And it was just such a good thing to watch Kersey out there on the twin fin so many times.
And a big shout out to the Latitude 0 boat out there. Latitude 0 Tilo Islands, the premier fly-in and fly-out surf resort in Sumatra.
Yep, and I reckon they've got a lot of the photographers, official photographers on that boat, snapping away in the channel. Perfectest view. That is the A grade. If you're not sitting in the pit, the next best spot is to be in the channel and watch someone sitting in the pit riding through them. So pole position out there thanks to the Lat Zero crew.
Yeah, they've got the best seat in the house, and they've been sharing the Stoke for surfing for over 30 years.
All right. There they are. Nice looking machine. So this heat, very first heat of this year's Nias Pro, is almost run and done, everybody. Saraki Beach is the site of where we are parked up. We've got a big 8 days of competition coming at you. We've got about at least 20 heats formatted for today. So if you're listening in and tuning in and you're liking what you see, word up your friends, tell them to get on board, check it out, hang in there and stick around for the whole 8 days because we've got a couple of swells coming and this place is famous for the Lagundri Bay Barrel, and we're going to see a lot of it this week. So we're just watching White ride his way in. He ends up in second. So this is kind of the little kiddies corner play zone, which can be a bit of fun. It can sometimes go for like 100 metres in there and just cruise along at a steady pace. But that's all academic. Takumi and Raflin move through to the next round. So we will throw to a quick break and be back shortly with Heat 2.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, guys.
You're right.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro. This is Heat 2 of the event. We are underway. We have incredible conditions right now. So it is Raju Sena in the red, Patinus Laya in blue, Julius Wow in white, and Benny Wow in the green. I'm Jara Legati, and in the booth with me is Mark Cliff.
Yep, Heat 2. It's a full Indonesian affair. Quite a few local fellas taking on, 3 locals taking on Raju, who got into the Kui event late in the draw. He's coming along and he's here. He's a quality act. He's in red. So replays here of Raju's very first wave. We've got a couple of another couple of the Wow clan in this heat as well. They're both in white and green. Plenty of local knowledge out there, so Raju will have to be on his game to pick the best waves. These boys know the lineup really well, and it's a real advantage to have some local knowledge and some time in the lineup out here.
Yep, you're right. So it is a bit of local knowledge versus competitive knowledge, because Raju has definitely done his rounds as a Grom. He does have this competition side to him. He's been around. I remember him being a great competitor. So it's exciting to see him back in the Rashi. We're seeing a couple comebacks throughout these events.
Yes, and none more so than Caleb in Heat 4. Anyway, let's have a look at this. Raju open with the mid-3. Here's the replay of White. Gets one hit away and then a little stuck behind. Julius Wow, which leaves Benny and Patinas stranded out the back. Waveless at this stage. They're all 25 matchups all day. We have at least 20 heats coming at us for day one. Surfer in green now takes off on a smaller wave. Benny.
So this is Benny Wow on a smaller looking wave. Nice first wrap. Just pushes the tail on that turn. I like that setup. Tries to finish it off, but unfortunately just comes unstuck there. But these guys just keeping busy on the inside. Last heat we saw Takumi really like sitting and waiting for the sets, whereas this heat we're seeing them really just go to town on the smaller inside ones.
Benny has an act. I've seen him serve plenty of times. I've known him for a lot of years. He didn't quite time his third hit, but when he winds up, he's a really good surfer. So I think this heat is perhaps a little more evenly matched. Can't wait to see what Patinas can bring. Surfer in blue. Early numbers not high. So like I was stating earlier, I think Raju, although we know him better than the other crew, and he's been around for a while, he's been out of this scene for a little while. I'm not sure whether that plays on his nerves or not, but he's going to have to be on guard with 3 locals.
Yep, you're right. And there we have a couple scores come through. Raju Sena, a 3.67, and Benny Wow, a 2.67, Julius, a 2.27. So nothing really busted out of the 2s and 3 range, but we haven't seen a set yet in this heat. I'm sure now they got their rounds in. They're probably going to be waiting for one of those sets that they saw Takumi on earlier.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some more barrel riding going on like we saw Raflin in his last effort. All right, I think we're going to throw down to the winner of the last heat, which was Takumi, and he's going to have a chat with Dai Wacko. Go for it, Dai.
Nias Pro Day1 第1ヒート目に下されてます。中村拓海選手です。まずは1試合目おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
今年初の試合だと思うんですが、振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、このニアス去年がすごい波良かったので、すごい楽しみにここに来て、まあラウンド1からなんですけど、いっぱいヒートができるんで楽しみですね。
He's been looking forward to competing in this comp because he saw the last year's comp here and he was frozen to be back here, and he's just happy with continuing moving on to the next round. 今回はニアスからということなんですが、どれぐらいを目指してこの大会を目指してますか？
まあ、もちろんまあまあ目標で優勝も目標にしてるんですけど、まず1ヒート1ヒートね、結構中分の波があるから、ちょっとそれ狙ってそのままいいサーフィンしてね、ファイナルまで行けたらいいかなと思います。
His first goal is just making into the finals day and try to take a win, but most importantly, just trying to have fun, maybe getting some barrels here. では、朝からたくさんの方見てると思うのでメッセージお願いします。
そうですね、クルイからね、行ってるんですけど、ちょっと試合に出れなくて、いろいろな人がね、ちょっと心配してくれてたんで、ニアスでいいサーフィンできるように頑張るんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Thanks, guys.
We're back, 19 minutes. It's good to hear from the winner of the last heat, Takumi. We'll have to ask Dai Wacko what his thoughts were and how he reckoned he went. But for me, pretty good job.
Yep, you are right. I'm definitely going to be asking Dai a little bit of insight from Takumi. So on your screen right now is the replay of Patinos Laya. Gets a little bit stuck off the top on that one, but really nicely done. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get around that second turn. But welcome back, Dai Wacko.
Good morning. Day 1 of Nias Pro. Finally we are into it, and waves are looking good. Actually,
yeah, waves are looking fun and friendly. So it's we already had a great heat, the heat 1. This is heat 2. We will be finishing off the round of 136, which is just 4 heats, going straight into the women's round of 48.
Yes,
and then next round of 128 of the men's. So a big day of competition ahead. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about Takumi.
Yes. Unfortunately, he wasn't competing in the Korea Pro, but he was there and just waiting for the opportunity. But now he's back in Nias. He's so keen to surf this wave. He was frozen to be back in the water. Yeah, and he's a very strong competitor. But on the screen, this is a live action from the surfing green.
Benny Wow.
Benny Wow.
Good hack. I love the variety he gave to the judges, just kind of laying it back. So a couple sets coming through. I don't think anyone really got onto them But yeah, Takumi told me in Krui that he stopped competing for a while. I think he took a year
Yes.
or two off. So it's great to see him back.
Right. But this is a surfing bread. Raju Siran. I've been riding nice floater section and try to snack into the barrel and gets cover up. And nice wrapping cut back there. Nice combination from surfing bread. Yeah, he had a kind of like year or like 2 years stop for the in a competition, but now he's back. He's just trying to get into the Challenger Series right now.
Yeah, Takumi is a name that I remember seeing a lot when
Right.
I was a bit younger, and especially in the QS and in the
Mm.
ISAs. And I was telling Mark that he's such a loved character in the surfing world. Everyone loves to be around him. He's so funny
Right.
and easygoing. So it's great to have him back.
Definitely. He's like in a good way. He's not like traditional Japanese guy. He's more like you know he's really great at communicating with people and just he's funny.
Yeah,
He's
he's so funny. And you're right. He comes up to the lineup and he's like, "Jara, well, how are you?" Like screaming and
Yeah.
and very bubbly, and it's great to see from Takumi. So always great to have him around,
Definitely.
especially on a surf trip.
Mm.
So I know he spends a lot of time in Hawaii and
All the places,
Yeah.
in Hawaii, Australia.
here in Indo as well. He
Definitely.
loves Indo.
He's been competing since he was like 6, 7, and he's just dominating the Japanese surfing industry. Yeah, he's been to all the World Juniors, World Pro Juniors, World Games. He's really strong competitor.
Doesn't matter where in the world you go, everyone knows Takumi.
Definitely.
Even all my Latin friends, like they really, really love having Takumi around.
Right. So on screen, there's a beautiful boat on the screen right now. We like to shout out to the Latitude Zero, the premier flying fly-out surf resort in Sumatra. And surfing as you've always dreamed it should be. Sharing a talk of surfing for over 30 years, the perfect destination. So shout out to team at Latitude Zero on screen. There's a nice boat.
Yeah, they've got the best seat in the house. They're really, really close to the surfers and the lineup, so they get all the action from the water right now. But yeah, so in this heat right now, it is Raju Sena in first with a 3.8 and a 3.67. Benny Wow, a 3.1 and a 2.67. Julius Wow, a 2.27 and a 1.03. Patiño still hasn't really gotten out of the 1 and the 0.7. So still anyone's heat for now. We haven't had any major score like the last one. We had Takumi bust out that 6.67. This right now is Patiño's Laya wants to get rid of that 0.73. Goes to
Whoa.
the air. But definitely won't be improving his scoreline with that. Beautiful morning here in the Nias Pro. We will be finishing this round of 136. Only 4 heats. So a bit of a replay here of the last one. I love the setup here in Nias because apart from the beautiful wave, we have the backdrop of all the coconut trees. So love the area.
This is the best place to be, doing the filming and making the clips. This is like a typically Indonesia views here.
You're right. And it's pretty classic. You don't get many waves with that type of backdrop. There's 3 surfers in the lineup there. Looking like a wave from Blue again. He's keeping busy on the inside. Raju taking a look at that one. So it's the 3 locals versus Raju, who is from Bali. He has competed a lot in the past. Raju was a super strong competitor when we were growing up and a big name in Indonesian surfing. Had as well a bit of a break and hiatus, spent some time in Australia, recently got married. and now is giving the competition world a go again.
Yeah, this is such a best place to be back for the competition. Got a perfect waves. You don't really wanna surfing at beach breaks when you get back to the competition. You always wanna surf the perfect wave, but this is pretty much the best place to be back.
Yep, so we just finished off the Krui Pro, traveled all the way here. It was a bit of a mission, 6-hour drive, 3 flights, and then a 3-hour drive to get here. So it was almost 24 hours of travel, but we made it. We're here. Yesterday was pumping here
Right.
in Nias. We had so many barrels ridden. If you guys want to check out, Riza posted a couple clips, a 5-wave set of people getting drained. But yes, we're now into the Nias Pro round 1. We will be heading into the round of 48 of the women's, and then straight into the round of 128 of the men's. We will be finishing off until heat 10 today.
Big day, just like you said before, but a lot of great actions. From the start to finish, we've seen a good scores for Takumi Nakamura, and the waves are still, on the lineup, and it's got a little smaller today, but the forecast looking really great for the rest of week, and we will see some coming up waves in a few days. So definitely there's gonna be some barrel battle in this comp.
Every year.
Every year
we come here, there's at least 1 or 2 days where it's just purely barrels. Hopefully we'll be seeing some tents drop. Last year, as everyone knows, it was such a classic year out here. I think I'm calling the best contest ever run in QS.
Definitely. I've never seen heat with a perfect 2 tens. And there's so many 10s and 9s in pretty much every single heat. It was absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah, you're right. And we were so lucky to get those conditions. Looking at the screen right now, it looks like Julius Wow, taking a look at this inside section, needs a 3-5. Good first opening turn. Sets it up again, and he managed to hold on to that one. That was really impressive. You thought he was going to fall off.
Yeah, definitely. But he, like you said, he managed really well to hold on to it, and he got 2 solid turns in. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a pretty good score for Jealous Wow, needing 3.50. This is a replay of the last of white. This time that was a really critical section to hit. Managed to hold on to it. It was a tight section, but managed to put 2 solid turns in. Needing 3.50 to go into second, and Blue is paddling for it, but
All right, so just under 9 minutes. This is the Nias Pro. Raju pretty comfortably in the lead, but I don't want to speak too soon as we haven't had anyone really get out of the threes, so it's anyone's heat for now. We haven't had a big set just yet. The Ocean just taking its time, but coming up in the next round of 136 heat 3, we're going to be seeing Noah Artfield in the red, Widianto Wow in blue, Talon Liliam in white, and Winfight Wow in the green. And finishing off with heat 4, Caleb Tancred, Mason Wow, Ellie Timperi, and Alvin Wow.
Yeah, Noah is another surfer haven't seen in Kuroi, but he's a big name from Philippines. And I remember he was doing QS in Japan, and he was doing really, really great. He made his final in juniors in Japan as well. And he's really good in the air too.
Yeah, so a big name in the Heat 3 as well. So it's going to be exciting to see our man from Philippines take on our surfers from Indonesia, Hawaii, and Indonesia as well. So it's going to be a bit of an international heat there. We will be going into the women's round of 48, where I will be surfing.
In heat 4.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm,
So I hope you'll be cheering me on, Dai.
definitely I'll be here to watch your heat. But you must be so excited to surf here again.
I'm super excited to surf out here. It is such a fun wave, and when it's this size, it's just friendly and
Right.
easygoing. It's super rippable as well. When it starts reaching that 6 foot to 8 foot,
Right.
I'm definitely a little worried. You know, it gets it gets pretty solid out there, but we're lucky that this is a really deep water wave.
Mm.
So the reef, I mean, you always have to be aware, but it's not such a huge factor. Maybe
Right.
like Krui.
Nothing shallow as
So
Korea.
it's a deep water wave. There's a lot of water moving and a big channel, so it feels safe. But it's a heavy out there.
As it's deep, so yeah, the wave could be really heavy on you sometimes. But yeah, it's probably the best warm up for you for round 1, with this 3 foot wave on the
Yeah,
set.
and it's been so packed in the free surfs. I mean, we
Right.
have like practically the entire QS surfing there at the same time. It's super hard to catch some waves.
Mm.
But yesterday, around midday, I paddled out and I saw you out there as well, and managed to catch a couple under the crowd. But it was kind of firing out there.
Definitely, yesterday was the day everyone was surfing from early morning to the later afternoon. I don't think I saw any time without a crowd.
Yep, you're right. It was packed all from morning
Right.
to night. And in the round of 48 for the women's, we will be seeing in Heat 1 Gia Lawrenson, Jade Mannion, and Lucy Dara. Heat 2, Ruby Troop, Izzy Campbell, Carly Shanahan, and Kira Buckpit. So Kira had an incredible run at Krui. Dropped some 9s and 8s, and it was incredible to watch, honestly. Then Heat 3, Simon Niwa, Kia Hewer, Osha Curtis. Heat 4, well, yeah, Charlie Hurst, Taylor Green, and me. So we'll be finishing the round of 48 and then heading straight into the men's round of 128 until Heat 10. So a huge day of competition, but why not? It's firing out there, and we want to get in those rounds and give all the surfers the best opportunity.
Right. So we're gonna be seeing a lot of big names actually in the day number 1, both women's and men's. So we have
Big day of competition out here.
so 4 minutes to go in this heat. It's kind of slower heat, like you said. We haven't seen any big sets, but here is a reply of this is the first wave of the red. Nice solid couple turns. It was smaller size wave, still managed to put a couple good turns in. Raju sitting in the first place, but pretty much still everyone's heat. Not big requirements for the first and second place at the moment, but hopefully we're gonna see a big set coming in. There's 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, so this heat kind of just slowed down towards the end. Not too much happening. We had a couple of waves ridden in the first part. No one really getting out of the 3s. So hopefully we get a bit of a buzzer beater final. Get
Right.
some waves ridden here. But so Nias Pro, I was talking to Mark earlier, and Mark has spent so much time out here. And there was an earthquake out here, and it did lift the reef up, he says, from about like 1-2 meters, and it actually improved this wave.
Right.
Yeah, so the indicator wave that we see break out the back used to actually be surfable. So because the reef lifted, now it's just way too shallow. I mean, people still try go out there, but it's at your own risk, really. So this is a wave for Julius Wow. Big first turn. He needs to finish this one off. Love that float section. wants to improve on that 2.27. Only needs a 2.34 to go into an advancing position. So that was really nicely done.
Well, looks like on live, he got a cover up, I think, in the beginning, but we did not see that on live. But on the next one, this is a good looking wave. Tune in for the barrel, little shade and shade into the big wrapping cutback. Wow, finally, the bigger sets coming into the lineup.
Oh, there we go. So this is our surfer in blue, Patinoslaya. Unfortunately, just getting stuck and getting over that wave. So 4 waves ridden. Scores to come in for all 4 surfers. It is just over a minute left in this heat. I really loved Julius's wow wave. He surfed that really nicely, but I would love to see the replays of all 4 surfers again to kind of get an idea. We're definitely going to be seeing a bit of a shift in the leaderboard. So a minute left in this heat. The judges taking a good look at those waves.
Definitely, this is going to be a crucial moment for all the surfers. All of 4 surfers got a wave on bigger size waves. So definitely there's going to be a little bit of change in the leaderboard. And 40 seconds to go in this heat. And the last of white comes in 4.10. That puts him into first place. We are still waiting for all 3 surfers last wave.
Yeah, so we're waiting for scores to come in for all red, green, and blue. Now it is Julius Wow currently in first, a 4.10 for the last of his ride. It was really nicely done. First, the best score of this heat for now, but you did mention Raju had a great start to his wave. So hopefully we'll get those scores through. It is time up for the heat 2. Still waiting for some scores. Raju's last wave, a 4.93, pushes him straight into first again. So it is all eyes now on Benny and Patinus to see 4.43 and a 4.76 are the requirements. We're going to see some scores come through now for our man in green. Nothing just yet. We're going to be sticking with it.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be up. Last wave blue comes in at 2.23, not enough. We are still waiting for the last of green. A few scores locked in already. So it's 2.67, not enough. So it's Raju and Julius who's moving on to the next round. We're going to go to the break and we'll be right back after the break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Nias Pro QS 6000. On screen, we have Widianto Wow from Indonesia, and this is men's round of 136, heat number 3. I'm Daiwaku here in the booth with True.
Hi, Di. Good morning.
Good morning, and
Wow, what a great image for Noah Arkfield on that one. It looks really fun out there.
super fun. It's got a little smaller than yesterday, but still there's solid, sets coming through the lineup, and then a few barrels.
Wow.
There. Just like you saw it on the screen from Noah.
Yep.
Got little cover up there. Nice travel in the tube. Comes around, and it gets a big finishing cutback.
Yeah, Noah is from Siargao over in the Philippines at Cloud9. He surfs there regularly, so he's pretty comfortable in the
Definitely.
tube, Noah, and he's also pretty good in the air as well.
I've seen him in Japan last year for the QS 3000 in Miyazaki, and he was doing really great. He did every, big snaps, big cutback, and really great airs.
Yeah.
And he really great, and he made the first Pro Junior final in the event as well. So, yeah, he is really great surfer.
Yeah, it's exciting. He's exciting to watch for sure, and his first one locks in at a 4.33, so a good way to start his heat for Noah. And he's taking on Talan, Lilyman, Widianto Wow, as we saw him a little bit earlier, and also Winfate Wow as well. So big heats, and this next one is going to be exciting too, I think. It's nice to be here in Nias. We're seeing rights instead of lefts for the first time in about a week or two.
How good is that? It's the first event, only about left, but why not have right?
Yeah.
In the nation leg.
Yeah.
Such a great place to be. But here's a replay of Talang Liliman from Hawaii, all the way from Hawaii. Nice first and second turns. Managed to put a couple good turns in and try to navigating to the inside. Kicks out.
Yeah, so that was a 2 for Talon, and looked in his first wave. These first few heats of the mornings, that first round of 136 would be a little bit nerve-wracking for these surfers, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Especially those surfers who haven't surfed in Korea.
Yeah.
Definitely nerve-wracking, but I don't think Noah has any nerve-wracking moment. 4.33 to start this heat.
Yeah, it's a great start. That's Winfate Wow on screen there. Unfortunately, losing priority. And that was, it's hard with that priority around here, especially because it's at one takeoff, it's so easy to get caught out. And, unfortunately he goes to 4th priority. But, there's plenty of waves to come through. There's some really fun opportunities as well. I'm sure he'll get another chance to try again. And I'm excited to be here, Dai. I think I haven't been to Nias for a couple of years, so it's nice to be back, and it's changed so much. It's crazy.
Right. So you were here a couple of years back.
A couple of years ago I was here, and I just haven't made the mission back here yet until this year. And it's I can't believe how much it's changed. It's got bigger, everyone still is here, and you can remember them from the few years ago, but it's special to be back here and see the changes that have been made for the better.
Right. It's a really nice place. All the hotels on the beach sides, pretty much you can watch all the actions from the accommodation. But hold on a second, we have live action on screen. Surfing green gets the tube travel. Unfortunately, got a shut down on him.
Poor Talon also not making it out of that one either, with just about 18 minutes to go.
So while we have a little break in action, we're gonna head over to Giada for the post-heat interview.
Okay, I'm here with Raju Sena, the winner of the last heat. It was a little bit of a slow heat, but the waves are firing. So tell us what it's like out there.
Yeah, it's a bit slow, but yeah, I just try to find the wave, catch the small one and then wait for the big one. And yeah, I got it. And happy to be.
So you told me you stopped competing internationally for 4 years. And I know that you were such a strong competitor when you were young. Why did you stop, and what made you start again?
I stopped because I don't got the opportunity, and then now, like my sponsors support me, my board, Folcom, Nusakana. So yeah, they support me, and yeah, I keep going.
Where were you training coming up to this event?
I was in Australia, and then back to Bali. I went to Medewi, like beach break, and then the left. Yeah.
All right, and I know the Padma boys are probably watching at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to the friends and family?
I just want to say thanks to boys for the support. Thanks for my wife back home, for my family, and yeah, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, and back to you guys in the booth.
And Raju Seran, he's from Bali, Indonesia, and he had a year or 2 years off in the competition. And he's just back in the competition world again.
I love it. How exciting. It's so exciting to see, people have that time off and then come back and be ready to go for some more events. We saw that in Caleb Tancred in that last event in Krui. He made it to the semi-finals, surfing from round
Right.
one. But this is the Kemenpora flight cam of that first wave of Noah Arkfield. That 4.33, he did really well and kicks out of that one. And, just big kick out for Noah. But, great way to start his heat. We know he's comfortable in the barrel. We know he's, I'm sure he's feeling right at home here in these punchy waves, a little bit slabby as well. Growing up at Cloud9, we saw him just have some incredible heats with Marama, who we'll see in the later rounds as well. So I'm excited to see him here. I don't think he was in Krui for Noah. I didn't see him there.
No, I don't think he was in Korea.
No.
I didn't think he was competing. But nice to see him in Nias.
Yeah. Yes. Super exciting to see him here. So hopefully he gets another opportunity. And how was it consistent in that last heat, or how were the waves?
Actually, it was kind of slower heat. I believe there's few sets coming in the beginning, but nothing happened at middle, and there's bigger sets coming in right in the end, like a minutes to go. So we are having a little bit of slower heat in this heat as well, but probably we're gonna see another, decent sets coming through the lineup.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping so as well. We've got just about 15 minutes to go, and this is Wind Fate Wow. Nice first turn. That ball looks like it's got a bit of a wider nose at the front, and goes to the air, but unfortunately just kicks it away a little bit too far. And he'll get back out. This next heat's going to be Caleb Tancred, Mason Wow, Eli, Tim Perry, and Alvin Wow. So that's going to be an exciting heat as well. It's that replay of that last one for Wind Fate.
Yeah, really great surfing from our local surfer, Wind Fate Wow. He was sitting in the fourth priority, so why not, going for the smaller ones and trying to build the score first, because he's only got 1 point and 1.60 on the leaderboard. And it's a really slow heat right now. So
there's been not much going on. That 4.33 is still the best wave, and you can see the surfers just, I guess, waiting for those sets to roll through. It's kind of, one of those days where you want to use your priority wisely, especially in these moments where maybe a wave isn't going to come through, so you need to be prepared for what's coming in this heat. And with Widianto Wow holding that first priority with just a 0.5, he's in a good position, only needing a 2.17. And you can see Wind Fate, I like what he's doing under fourth priority. He's just paddling around on the inside of everyone, seeing what's going on, and he's able to just find the, those mid-sized ones that he can maybe get that 1.08 on.
Right. We had a big travel time right after the Krui competition finished, and we pretty much travel one day, coming here from crew to Nias, and we had 2 days off.
Yep.
So, been surfing?
I
Okay.
had a surf yesterday. I did actually. Yeah, it was really fun. I've retired from the. To be honest, I didn't even put my hat in the ring. I just was like, I'm not even going to bother out here. Those free surfs have been so chaotic and so busy out in this beautiful wave here at Lagundri Bay. But I've been able to surf at the beach here. I had a surf yesterday
Right.
with everyone, and I had so much fun. I got 4 really fun waves. It was small, and I was just appreciating being out in the lineup. Maybe I'll brave the crowd a little bit later on, but I don't know.
Not too sure.
Not too sure. I mean, I'd love to be able to get back out there and have a few waves here, because I loved this wave the last time that I was here. But I'm not too sure yet. Might need someone to block for me. Yeah, that was that replay of Noah Arkfield's wave with 12 minutes to go.
So, wind fade well. It's up and again. Oh, nice big floater, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. And at the back with Surfing White trying to get in the tube, but unfortunately a little too fast for the section, but nice big off the top and straight into second turn. And unfortunately it comes unstuck here. But beautiful waves coming into the lineup. Surfing Blue. I think that was a great tube ride from our local guy, Widianto. Wow. Definitely we'd like to see the replay of that wave.
Yeah, that's super exciting. I'm hoping he got pretty deep on that one and using his priority wisely there for Widianto. I mean, what a great wave. And that grab rail carve looks really nice as well. So, adding that little bit of variety. We're going to see a lot of tubes this week, which I'm so excited for. Did you get out there yesterday? Did you get any backhand tubes? Tell me.
I did surf yesterday, but I did not get a tube at back. But it's competition time, so I'm just sitting there, just watching everyone's doing, and just get a smaller ones. But I was lucky enough to get 2 smaller waves, so
That's good.
I'm happy
Yeah.
with that.
Well, this is the Kemenpora flight cam, and that was a really, really nice barrel there for Widianto. Grabs that rail and just so much poise on that wave and finesse, and that'll be a good score to lock in with 10 minutes to go.
Yep.
And
5.83 for the last of Widianto. Wow. So it's the highest score in this seat so far. But now Noah has first priority. Probably he was just wanting to have that wave. But now it's pretty much his turn. He will be waiting for the next set. But it was a beautiful ride from Widianto. Wow. 5.83.
Yeah, very well served with 9.5 minutes. Goes up into the lead. Now Noah holds that first priority and only needing a 2 to go to first. But, unfortunately he didn't have that top priority when those last few waves came through. But now he can just choose whatever wave he likes. I mean, it would be really tricky to kind of navigate where to sit and what the best waves are coming through out there, especially when you've only got a few days to kind of free surf and get used to it. There's lots of people who've been back here a couple of years in a row now, so I think they're feeling a little bit more confident here, and especially with what waves are coming through and things like that. But for Noah, I'm excited to see what he can do. I feel like if he gets a couple of good waves, he can really make some heats in this event, just because of how confident he is in the barrel. This is a replay of his first wave. I mean, he's just eases into it so perfectly, comes out and he's like, yeah, I'll just do a carve. Very similar actually to Widianto's wave, the 5.83. You can see, thanks to these replays here, Widianto's wave was a little bit bigger.
Right.
And maybe that carve was in a little bit more of a critical section. The judges rewarding the bigger wave and maybe a little bit more power. But very similar approach. So I'm sure Noah will be tapping into the locals here, trying to get some feedback and some advice on the best waves to approach how to surf, the best way to approach surfing these waves, you know. And I'm excited to see him here because he's always such a pleasure to watch in Cloud9 and also Taiwan as well.
Right, definitely. So he knows how to ride it, how to ride and how to stay composed in the barrels. Definitely, probably he was kind of adjusting himself, repositioning himself. Like you said, it was a lot of pack in the free surfing, so you're not able to sit exact, the good position in the free surfing. You kind of have to go deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
So probably he's just adjusting the position right now, and he has first priority, and he got a tube already in the first wave. So definitely he's now his confidence is just building up for the next set.
Yeah, for sure. He's Tala needs at 2.34, Win Fate needs a 2.74. So they're not big scores that are required for third and fourth, but Noah's in the driving seat right now with that first priority, the second best wave of the heat. He doesn't need much to go to first. And I just think, as I said before, it's exciting to watch him here and anywhere else in the world as well, but especially just because of how good he is in the tube. But with Yanto, that 5.83 was really exciting to watch. And, there's not been much going on right now, but I feel like...
Yeah, it's, it looks kind of flat from on screen, but once the set comes, it's just perfect right-hand break here at Nias. Even though smaller ones looks really nice, but definitely there's going to be another big sets coming through. So, you don't really want to sit inside and just getting those smaller ones.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think no takers on this one. It looks like maybe a
few lines on the line.
Yeah.
And Noah is just having a little paddle for it, having a look. He doesn't like a look of it.
Ooh.
But surfing blue, trying to get rid of the 0.50. Now in the tube, traveling a long time, comes out so clean and did the same maneuver again. But that's a beautiful wave, actually. I kind of wonder why Noah just didn't go on that one.
Yeah, maybe he's being a little bit selective. Who knows? That was a really well surfed wave for Widianto in the tube. It barely even touched him. And Noah, having a look, he's going to use his priority, scratch into this one. You can see him drag his arm in the wall. He gets in the tube and driving through this turn really nicely for Noah Arkfield. Gets another connection in as well, unfortunately coming unstuck, but well surfed wave.
Surfing White trying to pull into the barrel, but unfortunately shut down on him. But definitely Noah will be improving his situation with the last ride. He only needs 2.01 to go into the first, but we're still waiting for the last of Widianto Wows. And I think, definitely Widianto will be improving his backup score.
Yeah, I agree. I think it will be similar to his first wave with that 5.83. Let's take another look at it. I mean, an absolute expert here at Nias. I mean, he's just, so effortless to watch. He just makes it look so easy. And then this is Noah Arkfield's last wave. It's just locked in at a 4.67 for Noah. So he moves up into first, but still waiting on that last score of Widianto with 4 minutes to go. I think it'll be a pretty decent score, starting to slowly lock in. It's going to be his best number.
Well, it's really healthy number, 6.60 for the last of Widianto. Wow, that's a great score so far. 12.43 in total. So pretty much gets two tubes and it gets a score.
Yeah, he's just is showing everyone how it's done out there this morning. 6.6 and a 5.83 to start off his round of 36 campaign is pretty exciting to watch. I mean, we're obviously going to go into the women's after the completion of this round and then into the men's round of 128. as well, which will be super exciting. And with 3 minutes to go, it is Tala and Lillyman from Hawaii chasing a 7, and Win Fate Wow, the local, chasing a 7.4. I mean, there's definitely the opportunities for it out there, Di. But it's just 2.5 minutes to go whether a wave comes through.
Right. And then, you got to be really smart with the priority. You always want it to be in the fast priority. But looks like Widianto Wow has fast priority in the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow.
So this is the last of Widianto's wave. That's solid tube right there, travel pretty long time. And actually that one,
wow,
this is his second wave, 6.60. Actually, this one is the wave Noah just didn't go.
Yeah.
And, Widianto took that wave on the priority, so he knows what wave, he's local, so he pretty much knows what kind of wave he should get.
Yeah, he knows what he's looking for. He's kind of, it's cool, I think maybe a bit of a mistake there for Noah, letting Widianto go that one. This is Win Fate Wow, and he is chasing a 7.4. Unfortunately, he just can't quite stay on top of that one with 1.5 minutes to go.
Right. Turns can provide 7s, but we haven't seen any 7s from the turns today.
Yeah.
So maybe he's, probably he should just wait for the first priority turn, then just wait for the right ones out the back.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, it's those moments where, if you're chasing those big scores, 7s, on a day like today, you need to be on the best waves and you need to be deep in that tube for sure, or at least doing something pretty crazy to be locking into the 7s and above for Talon and Win Fate. We'll hopefully see them get another one. Talon has second priority, so he has the opportunity to be on the second best or the next wave that comes through if Widianto doesn't go. But with 30 seconds on the clock, hopefully a wave comes and he gets the opportunity to just give it another nudge, and looks like he's having a look at this one.
So White up and riding, needing 7.00. Nice first down off the top. It gets around the corner, gets a second one in, managed to hold on to it, and just navigating to the inside. Probably this is going to be his last opportunities. And get the third turns in. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck. Managed to put a couple good turns in, but not too sure it's going to be his requirement, 7.0.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it'll be the 7 for Talon. Looks like it locks in at a 2.03, so it's not the score die.
All right, we're going to go a little break, and we'll be right back after the break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, we are back with day one of the Nias Pro. We've seen some exciting heats already, and out there we have the last heat of the men's round of 136. Caleb Tancred is out there taking on Mason Wow, Eli Timperi, and Alvin Wow. So it's going to be a great heat to finish off this round of 136. I'm True Starling, and joined in the booth with me is Mark Clift. And Mark, you've been watching the surf this morning. How's it looking? Give
to
me some
me, the
insight.
options are there. Now, the options are there. We saw a really good heat this morning from Takumi, the Japanese surfer.
Mhm.
He went to town. He really showed some quality. We just seen Noah Arkfeld. We've seen some pretty good acts out there this morning. We've just seen Widianto Wow. He threaded a few nice barrels. So the tubes
Yeah.
are still there. All right,
Yep.
everybody comes here to get barreled. It's the famous Lagunji Bay barrel. And I'm certain in this heat we're going to see more quality coming out of Caleb Tancred. He's just a quality act. He's out there in red, as you were saying. He's up against a couple of the Wow boys. Don't know a real lot about Eli Timperi. So we'll get our first look at him. He wasn't in Cruy.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think I saw him preparing just before he had Ella McCaffrey as his caddy out there, I'm pretty sure. So I'm excited to get the first looks of Eli out here. And Caleb, we saw him surf from the first round into the semi-finals over at Cruy, which was a marathon for Caleb. But it was, each heat was exciting for him to watch. And now we're seeing him on his front side.
And he was so stoked to be starting in round one back in Cruy Town because he hadn't had the rashy on for a while. So he reacquainted himself with heat surfing and getting the rash vest on again, and all the strategies came flashing back, and he had a great outing. And it leads me into the story I mentioned earlier about Josh Kerr did the same thing last year, right? He started in round one at Cruy, and we had some post-heats. I said, Josh, when was the last time you started in round one? What's up? And he said, I put my entry in late because when I get to Nias, I start from round one. And he wanted to do it, right? He ended up surfing 8 heats and ended up runner-up here last year. So last year, nobody had more time in the water than old mate Josh, and it was a pleasure to watch, I've got to say.
Yeah, it would have been pretty exciting to see him just do what he does, really, out here
just
at Nias.
Yeah, he barely raised a sweat. He didn't look like he was trying. He just picks waves, gets barreled, did all that on twin fins and a four finner at times at Cruy, but it was just so classic to watch someone like him, bit of a veteran, come back and just go, hey, you young guys, what's up? Check this out, and qualified for the Challenger. That was so hilarious. Well done. Now he's on tour, and he's over there in Bolido shortly. We wish him the best of luck. And same with Winter, winner from last year. We won't see him this year defend his title, but he's got bigger fish to fry as well.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few surfers. Winter,
20-point Huxtable.
Yep. Zave, Tully, there's Oscar Berry, just to name a few. I'm sure there's more that off the top of my head that I can't quite remember, but they're all going to be heading over to the Challenger Series over in Bolido, which is super exciting. That's the second one of the season, and kind of sad for them, though, to be missing out on perfect waves here at Nias with 3 other people out.
Well, just watching them over the years, they've been a bit of a staple of the Asian Tour. Your Oscars, your Jarvis, your Zave.
Jarvis, yeah.
All right. To watch those guys year after year come here and do this, you just get used to it. And Winter, you just get used to watching them and calling their names and having heaps of post-heat interviews with them because they were the big dogs of the Asian Tour, right?
Yeah.
So now they've gone off to the more elite club on the Challenger Series, the second level of pro surfing.
Yeah.
And they've all got to look at a CT spot if they get that campaign right. So I think we're all ready for the interview. So let's hear from Dai Wacko and Widianto Wow.
So you had 2 waves, 2 barrels, having a good time out there?
Well, man, it's the best ever. Like, been patient for those 2 sets. Like, I was like, no, I'm not going to catch this small one. Just want to wait for the big one. So I was so happy to get that 2 set, and it was amazing to be out there as well.
Excited to be back in the Nias Pro?
Well, man, it's been a while. Haven't competed, so this will be the first time in QS again. It's so amazing. So excited, bro. Like, the best.
So you're probably surfing this surfs, and but how are you gonna spend in between?
Well, like I'm just gonna do what I feel and follow the flow.
Okay, maybe any message to the local community?
For sure. Thank you for my girlfriends back home in Bali and all friends for support. Thank you so much. I'm so happy for it.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the next round.
Cheers. 0.6 and a 5.83. He got 2 waves pretty much, and just knew exactly what he needed to do out there. It was great, and we look like This is Caleb. He had a little paddle, but
Too
didn't
deep.
like the look of
Yeah,
that one.
no, the boys are all frothing around a little bit too deep, folks. That's what's going on with this heat. It's been a little bit quiet waves-wise, but they've all fussed each other out of position. They're all way too deep. Even White has to let this wave go. Red could be in the box seat. No. All right, so that happens at the start of heats, right? There's no priority. So until 3 waves are ridden, there will not be any full 4-system priority in play. But he's headed wide and some runs on the board now for Caleb. So he realised the situation, went, right, I just got to break away from these 3. So a smart move here by Caleb. Not a big wave, just something to get the party started and give the judges a little look at his act. And he's always solid on rail. And once again, he never looks like he's really fussing around too hard.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Not a big wave, but really good surfing. I mean, smooth on rail. You can see that turn, just driving through with heaps of power. I thought that was really smart for Caleb to just get a wave under his belt. Locks in at a 4-5 straight away. That's a keep a score from the heat that I've seen in that last one. There's obviously going to be some waves coming through, but I think getting a few runs and a few scores on the board is a really smart heat tactic for right now. There's 17 minutes to go. You know, we've seen 7 minutes go down in this heat, or 8 minutes
And
already.
effectively, he avoids a restart by catching a wave, right? You get to the 15-minute mark. If no waves caught and no waves come through, the judges have the option of resetting the clock. But as soon as someone rides a wave, the other 3 will be like, damn, now it's actually game on. And these guys, these other 3 have now only got 16 minutes to do something. So for Caleb, it wasn't a fail. It was just a start, some wax on the feet, like we like to say. But more importantly, just releasing a little bit of nerves for Caleb. First day of a big event like this, your first heat, all those sort of things, your first wave. He gets to the end of it, locks in a 4-5, which could come at this stage to be one of his 2 come the end of the heat. This is it again. So he's just a quality actor. Like I said, he never seems to rush. It always looks like he's got a lot of time. He thinks it through and just does the surfing the judges want to see.
Yeah, 2 turns. I mean, really smooth. I think he's just getting busy with, I feel like from watching Caleb surf heats in Cruy, it was really noticeable that he seems to be a momentum surfer. He catches lots of waves. This is Mason Wow on his first wave, just unfortunately catches his rail there and goes down, but he'll lock in a score as well. And Eli, Tim Perry, this is the first we've seen him. Really nice carve to start this one off. Slides the fins a little bit, goes up and into that section, and he kicks out. So 2 turns for Eli to start his campaign off, and then Alvin Wow out behind.
Yep, Alvin used to hold down the bar to bar. He goes a little bit upside down on his first manoeuvre. Not ideal, but everybody will have a score, and Caleb's ripping into his second wave.
Yeah, Caleb identifying this one. Nice first jam in the pocket. You can see he loads up for this section. Nice tap once again. Caleb just goes to his rail, unfortunately skids out.
Just watching a good wave behind his, the live action over our shoulder. But Caleb now has 2. The boys are sort of playing catch up. I really like what White did. White looks like to me like he's got a pretty good act. I've seen Eli ride plenty of waves in the last few days. He's got some stickers on his board. He's an out-of-towner. So he's actually from
Finland, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 317 for his first wave for Eli. Second best wave of the heat so far. This is a replay. I mean, it was a good wave, Mark.
Yeah, look, that was a nice little bit of spice added to the end of that move. A smaller one. Kind of got a second hit as well, just more of a tap turn out there. But yeah, Caleb realising that on the way back to the spot, sometimes you're in a really good position to pick up these slightly wider waves, especially if during free surfs everybody's fussing around deep and someone takes off too deep. That's about where you pick up the scraps during free surfs. But Caleb went, you know what, I might as well just keep surfing. The first 10 minutes of the heat got a little quiet, so Caleb's got 2 runs on the board.
Yeah, it's his best score too, a 4.6. So he's got a pair of 4s, a 4.6 and a 4.5. Has him in the lead right now, and I think he's in a good position to just head back out and wait for one of those good sets.
That's what he'll do now, guaranteed. So there's no one priority. Eli's picked that up, so he'll be out there sitting in second with a low number, 317, but it's a start. He's got top priority, which is a great place to be when you're out at Lagundri Bay here on the spot, and you know no one can take a wave off you. You can sit wherever you want, have a bit of fun, and just absolutely roll into a bomb. And they're out there. Those waves are out there today. I've seen some good barrels. So here he goes. He decided to pull the trigger. Doesn't get under the bonnet that time. It's a little bit of a pity. So now goes to turns. That wasn't bad. All right, gets another opportunity to repeat it and does. So a couple of big old belts there. Nice try there, Eli. Good stuff.
Yep, 13 minutes to go. He's just defending second place right now, making it harder for Alvin and Mason. And let's take a look at the replay. Unfortunately, doesn't get under that one, maybe just thinking he might not make it. And that was a really critical section to do that turn in. He did well, gets the second one in. So he locks in a second score. And right now it's just about heat tactics, I think, with those, like, maybe some of those waves that are really barreling and making that easy entry, easy exit aren't really coming through. So I think for both Caleb and Eli, I think this is a really smart surfed heat so far.
Yeah, and this will be Eli's better number, I reckon. It was a couple of, like you said, right in the pocket, critical section twice, right? Went kind of vertical, missed the little barrel. Perhaps it was clamping anyway, so he took the low road, went around and got a couple of good hits in. So the judges will fit that into the scale. It won't be a big number. But once again, it's still pretty good. At least he ticked the parts of the criteria where you surf close to the hardest part of the wave to ride, right in the pocket of 394 as the third best wave. So sitting pretty in second. He'll still be a little nervous. I imagine Caleb will probably go tube punching from here on in.
Yeah. I'd say so. With a pair of fours, a 4.5 and a 4.6, I think that it makes sense for Caleb to be doing that. Holding that first priority, he can just let those smaller ones run through and better that 4.5.
Replay of Eli's last 393, couple of good hits. Judges demanding a bit more out of the Lagundri Bay lineup. They want to see you get barreled. A la Widianto, who got a couple of drainers. Only rode 2 waves for a mid-range 12 two-wave total. So the winner of the last heat did a great job.
Yeah, it was exciting. And after the completion of this heat, we're actually going to go straight into the women's round of 48. That first heat's going to be Gia Lorenzen from the Sunshine Coast, Jade Magnien from France, but she's surfing in this region, and Lucy Darragh from the South Coast of New South Wales. That's going to be that first heat for the women's round of 48, which is going to be super exciting. Gia's been here a few times. Lucy's still a young grom.
Oh, Lucy shreds. It's a tough heat. Jade, she's good. She's been putting in the time out in front. So, and she's been here a few years in a row now. So Jade will know how to surf this wave. Lucy, a real talented youngster on the rise, and Gia been going around and she knows how to compete well. So only a 3-person heat is kind of good news for the ladies, right? You only got to beat one person to make it through to the next round. So that stage is set. I can't wait to see Caleb's next ride. The good news for us is he's got priority, so he'll be able to pick a bomb, take off in the perfect position, and do his stuff. So the Wow Boys languishing in 3rd and 4th. Widianto in his last heat, the first of the locals to win a heat down here today, and he's a big player. When the waves are good out here, he knows what to do, and he kind of set a pretty good level in this round of 136 for the fellas. I can also see big Justin Bulolo stomping around out the outside there. He's kind of the big chief here on the point. If a surf with Justin, he'll be coming up in one of the seeded rounds. But some Ponsoy replays going on.
Yeah, this is that 4.5 for Caleb. Really well surfed first wave and a pretty similar second one as well. Bit of a bigger wave. It's a 4.6 for this one, and he just surfs with so much patience. Unfortunately, just skidding out on that last turn. But Caleb, he's, you know, for someone that's just come back in the Rashi after about a 5-year hiatus, he's doesn't look phased, to be honest.
He was that good as a grom, though. You've got to remember, when he was a pup, he was on Team Billabong, and he was much highly touted as kind of like one of the next big things coming through out of Australia. And when he did his course, his architecture course, 5 years, and he was kind of still sort of chomping at the bit, he reckons, watching his mates, you know, have success, people that he used to beat, people he used to surf against, going really well and competing at high levels and getting places. And it kind of, he was itching under the skin, he said, and as soon as he finished his course, he's like, I'm back. And here he is. And he told me, I said, so you're into it? He goes, I'm 100% invested. So it's good news for fans of Caleb, because I'm rapidly getting some more fan base in his corner as well. I like what he does.
yeah, it's exciting to watch, that's for sure. And I'm impressed with the fact that, after 5 years, I was going to say before, after 5 years of not competing, coming back and looking so at ease in the Rashi. It's a really long time to come back and not feel those nerves and not be competing and making those mistakes, leaving that junior career up into the QSs, It's 5 years and he just looks like he's eased back into it without any real worries or anything like that. And it's exciting to just see that calm vibe, and it's probably moments for everyone else to just be like, wow, imagine what he could have done if he had stayed, but
Yep.
I love that he's taken the time to go and complete uni and have something outside of that, because surfing it's a lifetime sport for sure. It's a full lifestyle, but competitive surfing isn't a forever thing.
It's
You
pretty
get
brutal.
that. Yeah,
pretty
it's brutal. And, I think it's great that he's gone and completed uni. He's trying to find some architecture jobs as well. I know on the northern rivers of New South Wales. So he's got his sights set on something else, which is super exciting. But I know it's cool to see him be 100% out here in these events.
All right, I think he might have something else in his sights right now. Here he is. He's looking for a pit. He's in, but he's way downtown. Geez, there's a lot of weaving to be done right there. And I think it just didn't open up enough for Caleb to thread. It was a great try. And as predicted, he's gone tube hunting because they are out there. He just got pushed maybe a little too deep. If he had taken off a few metres more towards the channel, he probably had a better shot at making that. But either way, you're in the lead, comfortably in the lead, 640 to still improve on his two-wave score. So that's that man there. And just his memory, getting the rashes on. It's all come flooded back pretty quick. He knows how to compete. He did it for a long time. Eli still looks like he's got sponsors. So Eli's probably done a fair bit of competing in his time as well. Holding second. No big numbers for him. The requirements for the WOW boys are in the 6 range. So they've got to get something going on pretty quick, smart. They need a really good wave.
Yeah, 6.33 and a 6.5. I mean, they're pretty decent scores. Alvin has that first priority, and he needs a wave to come through in the next 6 minutes. I feel like right now, maybe it's just a one-wave opportunity.
I think it might come down to that. It's a bit of a sleepy ocean at this stage. That swell's backed off really quick. I reckon it maxed out at exactly 3:30 yesterday afternoon. I was sitting down here watching with a couple of the local boys, and a 5-wave 8-foot set came through that was the peak of the swell. I checked my watch and I went 3:30. I remember that just in case there's no more, and there wasn't any more. And so that was probably the peak of yesterday's swell. And since then, it's been on a little decline. But right up until dark, I watched someone paddle out, 2 guys paddle out. There was maybe 4 minutes of light left, right? It was going dark. We were on our way home just going, we're done. And 2 guys paddled out that late, still intent on getting a wave each because it was really good.
Yeah, I actually saw some stories yesterday of the waves out here, and I was like, wow, it is absolutely firing. It would have been amazing to watch.
Yesterday afternoon was just a hype, to sit there and enjoy a frosty and just watch. There were so many good tubes threaded and people coming in with big grins all over their faces. And here goes Caleb. So wave number 4 now for Tancred. A little bit of an error on that wave. He's still got a decent lead, though. He's got the 2 best numbers, so no pressure. Just exploring his options. He'll probably get another crack at it this afternoon, maybe. We do run back into the round of 128 for the men's. We've got 12 heats of the ladies to roll out, or would that
It's
be right?
about 8 heats.
8 heats.
Yeah, and unfortunately Caleb goes down. You can just see his nose bearing in the wave there, but don't mind it. And a nice carve there for Mason Wow. Just leaning into that rail once again. Unfortunately, his fin skidded out, but did well to hold on to it. And he kicks out of that wave. He's looking for a 6.5, so I don't know if that'll be the score unless he got a barrel out the back.
Have a look at the drone footage. When you're paddling back out, team, this is what you look at. Here is White now. He's parked himself in the tube. It's Eli. He's kind of deep as well, a bit like Caleb. The waves aren't really throating out as much as yesterday, so you've kind of either got to be a little further across or try and pick a drainer a la Widianto in his last heat. But here's the drone footage. How good is this?
Yeah, this was a really nice first turn. He just drove through it so smoothly. And once again, leaning into that rail. You could just see the bump on the wave causing a little bit of havoc. But that Kempora flight cam looking really good for Mason. Wow, locks in at a 187, and this is, wow, huge first turn there for Eli. Floats it there.
Eli's just done his best surfing, I reckon. That was sick. That first carve was so good. So the judges will have a think about it. Needs a 5.172 to win this heat. Either way, this is pretty sick.
Yeah, that was a really nice first turn, just leaning into that rail. Wow. Would have been so awesome to just maybe see another turn on that wave, but didn't really offer that, and he just kicks back out. Might get another opportunity at a mid-sized one. You can see the next heat. That looks like a board caddy.
Yep, that's the keyhole in the background team. That's the look of Saraki Beach. There's a lot of accommodation on the point. And there's kind of a lot of different budgeted sort of accommodation along there as well. We can see the first heat of the ladies start to chip over and start to position themselves. It's only a three-person matchup. Caleb Tancred, not big numbers. He's got a lot left in the tank, but he's started early. First one to get a wave. He's held the lead the whole heat. Is the man in red. Surfer in blues last wave. What did that lock in at? Just a 187. So,
but it's that 467 for that last wave of Eli. That's just come in.
That first turn was
so huge.
Good.
673 now required for Mason, and Alvin looking for that 783. They're big scores, Mark.
They are, yeah. So the boys probably didn't really have the heat they wanted. The WOW boys, they're big members of the local community here at the point. The WOW surname is synonymous with the local clan. There's a lot of them here. We'll see a lot more of them throughout the draw because these are the lowest ranked crew in the event, apart from people like Caleb and Noah and those dudes. But green has priority now. So Alvin, here he goes.
Yep, straight up into this one. Tucks into the tube. Unfortunately, just doesn't find a clean exit for Alvin. So he'll have to try and get back out there with 1 minute to go. He'll have third priority or fourth priority. I feel like it's going to be pretty tricky for him to get a wave in that action. Locks in at a 0.83 and he needs a 7.77. So that's a pretty big score.
All right, so let's have a look at some of the best rides of this heat. This is Caleb. He's still kind of living only in the 4 range. He did some pretty decent work. Like we said, he's led the whole heat. But this fella here, Eli's caught up with this last wave.
Yeah, it's actually the best wave of the heat, being that 467. So best score of the heat, I should say. And gets that second turn as he kicks out. He needs a 443 to go to first with 25 seconds to go. Not much is going on. Caleb has that first priority. I'm sure he'll want to try and find a barrel in this.
I reckon he's got another wave here. He's looking into it. He's turning. So wave number 5 now for the man in red, the Australian. Let's see what Caleb's got this time. He will win this heat. We're sub 10 seconds. He falls off again for a third time, uncharacteristically in this matchup. But we'll see him in the next round of 128 when we get to the men's.
Yeah.
And Eli will follow him into that round. So for the time being, over and out for men's business. The ladies are on next. We'll be back shortly with that round.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Back. Welcome to the scene of this year's Nias Pro Saraki Beach, Lagundri Bay. It is in South Nias, located off the western Sumatran coastline. We're looking up towards Sabatu in the background. We're also looking at our next matchup. Oh, here's the official results. So Caleb and Eli, they make their way through. The WOW boys didn't have great heats. Kind of last to get waves and stayed in third and fourth pretty much the whole heat. And just the quality of Eli and Caleb just proved a little bit too much for both Mason and Alvin. But here's our next matchup, and welcome back, Giada.
Hey, I'm excited to be back. Had a quick break and took a look at what's happening around, and it's all really lively. Everyone's excited to be here. Day one is always action-packed everywhere we go. So in the water right now is Gia Lawrenson in the red. We have Jade Manyen in the blue and Lucy Dara in white. So this is Lucy taking a look at that one, but wasn't able to really scratch onto it. But yeah, so the girls are in the water. Heat 1. We have 8 heats of the women's. It's gonna be exciting.
Well, the waves are out there. A 3-person matchup to kick things off is a bonus. You've only got to beat one person. Gia out of Australia, and also Lucy, a youngster on the rise. Lucy in white, Gia in red. Jade, she's been around for a little while. What do you know about Jade?
So actually, Jade is from France. She's from Hossegor, the famous surf town. It's one of the most famous surf breaks in Europe and practically around the world. It's the beach breaks there are world class, and especially during the winter, you see some crazy clips always being dropped by all the French surfers out there. She's done the QS in Europe for many years, but she has recently changed her region to Australia. She spent half her year there, so she decided to change to Australia so that she could get some points during the Korea and Nias. She has come practically every year, but again, she was in the European region, so she always did them and never got any points.
All right, well, she's playing for keeps now, and I saw her traveling around with her dad, so Pops is here, and he's in the Hashan family surf camp every day, which is where we're based. The judges are upstairs on the veranda. The Hash family, more than happy to have most of the officials staying with them. Judges upstairs. It's kind of officialdom zone here, and it's just the perfectest view. It's right in front of the wave, so the judges have ideal look at the whole point, and they'll have to reset their scale once somebody catches a wave and lock in the ladies' scale for the day and let everybody know what they're thinking. So I'm sure all the ladies in these other 7 heats, and you're one of them, Giada, have to really take note of this and listen to the numbers and really base your, your whole tactics and game plan off kind of what you're hearing and what you're seeing out of this heat 1.
Yeah, exactly, and you're right. The scale is really set in this first heat, and the girls just being pretty patient out there. It looks like couple insiders going through, but the girls want those sets. They probably saw the heat before. It looked a little slower.
It was, and Caleb did a smart thing because he realised everybody was paddling too deep, all right? And even if waves were coming through, no one was going to get them and do anything on them. So he broke away, got a little bit of space between him and the other 3, got the first wave. It was a 4-ish, a mid-range 4, and continued on that theme for the rest of the heat and held from start to finish, all right? So he wins. We'll get a post-heat with him shortly. But waves were at a premium at the start. A lot of good sets actually rolled through during that heat. I reckon there was probably about 8 kind of really good set waves. But the local boys, the WOW clan, just failed to capitalise on their positioning, and the tubes weren't really being chunky enough to thread. So the boys did try, both Eli and Caleb, and also Alvin pulled in. They all got clamped, but, there was still, I reckon, 8 good set waves in that heat.
Yeah, so the tide is on the rise, and we've seen this wave just get a little more filled in when it is. So this is looking like the first wave right now. Gia Lawrenson pulls in and just gets kind of sucked over on that last one, but maybe a little deep. But really great effort from Gia Lawrenson. That will be the first wave ridden. The girls out the back taking a look. It's looking like maybe something could be approaching, but yeah, as I was saying, it is approaching high tide, but there's not too much difference in the tides. So
tides are pretty slack.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing out of that is Gia, she was really deep. I mean, to try and thread that tube, it was super tough. It was coming from way downtown, and then these 2 paddled even deeper. So right now, I can't see where they're positioned, looking out the window, but I reckon they're probably too deep. If Gia was too deep for that one, and then these two went deeper, I'm thinking there's just a little bit of hass going on. Looking out the window, they do appear to be quite deep. It would be probably a smart thing by Gia right now to maybe sit off them a little and park up a little wider and just hedge your bets on these two not being able to capitalise on the next little set. I can see her right now. She's about 30 metres away. So let's see if that is what's going on here. It's pretty easy to be too deep at this wave. And these two are starting to realise that now, I reckon. But they don't want to give up the inside, so something's got to give. And meanwhile, Red's done exactly what we talked about. She got another wave away from the pack and starts to bury some rails. So this is a much better result now for Gia. Couple of turns there. Good move. Won't be a big number, but at least it'll give her the lead. It'll be a kind of a lowish mid-score, but something's better than nothing right about now, right?
Yep, you're 100% correct. And yeah, the girl's looking a little deep, but you know, as the past few days, it's just been so crowded, and it's been, you kind of have to just catch whatever you can. It gets really difficult to position yourself when there's only like 3 girls out there. So it's easy to get out of line, especially because this wave kind of constantly kind of pushes you in. I feel like the water, obviously depending the tide, but usually I feel like it's taking you in. This is Jade taking a look for some cover. Nice first turn there for our French surfer. Wraps it around again. So we've got some scores coming up.
Yep, did some confident surfing on that wave, and Lucy is a little shredder. Let's see what a backhand looks like. We saw her have a pretty good campaign down there at Cruy, all frontside action. Needed to ride out of that to get a decent number, but at least it was a 3-way exchange, so everybody got some sort of scores to start rolling through. Beautiful day down here in Sumatra, everybody, in South Nias. I love this venue so much. It's given me a lot of highlights over the years. So right about now, Giada, when you're coming up, do you start to focus in now what you're going to do, or you're obviously not calling the next heat? You're going to have a little bit of time off to prepare. So when do you really start to swing your tactics together?
Already from the point from the next heat, you start taking a look at the waves, and it's usually, I like to wait 2 heats before. Take a look at what's happening, get an idea what the waves are going to be like, see who is getting the better waves in that heat, who's getting the higher points, and kind of follow their lead a little bit. But then obviously once you're out there, things can change. So it's always good to have like a plan A, B, and maybe even C, depending on what can happen. So yeah, and then I take the heat before to just warm up and get ready, and then paddle out.
Gonna take a caddy?
Yeah, usually I always get one of the local kids up that sells coconuts to to caddy me. They love to do it. They love to be out there, and it's great.
All right. Well, we do have some numbers to come. All the ladies are sitting back out there. Scores are all locked in. Gia in the lead with a 4 as the best number. Jade a 3.67 and a 3.10 for Lucy. We have got our interview about to queue up with Caleb Tancred. So we'll say go for it, True.
Thank you so much, guys. Caleb, first heat here at Nias. How was it out there?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Such an incredible wave. I'm stoked to be back here and competing again.
It's been a while since you've been here, but you had a great result over at Cruy. Hoping to keep it going here?
That's the plan. Yeah, it was a great start to the year, and hopefully keep it rolling, hopefully keep the momentum going.
You're traveling with a good group of friends as well. You got that great support in your corner. How special is it to just have people supporting you and encouraging you throughout the events?
Yeah, 100%. It makes such a difference. You don't want to do it just for yourself. You want to do it for everyone that's tuned in and taking time off, like out of their work to sit next to the laptop or the phone. And yeah, I appreciate all the support, and hopefully I can keep it going for everyone at home.
Speaking of, would you like to say hi to anyone at home?
Mum, Micro, and also JS. He's looked after me so much this year, and we've worked so closely working on great boards, and this thing's magic, so hopefully I can get a few heat wins on it.
Well, we're excited to see you in the next heat and hopefully another heat interview. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
Oaken, Caleb Tancred through to the next round. He's a bit of a giant killer. Beware, Hutty, everybody in the round of 128. All right, there's our leaderboard. So still plenty of room in the ladies' scale to improve numbers. Judges have just settled on a 4 for Gia. Some pretty tidy rail work, which for sure at some point some of the ladies are going to get barreled. So there's plenty of room in the scale up there. On your backhand Giada, you've got a good, strong backhand top turn as well. I guess that's going to be your part of your go-to plan in Heat 4, is it, that you're in?
Yeah, Heat 4. I mean, yeah. I just want to catch some waves out there.
Have you had any free surfs out front?
I had a free surf yesterday. It was pretty hardcore. The free surfs are a little wild out there. It's
a bit of a zoo when there's 50 or 60 hardcore QS warriors out there.
Yeah.
Did anybody give you one, or did you have to just still tooth and nail and claw to get your wave?
Yeah, I had a couple of friendly faces kind of help me out. One of them being Kian Martin as well. I dropped in on Teddy, but it was fair. He's paying Grom tax.
There you go. He's got to realise, a bit of priority there to Giada.
To be fair, he had just come back from a wave. I was waiting there for an hour. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm going. But no, definitely the rest was just a battle.
Spectating, sitting there being a spectator.
Yeah, it was good to kind of just have a chat with everyone out there, catch up, see how everyone's feeling, where everyone's staying, what's everyone doing.
And go and reacquaint yourself with your markers, I guess, as well, right? Your lineup spots.
That one's that you taught me, actually, the first year that we came here.
Yeah, it still stands true, and it's definitely more true once there's more swell. But, you got to have your lineups right. You can't sit too deep, otherwise that's pointless. You've just got to make the most of whatever's coming through. And here is Lucy, wave number 2.
Yep, so Lucy on her backhand, good first top turn. Loved it. Up for the second one. She's going to have to finish this one off. She was going for a good score. Unfortunately, that last wave, she did fall off, but completed this one. Backing up that 317, only needs a 0.58 to go into second. It's been a bit of a slow heat. The highest score coming from Gia Lawrence in the 4. So here's a replay of our last wave of Lucy Dara.
I like that first turn, all right? She's going to get some numbers based on that first turn. The second turn was maybe just a little late and a little bit not steep, but the first turn, really liked it. I'd love to see the angle, whatever the judges were looking at. They don't get the drone footage to base their scores off, everybody. They watch front on, they put their numbers down, they then, if there's any debate, it happens, but they do not base numbers off drone footage. So anyway, I believe she'll definitely go into the lead. It'll probably be maybe the best turn, best wave. Where are we? Still looking and waiting. So the judges are having another look. So this is what they saw out of red. So they're comparing red. That was a pretty tidy schwack by Gia. She got 2 good sections, I think, by memory. Second turn was still a bit out wide, a bit like Lucy's. So they'll probably be deciding whose was the best first turn to try and get their numbers together. Here goes Jade.
Good little cover up there, wraps it around here. Really like that wave from Jade. Got a 367. So nicely done. This is now live action. Gia Lawrenson. She takes a look at this one. Good first turn. Unfortunately, gets stuck on the top and just falls off on that one. But Lucy Dara, the last of 427, so does go straight into the lead. This is Lucy taking a look at that one, but wasn't really convinced on that wave. So some scores already dropped. Here's the replay of the last of Gia.
Yeah, it's a pity. She left some points hanging on this wave that I watched out the window, and it kind of ran on pretty nicely. So she'll kind of be ruining the fact that she didn't quite capitalise, but Jade's looking good.
Yeah, good first turn there. She's going to look for shade again. And does she make it out? Unfortunately, I don't think so. Just gets clamped there. But I like Jade's approach. She's really looking to get barreled.
I'm liking the way the young Lucy's chewed off here as well. She needs to tag it in a hurry to give herself some room for maybe another one. Gets up there for a second hit on a bigger wave. Pretty good combo. So I think, again, pushing her numbers up. And the judges have got a little bit to sort out after that whole exchange. I like Jade's tactic, trying to get barreled at every opportunity. She's ridden 2 waves. She's had a couple of looks at the barrel without actually really probably getting tubed and making a tube ride. But, Lagundri Bay, the judges always throw a decent number at a tube. So let's have a look. Road score from White and Blues will not be huge. Here comes Jade's number now. So it's going to be in the 2 range, but I think Lucy's is probably going to be the better wave again due to the fact she got 2 pretty good hits on a bigger wave.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Lucy's is definitely going to be the best wave of the heat for now. That first turn was super critical. It was really tight in the pocket, and it kind of just airdropped that finish. So really nicely done there from Lucy Dara. This is the replay on the set wave. Kind of holds there, but manages to swing it up. That was upside down turn. Wraps it around here again. So in my opinion, Lucy Dara, best wave of the heat.
Yep.
Go and, extends her lead. Gets rid of that 3-1. The judges taking a good look at this score. As we've said before, the first heat is always the kind of marker for the rest of the day. So this heat is going to adjust and set the scores for the other girls. Gia just taking a look at that wave, but decides to pull off from it.
A 5 there for Lucy, the best wave. Gia had a good set wave there. Sort of took the low track. I don't think the barrel was really there. Took the low track. The lip kind of crunched close to a board and flipped her off. So another little wasted opportunity for Gia, but she's catching good waves. She's in good rhythm. She's got four waves, but just needs to make the most of the track that's ahead of her and actually capitalise on 2 or 3 moves because the judges like her surfing. She already started with 4, right? So the judges are liking her rail game. And all scores are in. The requirements are super low. Gia needs a 177. Stop it to advance. Jade needs a little bit of work to do. She's got a mid-5 to win, but she could really easily upgrade things by just improving a 2.1. So this heat's had quite a few good waves. Sets are definitely out there. You do not want to end up 3rd in a 3-person heat. You'll become a spectator. So Gia will know that. She'll want to do something pretty soon. Second priority, sitting right next to Lucy. And I reckon the young Lucy's got a future because really strong surfing at every opportunity. You could tell just by that first turn where she hit it. Like you said, upside down, it was pretty sick.
Yeah, she's super young as well, so lots of time. It's great that she's already starting to get into these QSs. This is a big stage, and it's definitely not easy. So this is the replay of White. First wave, this was a 4.27. Good first turn. Sets it up for that second one. Unfortunately falls off. Sorry, that was the wave previous.
This is the best wave.
This is the
it.
5,
Boom.
yeah.
Yep, so that was what we're talking about. Just a quality move, right? There's still plenty of room in the scale to go up. The judges threw a 5 at that. Probably got 4 points off that first maneuver, maybe even more. But plenty of room to go up. I'm sure someone at some point in this round or some multiple ladies maybe will get barreled. The opportunities are out there. Just got to take off in the perfect spot. You can't be too deep. You've got to pick one of those ones that heave a little more, as you suggested. The tide is coming up, so it might prove a little tougher to get barreled. Definitely does its better work here as the tide's dropping. The other side of high is generally ideal. High yesterday was just after 11, so it's probably going to be close to 12 o'clock today, but pretty slack tides, as you mentioned. But as the week goes ahead, the tides are going to get more extreme, which is perfect because this wave loves it when it gets low.
Yeah, and we've seen it in the past. It just gets so gorgeous out there with the low tide. And we took a look at the forecast, looking like we're going to have some pretty decent days again towards the end of the QS. So it's going to be exciting and a week of great waves and surfing. Talking about great heat, round 1, heat 2, we have Ruby True, Izzy Campbell, Carly Shanahan, and Kira Buckpit.
Wow.
Yeah, Kira dropping the 9s and 8s in the Crew Pro, so she was looking pretty unstoppable there.
She did one of the best heats I saw throughout that whole tournament. 4 waves. She was also throwing away a 7 and a 6 by memory in that heat. A 9.27 and an 8 something. She was just on a tear down there. That was on a backhand. Haven't seen what Kira can put together on a forehand, but a 3-person matchup. Look, I know Izzy, for all the Westsiders at home that will be watching, Izzy's really strong. She's a fierce competitor. She won't be happy with what happened down there in Cruy in her campaign, so she'll be really keen to get out of what's a pretty tough heat here. Ruby True, she won a couple of heats down there in Cruy as well, and Carly Shanahan is another name to beware of. So here is Gia. Now, she'll be nervous. She knows a 177. Something's got to happen.
Yeah, and pretty much with that, she's almost got it. Needs to wrap it around again. Just under 4 minutes remaining. So pretty it was a smart tactic from Gia getting the score she needs. This is the current heat leader now, Lucy Dara, getting around that first section. Tries to go and repeat what she did at the 5, but unfortunately just getting swung over by the lip there. So it is now Gia looking for that 177. Jade Manien out the back, our surfer from Hossegor. Didn't really like the look of that wave.
Well, she was super wide where she took off. I could see out the window there, the front door. A little bit too wide there for Jade, so she will drop into third now. She'll be chasing a number. Gia, you could see how nervous she was. She got a wave. She needs a 177. Didn't want to hit the first section. She just got to make this thing and do one turn. And she'd fallen on a previous 2 waves, so she's probably thinking, I can't do 3 falls in a row. So that was a little bit better act there for Gia. It'll be a mini score, but she was only needing a minor number to get up.
Yeah, and we all know that in surfing, you can definitely have 3 falls on 3 different waves in a row. It's a little unpredictable like that.
It's the 2-7, so it leaves Jade needing just over 3 points with just 2:40 on the clock. So although there's only been 3 ladies in this heat, it's kind of been fairly well contested. It's pretty close. Jade will know a 3:04 is not much. Here's this last wave, all right? So you could see the nerves. Didn't want to hit that. Gets out into the channel, gets the easy peasy cut back for a 2-7. Just playing a little bit of safety, a bit of defense. And I mean, why not? She didn't need much, didn't get much, but second is good right now.
Yeah, that's right. And with just over 2 minutes, I think that was smart from Gia. You don't want to be in that position now, having fallen off 3 waves and still looking for a score, especially if Jade has priority.
Well, more importantly, 2 minutes only is kind of starting to get gnarly. So Jade will have to pull the trigger and do something. A 3:04. She's going to need a decent wave. One good forehand hit would do it. I can see a little set starting to push through. Everybody's out of position. So she's going to have to hope there's a second one here. They're still paddling out, so I reckon there is. Jade's going to have to go this. Down to 90 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Jade's definitely going to have to go. She only needs a 3.04. So here she goes. She pulls the trigger. What does Jade do? She kind of looked like she wanted to pull in again there. This wave kind of just fattening out there, unfortunately.
Uh-oh. She looks super nervous too. She had a look at that first section and didn't want a piece of it, and then ends up right out in the channel for just some weaving. I think right about now the judges have probably already locked a score in because not much goodness happens in here. Although our drone cam staying with her. I'm not sure she gets it, to be honest. She didn't really do anything brutal or any rail work on that wave.
Yeah.
She realizes, which is why she's milked it all the way inside. That was like the best turn of the heat of her wave, right?
Oh, she holds through. So she does most of the work down on this inside. A 3.04 is what she's looking for. But we've seen in the past the judges not really that content with the inside part of this wave. So Gia Lawrenson now at the back. She needs to get rid of that 270, sorry. Wraps it around on that first one. Smaller wave, but she's working it really well. Again, she's going to do what Jade did and kind of take this one down to the inside. Nice cut back there again. So nothing too critical. Oh, unfortunately falls off.
I still think she'll upgrade her total. So Lucy was up on time as well as a nice set roll through out the back. So we've got 3 scores to come. So we might just stay with this and just before we throw to our break, because pretty important numbers, especially for Jade. It was a very nervous ride for Jade. She rode it all the way in, but that's not what counts. It's the rail work out the back, sort of primarily before you hit the channel. And I'm not sure Jade really got a turn before the channel and sort of the wave fattened out a bit. Yeah. Did something on the inside. Lucy's score starting to come through is pretty low.
Yeah, so Jade's last one comes in at a 2.27. So, yeah, definitely not what she was looking for. This was Lucy's wave, a 2.70. Doesn't go into her top 2, so it does look like Jade and Gia will be going into the next round.
No, Lucy and Gia. Actually.
Sorry, Lucy and Gia.
Jade's wave just served it too nervously, and she's out of the draw. But we're going to throw to a quick break and we'll be back shortly with Heat 2 of the women's round.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Nias Pro. We are into women's round of 48 heat number 2. We have Ruby True in red, Izzy Campbell in blue, Curly Shanahan in white, Kara Backpit in green. I'm Daiwako in the booth with True again.
Yes, Di, I'm actually super excited for this heat. Kira Buckpit, she got a 9.33 and an 8 over in Cruy. It was incredible to watch. Izzy Campbell, unfortunately getting knocked out first heat, but she is such a force to be reckoned with from WA. Ruby True from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. She's also got a really lethal backhand goofy footer. And Kylie Shanahan, she's from Coffs Harbour. She's had an pretty amazing event. She actually is using the money that she got from that WSLCT that she got into down at Bells to be over here, which is pretty amazing. And huge first turn for Kira Buckpit. Wow. Gets up and into it once again. Just absolutely going for it. Kira with a 5.83 for that wave to start off.
So this is the last of Izzy Campbell. Nice off the top, slowing a lot of sprays. And gets second in. And then wrapping back to finish off this wave. 4.33 is the last wave from Izzy Campbell. So already 2 good scores locked in this heat so far. 4 minutes in. Quick start for both blue and green.
Yeah, super quick start with just about 3.5 minutes in this heat. I mean, you know, it's good because I think we've seen some pretty slow heats today.
Definitely, early start is really important in a strategy for today's condition. It's kind of little slow heat, a lot of slow heats today.
Yeah, slow heat. I mean, the ocean is definitely just building for sure. We saw some incredible waves yesterday. So bring it on for day 1 of the action here at the Nias Pro.
Right, so this is heat number 2 and the women's. And we're gonna finish off this round, so heat 1 to heat 8.
Yep.
And we are moving into men's round of 128. And we will be seeing a big names actually for day 1.
It's going to be
already
so crazy. I think we're doing 10 heats of that round as well. So potentially a 22 heat day.
Big day.
Yeah.
Pretty much every day we will have a big day.
Yeah. Let's see it. I mean, it's pumping here. I'm a natural footer Di, so
must be
so excited.
Huh? If I'm a goofy footer on my backhand, just so excited to be surfing here.
Yeah.
Like, so many things to take away from me just by watching these surfers.
Yes. I even remember you being when we were in Cloud 9 watching the goofy footers on their backhand barrel riding, and you got so excited about it. I was like, this is so sick. Like, I need it.
And I even asked how to do like backhand barrel. I think I asked Reef about it.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
I just saw him with his wife Maddie. He's here. I'm
Yeah,
sure you
yeah.
can get those pointers as well for him. I mean, it's so exciting. Like, it's just cool to see everyone going for it, absolutely charging. And yeah, seeing a perfect right, I get so excited for it. And yeah, I mean, this heat is going to be super exciting. It's an all Aussie affair. Kira's from the south coast of New South Wales, Culburra area, currently living in Ulladulla. And she's such a funny egg. She's so awesome. And Izzy from WA, she's had some pretty incredible results. She's such a force to be reckoned with. She actually just had a trip to G-Land with a group of Surfing
Wow.
Australia girls. I'm pretty sure Ziggy was there as well. I can't quite remember the other ones, but the other ladies that were there. But yeah, they were absolutely going for it. They got pretty good G-Land, it looked from the photos.
Wow. So,
yeah,
nice.
charging.
So that's like national team practice.
Yeah, she's
in Geelong?
part of that. Yeah, part of that national team, that identified group of up and coming young groms, which is so fair enough because she's just been absolutely ripping. She's in the gym, training really hard. It's exciting to see whenever she's over here over in Casuarina from West Oz, to see her there. Just, you know, she's really determined.
Right.
She's very determined, but she's got to this is going to be a really exciting heat. Ruby True had some great support over in Cruy with that Northern Beaches group, and she had a really great event. And then Carly Shanahan, as I mentioned, she won the trials for the Bells Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach and actually got into the event, and I think she may have got knocked out in the elimination round, but she had such great support with the Jan Jack board riders. They made t-shirts, like Go Carly t-shirts, which was super
Nice.
cool, and they were wearing that around the comp. Like, that support there was pretty amazing. And she was like, you know, I've always wanted to do these Indo leg events, and I had the funds to be able to get over here from that event, so I thought, why not? Why not come here and see what happens and surf and, you know, surf some of the most amazing waves in the world.
Well, on screen, this is Ruby True up and riding. Nice first stand off the top. Very powerful surfing from Surfer Red. Managed to put 2 solid turns in, so nice way to start her campaign. This is surfing green K-Rap back pit. That's solid, powerful first stand, and gets second turn in. That's gonna be really great backup for, you know, her first wave 583.
Yeah, that was huge for Kira. I mean, wow, that first turn was so solid. Right in the pocket. I know that she was feeling a little bit nervous. I spoke to her briefly and she was like, feeling a little bit nervous. I was like, either pull in or hit the lip.
Right.
It's the recipe out there today.
That's exactly what she did, actually. You gave her really good advice. He just hit the, you know, the lip so hard and gets first, you know, good scores.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Kira going to town. And 4.67 for that second wave, of Ruby True locks in. She gets the second best wave of the heat so far. And Ruby's got a really good backhand as well. She's an Olympic skateboarder. Yeah, she went to the 2024 Paris Olympics.
So talented person.
Yeah, so she's a dual athlete. She's also an X Games medalist as well, which is, yeah, she's...
Wow.
I know, she's pretty amazing. She's not underground incredible human because once you actually dive a little deeper into her, she's, you know, like you can see in her Instagram how many incredible things that she's doing at the moment. And it's, you know, she's done incredibly well in skating, obviously going to the Olympics. And I think she's hoping to push for that in surfing as well. And yeah, it's super exciting to see Ruby here.
Well, here at live action, Surfing Blue, Easy Camel up and riding. This is a good looking wave. Racing down the line, comes around a section. Nice hit, but not really offering too much after the first stand, and kicks out the back. Surfing wide, curly Shanahan up and riding. This is her first wave. Nice first stand. Gets a second. Probably in a good way to come back in this heat. So few waves coming through. But I think we're gonna have a little break. after this set. And we are going over to Mark Clift for the heat post interview.
All right, here I am with the winner of the last heat, Lucy Dara. You only got here yesterday, and that was kind of your second surf ever out at Lagundri Bay. How was it?
Yeah, it was amazing out there. I love this wave. Yeah, I only just got here yesterday. We got stuck in Medan because the flight got delayed, but I'm still stoked to be here.
All right, and that was kind of a slow heat. How did you keep the nerves together? And your backhand looks really good out there, I got to say.
Oh, thank you. My plan was to just try to stay busy and then wait for a good set if one came. There wasn't too many of the bigger sets out there, but we did have some opportunities, so I'm stoked I could get a few waves.
Yeah, well, good on you. Only 15 years of age. You've got to be one of the youngest competitors in the draw. You're through to the next round. So for you so far, how's your experience been on the Asian tour?
It's been so good. Just even coming here and surfing these waves is amazing. Like, I loved Krui. It was such a good place. And Nias, only my second day here, but I already love it.
So do I, and I've been here a lot of times, and I love it indeed. Something else that we'll never have at another event, we get a little chocky bar as winner here. Every winner gets one of those, so that won't happen anywhere else. So enjoy your chocky, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, team. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Clift. And you must be excited for her.
Yes. Yeah, excited for Lucy. She's from the South Coast of New South Wales. She actually got second in the under-16 Australian junior titles last year. She was a part of Team New South Wales, which I was really lucky to be a coach for that team. So it was amazing to just see her shining in that event, really, and someone who's doing just that right now. That was Kira. It was a 6.83 for that second wave.
It was kind of like similar wave to her first wave, but the second hit was better, I think. That's how, she got 6.83.
Yeah,
huge scores for Kira. 6.83 and 5.83 and 20 minutes and 80 seconds to go.
Yeah. It's very, they're two really good scores on a day like today. A 12.66 total is, she's just picking up where she left off. In that Krui event. This is I believe the 5.83 for Kira. Huge first turn. That was so solid. And then that second one, once again, Kira was just, having fun out there. Maybe that was the 5.83. This might be the 6.83.
Right, definitely. The second wave for her.
Wow.
That was even bigger first turn. And I really liked the second turn in. On the first wave, she gets really hung up on the second turn, but she managed to hit the lip so hard on the second one, and that's how she got 6.83.
Yeah, regrouping and just adjusting her line a little bit in between those turns, which is, so exciting for Kira. She's got such great support. Her dad is here, Mick, and I'm sure that her mum, Justine, and brothers Ben and Bo are watching back at home, supporting on their sister. So exciting for her. But it's Izzy Campbell. Her last wave was a 2.4. She is looking to, solidify second place. She's got that 4.33. And hopefully she can get rid of that 2.4 and make it harder for Ruby and Carly. Carly's first wave was a 2.63. Just a small score. Carly's wearing a helmet. She had to get some stitches out, unfortunately, over in Krui.
Oh, wow.
I know, but I think she may have got them back in Oz. So, yeah, she was just had to get them taken out, which is fair enough. She's just being safe while she's out there, just trying to, not open anything up and wearing that helmet.
Well, looks like a few sets are coming in, and red is up. This is another beautiful wave and solid first turn straight into the bottom turn, driving through the second turn in. So it was a great surfing from Ruby True. I really loved the first turn. Hit the lip really hard, throwing a lot of sprays. Definitely, it's going to be her good backup.
Yeah, that'll be a really good score. I think that first turn was so huge in a critical part of the wave. Yeah, solid from Ruby True. She only needs a 2:06 to go to a second, which I think she'll get for sure with 9.5 minutes to go. I mean, let's take another look at it thanks to the Bonsoi replay, and she just goes straight up into that section. That was a huge turn, and pretty much for one turn, Ruby's getting a 5.1. So she moves up into second, and yeah, it's looking, like Izzy needs a 5.44 and Carly chasing that 7.14, but 5.1 for pretty much one turn for Ruby. She got that second turn in, but it was a bit of a half turn. I mean, it was still really solid, but bulk of that points was at was from that first turn.
Yeah, I agree with the judges because it was on the set, bigger size waves, and the first section was really critical section to hit, and she just no hesitation, just hit the lip so hard.
Yeah.
No doubt that was a 5.10.
Yeah. Exciting for Ruby, the sole goofy footer in this heat. And let's take another look at it. I mean, this was her 4.67. So this is Ruby's first wave. You can see I love how she's not really trying to rush it. You can get too caught up in gaining too much speed or rushing it out there and then coming unstuck. And this here, that fade to go straight up into that lip was just so huge.
And also she just lays into it more than the first wave and just, gave everything she got on the third wave.
Yeah, that was really exciting for Ruby. Just looking really poised and, really just comfortable out there on her backhand. And right now, she's in second place. Izzy Campbell chasing that 5.44. Carly Shanahan looking for a 7.14. And it's Kira Buckbit with two best waves of the heat, a 6.83 and a 5.83. She also holds first priority, so she's in a really good spot right now. And it looks like she's going to have a look at this one, Di.
Wow, this is another good-looking wave. That is a solid turn from Kira, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. She's already locked in 6.83 and 5.83, so she kind of had to do solid turns, big turns to improve her situation, and that's exactly what she did. But just unfortunately it comes unstuck on that one.
Yeah, you can see her back foot just coming up off the board there. I mean, Kira's pretty well known for doing those turns back in Oz. She's so good at them. So, I have no doubt, I'm sure she'll try and catch another one and go for it once again. But maybe just like that lack of, it kind of sucks up pretty quickly underneath you. So maybe wrong turn choice for where it was at. I'm not too sure. But she's allowed to make those mistakes right now with, 12.66 heat total. Second needs a 7.56. So she can kind of play around with it, maybe just catch a few waves.
Definitely, and just adjusting the mistakes she made on the last wave, or maybe try another, maneuvers.
Yeah.
Just for warm-ups for the next round. She's sitting in the first place really comfortably, so 6 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, Carly holds that first priority. She needs a 2.63. I feel like as we're getting down to the pointy end of this heat, I think Carly's slowly needing to change her tactics from two waves to just focusing on one, being that 7.14. Hopefully she can choose a good next wave to really open up on and either find a tube or get up into the lip. I think that's really the only way that we're going to be seeing a 7.14. And if we look back, it needs to be better than Kira's 6.83.
So Kira did two, solid turns on the 6.83 wave. So definitely Curly needs similar waves, maybe on the set, and then get two solid turns in. That's pretty much, she needs to do to get the requirement. But 7.14 is pretty big number. We haven't seen any sevens yet so far.
No. I think so far the 6.83 has been the biggest score that I've seen. from Kira. There was a 6.6 a little bit earlier on in the morning as well. But next up, we're going to see Saya Maniwa take on Kia Hua and Osha Curtis, who Osha's actually spent a lot of time here in Nias. She's come here
really?
a lot as a Grom. Her dad's pretty well respected here as well, Glenn Curtis. She's had some pretty incredible waves out here as well in Nias. She does love it here. I know she was really looking forward to coming here for the event.
Great matchup.
Mm.
So Sai, lives on Gold Coast right now and surfing the most popular right hand break on Gold Coast. So definitely she's familiar with this break. But this is important way for Curly Shanahan. Managed to put 2 solid turns in. Definitely it's gonna be her best score, but is it gonna be the requirement 714?
Yeah, I'm not too sure for Carly. I think it's probably going to better the 2.63. Let's take another look at it. Carly just loads up off the bottom. Nice first turn. She connects with it and then gets this second one in as well. It'll be her best wave, a 3.03 for Carly. She only needs a 6.74 right now, and she just needs to really get that first turn right in that critical pocket, I think, to challenge for those bigger scores.
Right. And then probably with the 3 minutes to go in this heat, there might be opportunities for all surfers once the set coming through the lineup. So there's still time for Curly and Izzy Campbell, but requirements are not small score. So definitely needs a big set, and probably needs 2-turn combo.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's hard because 6.74, it's a big score, but I think, for Carly, she has the ability to get that. She just needs to really find those bigger moments. But now she's in that 4th priority rotation, and Izzy holds priority now. She's going to get an opportunity. Izzy's such a powerhouse, she's such an incredible surfer. It's exciting to watch her go for it. She just hasn't, it seems like she hasn't found those wow moments just yet in this heat, if that makes sense, Unfortunately, I'm sure she'll be able to find one in the next 2 minutes. There's still time for a wave to come through. Holding that first priority, she's in a good position. It would be Ruby True, who might be feeling a little bit nervous. Izzy doesn't need too much, and she's well and truly capable of getting a 5.44 as well.
And sometimes getting nervous when you know that you have to do 2 turns in such a short amount of wave. In Korea, you have a long wall to work on, so you have really a big time to settle and stay composed. But in Nias, it's a perfect wave, but it's kind of short wave
that's
as
so
well.
Right.
So
yeah.
So I would be getting nervous if I have to do big solid turns in the very short section.
Yeah, I actually didn't think about that, Di. That's you're so right. I think it's there's not much time to make mistakes out there on the wave. It's just you got to go for it, and if you don't go for it, then you're kind of out of luck, you know.
And you just missed one section, and then you don't get this, scores or big scores. And the first section here is really hard to hit, actually.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah.
It's kind of not tricky. It's perfect, but it's really hard to hit the first section actually out there.
And it can be a little bit daunting as well, surfing a heat out here and being like, I have to go for it.
Yeah.
I have to hit the lip, and then you're loading off the bottom and you're identifying it. Lucky that all of these competitors absolutely charge and, they're not scared. But sometimes in heats when you need a good score, it's a bit daunting to be like, oh my gosh, you can't safety surf it. You have to just tag it.
Otherwise, you don't get the requirements.
Yeah.
Right? And you don't get the scores. So
wow.
Yeah, you just gotta go for it, but stay composed.
Go to what's comfortable,
right?
As well, the turns that you're gonna be riding out of, and looks like Izzy, unfortunately, maybe not getting up before the hooter. She's flying down the line. Oh, unfortunately, that back foot just slips off for Izzy Campbell. So looks like it'll be Kira Buckpitt and Ruby True moving on through to that next round. And we have heat number 3 coming right up. It's Sai Manawa taking on Kia Hua and Osha Curtis. We'll be right back after this quick break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Exciting morning so far here at day 1 of the Nias Pro, and what great vision from last year's event. I mean, some incredible surfing. There was some very iconic days last year, and we saw Kira Buckpitt just take out that last heat over Ruby True coming in second. Unfortunately, Izzy Campbell and Kylie Shanahan bowing out of the event. We've moved into heat number 3 of the round of 48 for the women. Sai Manua in the red, Kia Hua in the blue, and Osha Curtis in the white. A 3-woman heat. I'm True Starling, and talk with me through this one is Mark Clifton. Mark, we've seen some slow heats this morning, but still some really good surfing.
Well, exactly, we have. I mean, you've got to be blessed when you've only got a 3-person heat, right? So this next one again rolling out, do not get third. But I missed a lot of that last heat. I was on a break and I was doing the post heat, etc. Enlighten me. What happened? Was it not a lot of waves, or how did it roll out?
There was, definitely some good waves rolling through. It was a little bit slow for sure. Kira Buckpitt got a 6.83 and a 5.83. She was, really going for it out there, hitting the lip, attacking when she needed to. And Ruby got a 5.1 for pretty much one sick backhand snap. It was huge. And unfortunately, Izzy Campbell just ran out of time.
So,
really.
yeah, I'm invested in Izzy Campbell's story, being a West Sider. What happened? Did it just go flat when she had priority, or did she fall? Or
like I just said, she just ran out of time, unfortunately.
Wow.
It just,
Right.
there was a wave that came through and she took off pretty much 2 seconds after the hooter went, and she had the priority when she needed to. She needed a 5.44, which she's well and truly capable of, and she got that 4. She got a 4.67 or something like that, and it wasn't a surfing. It was just the fact that she just unfortunately ran out of time. She put herself in the position needing priority, and just the clock was the enemy.
Was there any waves missed in that heat or anything? Any out of positioning, or was it just purely bad luck? Bad luck. Bummer. Oh, Izzy, I feel for you. She's better than what we've seen in the Asian region so far. I'm sure she'll be disappointed going home on day 1 or on the sidelines day 1, but love her act, and I still believe there's a lot to like, Izzy, and all you crew in WA that might be watching. Cheers from Saraki Beach, Lagundri Bay. We've still got a few West Aussies in the draw that will be charging through a little bit later on. We've still got a pretty big day on our format. I think we're going to try and roll out 22 heats today. So we've got a draw in front of us. True, would you like to have a little look at that and enlighten us to you what you think may be some of the better matchups in this round of 48?
Haven't actually seen the whole round. I mean, heat number 7, Hinano, Shimizu, Isla Harpert, Sarissa Ishii, and Ella McCaffrey could be a really good heat. We've also got heat number 6 as well, Amelie Burke. I mean, they're all great heats, Mark, honestly. You look at it and you start rolling through with the names, and I say it out loud. I'm like, oh, wow, that's a good heat. I'm excited to see Giada in heat number 4, and one of my good friends, Charlie, coming up in that next heat. Taylor Green as well. She's pretty exciting to watch on her forehand. I just feel like, with the level of the female surfers that we have at the moment in this Australian and Asian QS, and the Groms that are rising through as well, I think every heat's a really exciting one to watch.
And I'll go ditto that, especially with Lucy Dara winning that first heat. 15 years of age. only just got to Nias for her very first time yesterday. I found out before the post heat. So she's like, I already love it. It's my second day. She hasn't been here 24 hours, and she reckons she loves this place. So
Yeah, she's the biggest charger. I was telling Di before, she got second in the under-16 Australian duty titles last year for Team New South Wales.
all right,
Which
that's a
was
huge result.
Yeah, I was down there on site for the event as part of the team, and it was really amazing to just watch her go for it each heat and really push the boundaries. And I have no doubt she'll do that here. Like this woman on screen, this is Sai Maniwa, living on the Gold Coast. Nice first turn, and she lays into it once again. Unfortunately, just too far on the heels for Sai.
Yeah, it's a pity, that was a good-looking wave, and we know how strong she is. I've watched her win before down in Krui, I'm pretty sure it was, as a junior.
Yeah.
I've seen her come here a few times, and it's always solid attack by Sai. She's a performer for sure. She'll be dirty on herself that she didn't capitalise right there. Maybe a little case of first heat nerves. Everybody's been here. Nobody's done too much serious warming up out here because the numbers have been quite hectic. So here she goes again. She got a great wave. All right, now this turn here shows us a little bit more of the stuff she's made of. Strong bottom turn, little whip off the top, and just catching that rail. She'll be ruining that opportunity. Could have been a 2-hit wave. Could have started with a 4 or a 5, but it's going to drop in a little bit lower. It's already in at a 2.5. So the judges, rightly so, they're demanding better because we've got a quality field. It's a 6,000 event. For the first time ever last week in Indonesia, we rolled out a QS 6,000, and this is our second stop on the Asian region. So everybody trying to get some early points on the board towards a potential Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, which is super exciting, and these back-to-back events, it's so so awesome for all of the competitors because they're able to just capitalize on maintaining that contest headspace as opposed to going home, regrouping, having to get downtime, but also that training time as well. I'm sure they all have coaches back at home and they load up into it. So these back-to-back events is so important for these surfers to just maintain that mindset. And this is Kia straight up and into it. That was super exciting to see. Huge first turn there as she kicks out of that one. That was a really well-surfed wave, and you can hear the supporters here. Kia from the Mentawais, and this is Osha Curtis out behind her.
So Osh now, she's been here heaps of times. She's travelling with the dad, catches that rail a bit a la Maniwa. Not ideal there for Osh, but trust me, Kia's going to get a really good score because such a sick takeoff to pit. There it is again, the replay. So the Kemenpora flight cam, courtesy of Riza Williams, and a grab rail hack in the pocket. I'm going to say best wave of the women's side of the draw so far. What do you reckon, True?
Yeah, so far. I mean, that was such an incredible wave. She surfed it so well. I'm excited for Kia to see her on her feet a little bit more. She's from the Mentawais, part of that Kandui crew. She's got such a great support team here with her. So, yeah, this is a different side of Kia. We saw her over in Krui on her backhand, and now we're seeing just the different versions of all of the competitors here. We're just rotating it a little bit.
That will hold her in really good stead, that wave, because the judges, they love to see a tube here. Lagundri Bay, its most famous attraction is the barrel. She took off and squarely just parked herself in the tube without even balking or thinking about it. For me, the grab rail hack off the top was the best turn I've seen this morning, with probably just about the best tube I've seen this morning as well. So, Kia, well, score in. Geez, only a 4.67. I thought it could have been more. But that's why the judges are up there and we're down here, right?
Yes, exactly. I get way too excited as well.
So did we. It's nice to see a tube, and I appreciated it. Love the grab rail hack. The boys downstairs, Team Indo and particularly Team Mentawai, they all slapped their mitts together and made a whole lot of noise. So I think everyone else appreciated it, but the judges still want more.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like someone who did a really great job in that last heat, Kira Buckpit, getting a 6.83 and a 5.83. Huge surfing. She's down there with Dai Wacko ready to have a chat.
Okay, you pretty much capitalize all your opportunities out there. You got the 6.83, I believe, and mid-5s out there. How is the condition?
Really fun. It's actually really good to actually stand up out there because free surfs, I haven't even caught a wave. That was like the first couple of waves I've caught out there. So yeah, pretty happy.
Did it go like as you planned?
Yeah, I was just hoping to get to do a couple of turns on, and then I was going to wait for a bigger one, but time got away, so yeah, it's good.
Now your job is done for the day, and you will have all afternoon. So how are you gonna spend the afternoon today?
Probably in the aircon because it's so hot here. So yeah, I just cruise to the Arvo. Yeah, eat some food.
Eat some food. Yep. Is there anything you like to say to your family, friends back in the country?
Yeah, my mum and brother, they're down at Jindabyne at the moment. I know they're watching, so yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you're all right, Ben. So yeah.
Great, and this is a winner gets Ben. So this is your first Ben. Thank you. Good luck in the next seat.
Well done, Kira, and thank you so much, Di. Kira getting the heat win there in that round, and yeah, I mean she surfed a great heat. She was absolutely going for it. She just hit the lip every time, so it was huge to see her do that. So yeah, 14 and a half minutes to go.
It was indeed. I'd love to see another replay of Kia's first wave. Blue's first wave was so good. I'd really like to see it again. It was a tube with a grab rail hack. Loved every part of it. So here it is. Thanks for the team for queuing this up. Look at that. Straight into the pit. No need for sunscreen when you're behind in the shade like that. And this turn here, look at this. So good. A 4.67. Geez, I saw a couple more points on that, but we'll never know. The judges, that's what they're happy with. Maybe they want to see that done on a bigger wave. I still like two components of it, the tube, the grab rail hack. Lovely. Puts her in a good stead either way.
Yeah, for sure. And Kia, she's looking comfortable out there on her forehand. So I can't wait to see her take off on another wave. Osha Curtis, as you were mentioning before, Mark, she spent a lot of time here. Her dad's pretty well respected around here as well, Glenn Curtis. And she's such a fun human to be around from Lennox Head. I'm sure that there's a fair few of the Lee Bar crew watching her here. And yeah, I know that she was super excited to come here from Cruy. I was talking to her a lot, and she was like, yeah, I'm just so excited to get over there. I love it in Nias. And she, she's got a lot of friends here. She's like got really close with the locals. So I think, yeah, she's excited.
Wow. Third priority, though. 12 and a half minutes on the clock. She's not got a lot to answer score-wise. A 1.64 at this stage. It's kind of low there for Sai. They both fell on their first waves.
Yeah.
Speaking of Osha, yes, Dadji got barreled off his head yesterday.
I did see that clip.
Yeah, so he got a really sick one. He got a couple of good barrels. He got totally squashed on one. So Glenn, we were down there with a couple of the locals enjoying a refreshment. And we were just playing along, watching the free surf session, and saw Glenn get shacked off his head. And I'm sure everybody that knows the big fella will agree that he knows what to do when the waves get bossy. He pushes back hard. So good on you, Glenn. I remember seeing that. It was one of the highlights of yesterday. Was so many well-threaded barrels out here that all blending into each other, but some stood out, and that was definitely one of them.
Yeah, huge. And you were saying that it was pretty solid yesterday as well.
I was sitting with Anton, right? Anton Ducky, who's in a local who's in the round a little bit later on, the second round of the men's. He always gets seeded in because he's a demon. He's a goofy footer. He's one of the main big players on the point. And I was having a frosty with him and Snarly, my good friend. And out of nowhere, Anton's gone, oh my God, big set coming. Watch this. Everybody start paddling. And we're like, but he noticed the ocean, and then bang, all of a sudden there was 5 in a row that hit 8 foot, and was way bigger than any other set of the day. And there was 5 of them, and who knows? Anton knows, right? And they were all really well surfed waves, but that was the peak of the swell yesterday at around about 3:30.
Yeah.
Max, it capped out at about those 8 footers. There was a couple more after it, but there wasn't another 5 wave 8 foot set. So Anton will be surfing later on, and he's a demon out here, mate. When it gets big, I've surfed with him before. He's on his backhand. He does things not many other backhanders ever do out here. When it's 10 foot, he only waits for 10 footers.
Wow.
Yeah. And on his backhand.
Yeah,
he's crazy.
Huge.
Yeah, he's huge.
I'm excited actually, to see the locals out here in the later rounds. They just make it look so easy out there. They know just there's just extra little 1 or 2% that they have over that edge over everyone else. It just puts them either a little bit deeper in the barrel or a little bit more of a critical section, and it's just exciting to see that. I'm excited to look at their approach and how they take on the heats, because they surf here every day, right? They're so in tune with this place.
100%. When you've got a one-wave town, right, and that's all you see and look at and mainly surf your whole life, there are other options, obviously, here in Nias, but when this is just the world-class spot and it's on your doorstep, they do it every day. They get waves they want. Here's the replays again. So, Sai, this is her first. She got one turn here. Let's put her into second spot that turn.
Yeah.
Then falls here, just catches the hillside rail. Down she goes. Osha did a very similar thing on her wave on her opening turn, and she only got a score below 1. This is the highlight. I really loved it. To be honest, I thought it could have gone higher than a 4.67. That grab rail hack. Kia, thank you. Team Mentor were all over that wave. She's popular young lady.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, we've seen no more waves ridden. So that little error by red and white have squarely locked them into perhaps a little bit of a duke out for second spot. I'm sure some pressure's starting to mount. We've dropped under 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's those moments where, the time just slips away and there's obviously nothing that you can do about the ocean. So you just have to wait for those ones to come through. And looks like Kia, she holds second priority. Had a look at that one, but doesn't like it. It's Sai Manua who's going to use her priority on this one. She's up and riding. Only needs a 2.18 to go to first. Nice big first turn for Sai. Gets this second one in as well. So on rail for Sai Manua. Gets another carve in, just going to her rail. Unfortunately comes unstuck, but got a bit of damage done at the start of that wave for Sai.
Yeah, I mean, low centre of gravity, Sai, strong surfer. She uses her power balance really well.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see the replay again here. So digging in deep on the bottom turns. This turn here, right in the pocket. And the wave really showed her some joy. It stood up again, so she jammed it hard again. Went for a big rebounding cutback, which didn't come off, but did the work early. Will be enough for the lead. It'll challenge for one of the better scores. It'll probably be just below Kia's or thereabouts. About 8.8 minutes remaining. That's going to release some nerves for Sai, and it's probably going to mess with Osha's head just a little bit because she really hasn't made a manoeuvre in this heat yet.
Yeah, which is a bit uncharacteristic, I think, for Osha. She's one of those competitors, she's and surfers in general, where she's better when she's catching more waves. So we'll see how she goes towards the end of this one, and I know that she feels comfortable out here. So hopefully she gets an opportunity to just really go for it. She only needs a 3.81 to go to second. That last of Sai was a 4.6, and that's taken Sai to first. And although Kia has only had the one wave, it'll probably make it harder for Osha, but I think that she's got enough time to catch 2.
Probably going to have to. I mean, she only needs a 3.81, but you're pretty certain Kia will ride at least one more wave. Sai could easily upgrade by burning off the 2.5. So at this stage, Osha, she needs to get something. She's got to, put it this way, I think she's got to make her next wave count. There can't be any more errors, particularly on your very next wave. So I imagine old man Gleno and Mumsy are pretty nervous at this stage, but Osha's been around the traps long enough. She's done a lot of stuff with the rash vest on. I was fortunate enough to have a little trip to the Mentawais. Stayed with Glenn and Osh for 10 or 11 days up in the Ments, same camp. Had a lot of fun, went surfing together every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that she's pretty good. She knows what to do, and she's a strong surfer, both forehand and backhand. We saw her down there at Cruy and probably didn't really get the result she wanted there. So familiar hunting ground here for Osh. She's going to have to dig into that pool of knowledge of what she's done here in the past and make it count on her very next wave. Time rapidly becoming a bit of an issue. 6 minutes. Looks like a little swell line, but it's not going to present and break out the back. Whoa. Steaming hot conditions here today, everybody. If you're tuning in, it is just about 11 o'clock. And from about 7:30 in the morning, it gets this hot. It's just steamy from early in the day, and it's relentless until the clouds or the late arvo. The sun starts to dip behind the trees. out to the west. But look at the backdrop is just to die for. I love this place.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? I mean, it's just so beautiful here. There's amazing waves, and looks like Kia is having a really hard look at this one, scratching into it. She tucks in once again, unfortunately, doesn't find the exit. So she will lock in the score, her second score. But yeah, wow, I'm just loving the approach from Kia in this heat. It has just been so exciting to watch her just hunt those barrels.
Yeah, it didn't pay off that time. Just got into the wave a little late. She was always chasing that thing down and couldn't give it up because she had priority. So she had to catch it, but it just put her in a little bit too deep entry point into the tube. But Simon Niwa now on wave number 3, trying to burn off a 2.5. She stalls for something that doesn't really pay off. A little bit of shampoo there, washing the spray out of her eyes. So not a great deal to write home about with the judges on that wave for Sai. But I did see another wave out the back, and I think Osha, she got this thing. I'm not sure what she's done.
Yep, she was just getting a couple of turns in there, wondering if she got a barrel out the back. I think there was a turn before that one as well. She's so smooth on rail, Osha, so hopefully she was able to also get a bit of cover out the back too.
She might have, because to me, it looked like there was 2 big waves in that set. I just looked out the window here and saw the wave behind Osha's had a fair bit of height attached to it. Osha's for sure was probably very similar. So Sai chewed off a good wave, but got stuck in 2 mines here. Didn't go for the turn and didn't really get barreled. So probably not going to be much of a number there for Sai. So it's going to come down to what did Osha do out the back. Hopefully we've caught it. This is it.
Yeah, unfortunately doesn't get the barrel, but it's a big looking wave. Nice first turn for Osha. She gets his second one in as well, driving through it. So a couple of good turns for Osha Curtis. That board is looking really smooth under her feet. 4.8 is what she needs to move up into second. She might challenge for that, Mark.
I think it looked like she surfed a little bit nervous, a little bit reserved. It may go close to the number, but I think she might have left a point or two hanging on that wave by not perhaps digging in as deep as she normally does. I reckon the situation's probably got to her a little bit here. The fact that you're in 4th, the number is in. It's not what she needed. It was she's in 3rd. Sorry, she got a 3.8, so she fell about 1 point short.
Yeah,
probably just needed to dig in a little more, because I know she's better than that. You do as well. You would have seen her surf before, compete, and just surfed it with a touch of nerves, and the judges saw right through it.
Yeah. So unfortunately for Osha, that 3.8, not the score she was looking for.
But Sai moves up. Sai's in the lead. Here's all the replays of the best waves of this matchup, everybody. For me, I like this wave the most. A tube, I just love watching people get tubed, and to grab that rail and produce that hack, I really love that wave.
Yeah, this is Sai's last wave, or her best wave of this heat so far, I should say, and it's a 4.6, and I love watching Sai just really, drive through each of her turns. She's a strong natural footer. She's used to going right, living at Snapper on the Gold Coast. See her out there quite often, also around the D-bar area as well. And with 2 minutes to go, she's sitting in first. A 4.6 and a 2.6 they're 2 good scores for her right now, but it is Osha Curtis who is in 3rd, needing a 1.88. That is not a big score.
She would not want to go down needing that number. It will really be that first opportunity. What she fell on that very first wave. If she dips out here, she'll be like, oh.
It's a battle of the backups right now.
It's super close. So Kia in the blue has first priority. She can take the next wave. We all know that. Osha must be a little kind of freaking out a little bit under the skin right now. It's a matter of trying to, blank out the nerves and just put that to a side and work on the process of getting something happening here. She does not need much, but she needs a wave. This thing here just slides under her. Just over a minute to go. My goodness. So Kia keeps her well in her sights. Doesn't let her off the hook here. She's not going to give Ocean even break. So Blue's paddling hard. She'll probably pick this wave up. In fact, she does.
Yeah, so Kia gets one big first turn. Huge connection there. Loads into this second one. You can hear the cheers and support team of the Kandui crew. And Kia, wow, that was a very well surfed wave. Osha Curtis out behind her, needing a score. Nice big first turn for Osha. Driving through this second one, hoping that she can get another strong connection here. She's patient, staying close in the whitewash, and you can tell she's having a look at her watch.
Yeah, she's going to surf this one all the way into the rocks. Not that it adds up to a lot on the inside. We've got to remember that. Unless it's only 1 to 2 for it, maybe some points get garnished in there. But when it's doing what it is out the back, stuff like what Kia did is what the judges are asking for. She hit the lip. All right, so let's watch this. Big points here. You can hear all the lounge jockeys next door just hooting when she landed this, right? Confidently ripped into a second move. Boom. I can see Kia in first place with this wave. That was so good.
Yeah, that was really well surfed. Those first 2 turns were huge for Kia, and then
full commitment is what I like best about that. So Osha's 188 is going to go well north of that. Mind you, Sai, who will have dropped into second once Kia's wave drops. Sai's 2.6 could be an issue for her because Osha's number, although it will go up a little bit, it won't go up by much if Sai drops into second. It's going to be a nail biter, folks. It's one of those ones again. I'm sure the Curtis clan, Jody at home and Gleno on the beach, are probably biting their nails about now because Kia, I reckon, will win this heat. We're just standing by. We're going to stay with this. Kia's replay. Here it is again. I really like the commitment here. The judges will too. Not many girls have got up and actually belted the lip, all right? And a second turn, right in the pocket again, on rail, heavy on the heel side. I reckon that's up there with one of the best waves of this matchup. Osha will be chasing a little bit more. There's the Lat Zero boat in the channel. We're going to be getting a lot of images from that throughout the day. I'm sure the boys there are clicking away madly. It's such a good view sitting in the channel. Osha goes into the lead. A 5-1 she gets for her wave, so the judges loved it. All right, Kia's number is super important. She needs to win. She needs a 2.53. She'll go to second. She probably realistically needs around 4 points to win.
wow, this is a big change-up.
Sai's about to dip out here.
Yeah, this last wave, this is Osha's last wave. It's a 5.1. Big first turn for Osha Curtis. Love this second one as well, driving through it. This third one has a bit of punch as well. There we go. It's a 6 for that last wave of Kia. So she goes to first. So big change-up in the leaderboards. Kia going into first place. Osha Curtis into second. Unfortunately, Sai Maniwa bowing out of the event. Don't go anywhere. We have heat number 4 coming right up after this quick break. It's going to be Charlie Hurst, Taylor Green, and Giada Lagarde out there. We'll be right back.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, we're ripping straight back into this heat. It's heat 4. That is the surfer in blue. It is Taylor Green. We've already seen Charlie Hurst, a quick up and down. Giada Lagarde is the other surfer out there. She's in white, picking up priority. And I'm welcome back into the booth. It's Mark Clift here with Di Wacko. Di, how's your morning going, mate?
Been great so far. Been watching a lot of great heat. Buzzer beater as well. It was a great heat last heat here.
It just flipped around all in that last exchange. So for Osha and Kia, they would be stoked. They got the opportunity to, cash in some big hits. Kia actually cracking the lip. Osha got her best number. I think Osha's was a 5-1. Kia ended up with a 6. Sai went from first to third. Wow. Dupe. So the Japanese lady on the sidelines, mate. She was well positioned to get through that heat until the last minute.
So everything gets changed in the last minutes. Once the set coming through, everyone is able to, get a score. So it's easy to everything get changed in the last minute.
Well, Kia will be stoked. She had a lot of fans down here. I heard the team erupting down there every time she stood up, and when she hit the lip on that last wave, it was quite a brutal hit, and really jammed in a second good move on that wave. Talking about Kia Hoya in that last heat, taking the win. Osha resurrected herself and got through, but this is the replay of the first wave, decent wave we've seen in this heat. This is Taylor Green. What did you like about this, Di?
First of all, her wave choice is great, smaller size waves, but it had a lot of water to work on. And this is Giada Legati's first wave, using her first priority. Nice first turn off the top, and gets second turn in, and she just sticks to the wave and gets one more check turn in. That's a nice wave for Giada.
Yeah, so G straight out of the comm duties into the Rashi. I think she had a really good finish here one year, a semi-final a couple of years back. Yeah, she's done well out here before, so she's a good competitor. She's been doing it for a while. Represented Italy there for quite a while on that side of life, but then she is a Bali lady. We know that. She loves her chungu, loves her coffee, loves hanging out there,
Right.
surfing every day.
Surfs at Bingen maybe.
Good value having her in here as well on the comms team. But a 5.17 for Blues first effort. Giada's open with a 3 and a throwaway number for Charlie.
A great way to start this heat for Taylor Green. 5-on-7 is, I reckon, pretty big score at the moment this morning so far.
Total keeper. 100%
definitely.
that is. In a slowish ocean. All right, speaking of things like that, let's have a chat with Kia and True. So winner of the last heat, go for it, True.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, Kia, that was an amazing heat, and you literally got it in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, wow. I was like, I got that my second to last one. I was like, oh no, I might not make it back out in time to get prio, but I luckily did, and then I got that gem at the end of the heat, and yeah, I'm so glad I didn't fall, and I'm glad I got the score.
You look really comfortable out there as well. You're just absolutely going for it. Are you used to surfing these waves of consequence?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm from the Mentawai, just like Dylan and all of them, so we surf waves like this all the time, so yeah, I'm pretty used to waves like this.
And you have an amazing support team here. We could literally hear them in the commentators area. How special is it to travel with so many incredible people and probably some people that you look up to as well?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm so grateful for all the people that are here supporting me and cheering me on all the time, just giving me courage. And I have so many friends and family just always there for me, and so grateful.
Bit of a tradition here as well to give some bang bangs to the heat winners. So I'm going to give this one to you. Congratulations. Hopefully you get some more throughout the event.
Thank you so much.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Real thanks, True. And young Kia, it's great to see youngsters like her living in remote places like the Ments come to big events like this and experience some success. All right. Winning her first heat's going to do a lot for her confidence.
Definitely. This is QS 6000, one of the biggest high rated competition in Indonesia. So definitely she builds up a lot of confidence from the winning that last heat.
All right, other heats coming up that I can see we should keep our eye on. I can see Emily Burke, Summer Longbottom, daughter of Dylan, coming up in heat number 6. Summer's a charger. She did well out there yesterday. Loving her time here. Former winner, past winner, defending champ, let's put it that way, Alan McCaffrey comes up in heat 7. And that's quite a tough matchup as well. When we get to that, we'll let you know who's involved. I can see Olive Hardy. She only got here yesterday. She's in heat 8. And she's going to be surfing against Amari Hearn and another competitor. But live action, who's this?
Charlie Hurst having a great surfing. Gets 2-turn combo. I really love the first turn, throwing a lot of sprays. So definitely it's going to be a healthy number for Charlie Hurst. So this is a replay of the last of Charlie's. Really tucks into it.
I like it. That was good. Top to bottom, in a pocket. The judges will love that use of the rails and just that commitment to having a red hot crack at a sort of top to bottom move as opposed to an out and back move like a cutback
Right.
or just a slash. It was pretty sick. So the judges look for those cues when they're dishing out the numbers. So Charlie, her best number, might challenge for one of the better waves. That's a 3-9. So it's her best, a little shy of what Taylor put together, surfer in blue, but it's got her well positioned. So Giada's going to have to do something and answer back. I guess the bottom line, Di, is in a 3-person heat, don't get third.
Well, right. Just don't get third. Yeah, that's it.
So you have a look through the draw, the ladies' draw that in heats 5, 6, 7, and 8. There's some Japanese ladies coming up. Who should we really be aware of in that back half of this round?
I would say heat number 6, Minori Kawai. She's a former national champ in Japan. So unfortunately, she didn't really well in Kurui, but here's on screen. Giada been riding, but that was really unfortunate for her. I'm not too sure what happened there.
Just a bit unsteady on her feet and leant out a bit too much before she was prepped and fully had the balance together. So a little bit of a moment there for G. All right, anyone else on the flying the Japanese banner that we need to watch out for?
And I would really like to watch Heat 7. There's former champ from last year, and as well as 2 Japanese women surfing in the Heat 7 as well. And Arisa Ishii she's the youngest woman in this heat. She's probably only like 14 or 15 years of age,
All right.
and she's selected for World Junior Games. Yes, for Japan.
Coming up this
Yes,
year, you mean,
yes.
the back end of this year? All right, okay, so watch out for that one. Meanwhile, we've got a bit of a battle starting to play out in front of us. We've got 15 and a bit on the clock. We are parked up in Lagundri Bay here. We're at Saraki Beach. We are doing it out of the Hashan Family Surf Camp. This is where our little cubby hole is for the week, where the comms duties are, the judges upstairs. And the boss of the family, Hash, is casting a keen eye over everything that's going on here. He loves his surfing. He's educated in comp surfing. He's got 2 boys that are in the draw. He's got a whole lot of family members manning the kitchen, all the ladies in there working overtime here to pump out the goodies out of the Hashan Family Surf Camp. They're so well positioned on the point. They're right in front of the wave. It's just the best view.
It is the best view, and we have the upstairs room, and we all wake up in the morning, we all see that lineup. It's such a beautiful place to, stay in Nias.
All right, so last year was your first time to Nias, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and you walked into the event of the century. That must have felt good. That was
Right.
such a good year to be part of, huh?
Definitely one of the greatest year so far, but this is a replay of the first wave of Taylor Green.
We're just seeing the live action, a brutal wave of Taylor, so we're going to have to rely on the replay to see what sits alongside a 517. I looked out the window there and I saw her surfing the back end of a substantial set wave, so she's picked another ripper. The next number to come through will no doubt be in that mid-range somewhere as well. I didn't see the whole start, so let's have a look at it again. Wave number 2 now for Taylor.
Wow.
Man, strong use of the back foot in the pocket. Nice little carve out there on the face. Picked a good wave. Did a 3-turn combo. Out she goes. I reckon she's in for another similar number.
Definitely all the points come from the first solid turn, but comes in at a 573. Another healthy score for Taylor Green.
So Charlie and Giada at this stage, those 2 scores are both keepers from what we've seen this morning. They're kind of like as good as 7s today, right?
Right.
So she's got a healthy 2-wave total with heat remaining, more than half the heat. So Charlie and G are going to have to beware here and respond on their next opportunity. They're both packing a 0-something number. Charlie needs a 7 to win, but got to get rid of that 0.7. G just needs a 161, but that will be ineffective or fake news until Charlie gets the second wave. So it's just starting to take shape now, but Taylor starting to run away with it here. First surfer with 2 good waves, and I like them both. Everybody's got 2 waves.
Right. And Taylor got a better numbers out of all the waves.
Taylor representing New Zealand,
Hmm.
I noticed. Giada representing Italy, but we know she's representing Canggu.
Indonesia. And Charlie Hurst representing Australia. So it's a good matchup, international heat.
Yep, heat 4. So this is heat 8 of the morning. Let's have a look. It is just after 11 a.m. here in Lagundri Bay, South Nias, in the province of Sumatra Barat, Western Sumatra. Takes about just over an hour's flight from Medan to get over to here, and then you've got about a 2.5 hour car ride from the airport down to Lagundri Bay. However you get to Medan, it's up to you. You can come from the northern aspect and fly in through either KL or Singapore or something like that. If you're coming the other way, it's generally out of Bali or whatever, through Jakarta, up to Medan, and get on the little prop plane over here to Gunung Sitoli is the airport on the northern end of this small island. And then it's quite a nice drive down, actually. I don't mind that drive from the airport to here, although it's long-ish. It's kind of good to look out the window and watch it all, yeah?
Definitely.
Most of the drive is along the coast, and there's a lot of almost spots along the way that could be killer on the right day. So
this is my second year, and I haven't explored other than this point. So, I really love to come back here and just exploring other surf spots here.
Well, there's a crazy little left at the middle of this bay, down by Barga, that used to be a real thing. It's got a little bit worse with the earthquake. The machine, the Goofies used to call it. That's where they all used to go and hunt. But let's have a look at what put Taylor in first. So I'm pretty sure this is her first ride. This is the 517, or is that the 573? I think it's the 573.
Right. That was a 573, and this is probably the 517, the fast wave of the heat. Really love the layback turn. Really lays into it.
So this is the best score. So this is actually her last wave. So that was the 573. Had a bit more height attached to it. Really strong first wave. So thanks to the production team for bringing up the replays. Charlie and Giada, meanwhile, probably got one eye on the clock about now. Probably got an eye on the requirements. Priority sits with the Australian in red. So Giada, she's been watching a few heats this morning. She's competed here before, as I stated earlier, and had a semi-final finish here a few years back. She's been here a number of times with us, so she would have seen a lot of ways that people can win or lose heats out here. So she'd just be demanding another opportunity to throw up some big backhand hangers.
Definitely, she's experienced so far. She used to be competing in the World Juniors or World Games as well. And she was surfing yesterday for practice at this point, and she got a good wave. So she kind of to me, she was kind of in a good rhythm with the ocean. So with 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go, there's a lot of time left on the clock.
So at some point as well, we're going to investigate getting the highlights of last year together. There was probably the most amount of 10-point rides I've ever seen in one event. There was high nines all day long, all for a couple of days. It was just such an epic thing. So we're going to dig deep, and we're going to get our production team onto it at some point, whether it's today or tomorrow. We're going to try and reproduce what we've been talking about and the whole world sort of saw last year. It was just so epic to be involved in events where there's that many 10s and that many sick barrels die. Your first experience here, you must have just gone, hello, have I just landed in heaven?
Right, that was an incredible year to be part of this crew here in Nias. Absolutely, that was a fantastic first experience.
And to watch Xavier Huxtable last year, Zabe, 20-point heat was just incredible. That heat was just one of the best heats I've ever witnessed, right? Not only did he get 2 10s, the surfer who got second had something in the 19 range.
Right.
And the surfer who got third had 18.1, and he got third, right? So he dipped out, but he just had the heat of his life and still lost.
Right.
And kind of came in still smiling because it was just epic. But here's what Charlie Hurst replay looks like.
This is her 3.90. First time, it was solid. And second turn, pretty much half turnish.
All right.
And just compared to this ride.
Compared to that turn there, that was pretty brutal. In the pocket, more to the point, is what the judges want to see. And if you're prepared to take that risk, and we saw Kia on her last wave, she hit the lip and did a really strong hack in the pocket as well. And the judges threw a 6 at her for one of the best waves of the day. So Taylor Green kind of picked up on that theory a little bit, and closest to the criteria out of these other 3 ladies to be in the lead. So the pressure's on for white and red.
Looks like there's something on horizon. So now Charlie Hurst has first priority. Having a look at this one, she's up and riding. It's a good looking wave, nice off the bottom. Gets the first turn in, and probably gets another one in. That wave looking really great for Charlie Hurst. Solid 2-turn combo. And now, Giada has first priority, waiting for the wave. She's having a look at this one.
No, that won't break. So Charlie just has, Giada has to just keep her wits about her here. In fact, that was a caddy from the next seat, just heading across to the bay. But I like the way she did this first turn. Then she really steadied herself and gave herself a moment at the bottom here just to make sure she got the right amount of rail involved to get to that second turn, which I reckon was a better turn. Paced herself really well. Looked like she was kind of nervous. Needed a 7, so she's not going into first, but she's just trying to fend off Giada here.
Definitely, yeah, she's going to be improving her situation. Get rid of the 0.70. So we are still waiting for the last of Charlie Hurst. Now a lot of pressures on Giada. With 6 minutes to go in the heat, there's still time in this heat, and we've seen a lot of waves coming through in the last minute.
She's going to need about a 3 or a 4 here. I reckon a 4 something is going to be her requirement. Charlie might even be a 5 something. So the 4.73 is what Giada's chasing now, because Charlie's number dropped in at a 3.83. All right, so went really close to her other number. A 7.7 total there for Charlie Hurst. Leaves the Italian out of Canggu, Giada Lagarde, chasing a 4.73. So she knows something decent's got to happen. They're not dishing those numbers out too lightly today. So Giada firstly needs a good wave. She's got 5 minutes. You see her just laying on a board, trying to think this thing through. What would your advice be to Giada right now, mate, if you could give her a little whisper in the ear?
Wait for the right one. Wait for the set and just hit the lip.
Hit the lip. Good call. The judges have been noticing that today. A lot of people carve in the pocket, or not many people get vertical on this wave. It can be tricky, particularly when you're chasing a score. It's really going to test your nerves, but that was pretty sick out of Charlie. So replay here, it's coming in as her best score.
Probably that was a 3.9 from Charlie Hurst.
And she backed it up with that last wave, which I think this is her last wave. Yep, so this is it. And then she just waits here at the bottom, gets a good bite at the bottom turn to hit that section. So that's a 3.83. So G's got to go about a point better than that, right?
Right.
And she's on a backhand as well. So we've just had a good look at Red's 3.83.
Yeah, definitely she needs to be, staying in the pocket and hit the critical section of the wave. Then definitely she will get 4.73, because just one turn, if you do a big one turn, you still get the 5s in the last seat. So
yeah, well, Kia got a 6, right, for hitting the lip on her last wave. Haven't seen too many young ladies hit the lip out here, so I remember that moment from Kia. Backed it up with a really nice hack in the pocket. Also got a good tube in that heat. I really liked what young Kia did. All right, that's Saraki Beach in the background, everybody. Heaps of accommodation right there. Lots of good food opportunities as well. What's your favourite Indo meal?
I gotta say ayam, fried chicken.
All right.
And nasi goreng. It is.
The nasi goreng special?
Yes.
You like your padas? Do you like the chilies?
I'm not a big fan of the chilies.
Come on. You've got to have chili on your chili when you're in Indo, mate. Get used to it. So anyway, we're here and we're staying at the Hashan Family Surf Camp. They've been feeding us up well. And in the morning, there's plenty of good coffee opportunities along the point. We've got to put down a couple of those before we start our day. But geez, Giada's got to be feeling pretty nervous right now. She's in
Right.
wide, everybody.
Time's taken 3 minutes in this heat.
Yep,
Yeah.
Taylor doesn't. We've only had 7 waves ridden. Giada's will fall there for the 0.47. I'm sure she wishes she could get that wave back again, where she stood up and fell straight off. And we're like, oh, what the? So must have just clipped a bit of a bit of chop, and down she went. So 4.73. Come on, G. We need her on a wave.
Well, looks like a little bit of paddling out the back. So Giada is having a look at this one. She knows the time is ticking, and she knows it's not a set. So she's not going for this one, but Charlie Hurst having a look at this. Nice off the bottom. Nice off the top again, and gets second turn in. So that's much better looking maneuver from Charlie Hurst. It was a smaller size base, but I think she hit a lip in the right section.
It's all looking pretty similar surfing there for Charlie. Really taking a time off the bottom. Here's the replay again. So this is what the judges see. All right, so that first turn was pretty good. I think the second turn again was her better move. Sort of in and under the lip in a pocket. I think the judges will take note of that and maybe upgrade her total here. She do better than the 383, which is a previous ride. I think she'll give G a bit of a headache. That's 4.2, so a little bit better.
Improving her situation now. Giada needing 5.10. Now she really needs to hit the lip in the critical section.
More importantly, she just needs a bit of love from the ocean. She needs a wave. She needs it in a minute. And you're right, she's got to probably do 2 strong belts to get that number right.
But just a matter of the wave. If the wave comes, she gets a chance. But is the time going to be enough for her to get another one?
So Charlie's just put a 4.2 together. Maybe we'll see the replay again. I'm not sure, but
Giada was having a
5
look
seconds.
at the
Yeah, she was too far out. All right, so Charlie was in the right spot to scoop up that wave, and it turned into her best. So a little moment there, a couple of little regrettable moments, perhaps by Giada falling on wave number 2, missing that opportunity. 20 seconds. Wow. Are they moving? Is there time? Is there anything? I can't see any lumps out there.
Fortunately, no lines on the horizon.
Well, G will be a little bit disappointed that she didn't get more than the 2 waves requirement, and out she goes. So I'm sure she's a bit bummed with that effort, but you've got to then just go, look, congratulations to Taylor and also Charlie. They'll move through to the next round. We'll throw to a quick break and be right back with Heat 5 shortly.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Nias Pro QS 6000. We are now into round of 48, heat number 5. On screen, this is Savan White. Dia Novitasari from Indonesia on the smaller size waves, but managed to hit the 1 turn in. And we have Reno Matsuyama in red, Aura Zeflin in blue. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with True. Welcome back.
Thank you, Di. Yeah, I'm excited to be back for this heat. Aura or Alan Zeflin, she's part of that Kandui crew. We saw Kia take her heat out a little bit earlier as well. And this is Renon Matsuoka trying to find some cover.
松山選手1本目のライディングで 少し中部に入っていたようです。このライディングで 2.33 をスコアしました。
Wow.
Wow.
Huge first turn for Daya. Loved that connection there and driving through the second one on her backhand. We saw her in Krui. Put together a couple of nice heats. I'm excited to see her out here as well for Daya and Alan. She's such a charger. Honestly, so excited to watch her as well. The Kendui crew are going hard right now.
Right, 3.33 for the last of Dia. Not a bad way to start this heat. So already 2 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Yeah, we saw Taylor Green take out that last heat. Charlie Hurst coming in second. It was a bit of a slow heat, that one, Di.
Right, definitely. And really unfortunate for Giada Gatti, needing 5.10 to go into second, but there was not wave coming through in the last minutes. So really unfortunate for her.
I know that she was just happy to be out there in Arashi
Right.
anyway and surfing a couple of heats, and now she'll get to come in here and we can get a debrief on how that one was. And this heat is going to be exciting. 3.33 for Daya and Renon getting that 2.33, but Alan holding that first priority. Up next is going to be heat number 6. I'm actually excited for this heat, Di. It's going to be Emily Burke takes on Minori Kawai, Wayana Sewell, and Summer Longbottom. Summer's from Cronulla. She has come over here. She spent lots of time here in Krui. She absolutely charges.
Wow.
So I'm hoping that she does well here. She's spent a lot of time here in Krui. So in Nias. I'm hoping that she gets a couple of good waves.
Yeah, and Minori from Japan, Chiba, and she's, I believe, former national champ in Japan. So she's a very, very smart and strong competitor. So it's gonna be exciting heat number 6.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that one. And right now it is 2 Indonesians take on a Japanese surfer, and it's a little bit slow, the conditions at the moment, but still plenty of opportunity as well to come through. That we've seen some great waves this morning. We had the first 4 heats of the men for the round of 136 take the water, and then we'll see the first 10 heats of the men's round of 126 after round of 48 for the women, which will also be super exciting.
Right, definitely. So we're gonna be in round of 48. We have heat 1 to heat number 8. But like you said, it's slower heat. I mean, slower condition, but definitely there's a chance to get at least 2 sets in one heat, maybe 3 sets. So you just gotta have patience. Just gotta be patient for the set, and getting the right ones is very crucial. As there's not much space at the back, so you don't really get the smaller ones to get a scores. You kind of need to get a set to get really great scores. So
wave selection is so important today.
But at Krui, you have kind of chances in inside waves as well. But here in Nias, you don't really want to get those inside ones.
Yeah, you want to be on the best waves for sure. And looks like Alan has identified this one. She's up and riding on her backhand. Gets a good first turn connection. That was really strong. And finds a second one as well. So she'll kick out, and Alan locks in her first score. Looks like out behind her is Daya.
Wow, that's a solid turn. But unfortunately, it comes unstuck. But for the Alan's wave, it was kind of smaller size waves, but I think it was a smart move from Alan, because you don't really want to be holding on to the first priority for a long time, and already 7 minutes in, so this is a smart move from Surfing Blue. But first time, solid, right in a critical section, and it gets another one in, so this is going to be good score to just start her campaign.
Yeah, that'll be a nice number to filter on through with 18 minutes to go. And it's starting to lock in now. Might be up there with the second best number of the heat. It's a 3.1 for Arlen Zeflin, or Aura, sister of Dylan and Jaden Wilcoxon. And 3.1 to start her campaign off here. She's a really strong goofy footer. Renon letting this one go. And we've got plenty of heats to run today. It's going to be super exciting. First day here at the Nias Pro. We saw some iconic days last year, and hoping, I think that finals day we may see an increase in the swell. Fingers crossed.
Right. But yeah, definitely we're going to have a couple of days of like a last year's condition. Hopefully.
Really?
Like,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Bring it on.
Mm.
Love to see it.
Love to watch it too.
17 minutes to go. It is Dea Novitasari out in front with a 3.33 and that 0.87. Arlen Zeflin has a 3.1. And Renon Matsuyama has a 2.33. She only needs a 0.78 to go to first. And, sorry.
Yeah, Renon, traveled last year.
You
Lennon
read
was
my
here.
mind. I was about to ask you.
Yeah. And Lennon was traveling with her dad last year here in Nias. But I think this year she's traveling with Hinata, and Arisa Ishii. And they traveling together. I've seen them at Hash restaurant having a dinner.
Mhm.
And then, her dad is actually a pro longboarder.
Really?
Yeah, from Chiba, yes.
Wow.
Mm.
On the WSL CT?
Not too sure, he's competing in the WSL events, but definitely the national league, and he's doing great.
That's super cool for Renon. I mean, to have come from such a surfing family is like so exciting. To be able to, is she a good longboarder as well then?
Yeah. I'm not too sure if she does longboarding, but definitely she's good at it.
Yeah,
But-
that's super exciting.
Probably her dad is watching on live now and just nerve-wracking time for her dad.
Yeah.
She's holding on to the first priority quite long time.
Yeah.
She kind of missed one set just
Mhm.
before, so definitely reposition herself a little bit.
Yeah. Well, someone who did pretty well in that last heat, getting 2.5s, was Taylor Green, and she is having a chat with Mark Clift. Oh, maybe. We might get there at some point, hopefully. Well, with just under 15 minutes to go, it is Dea Novitasari out in front, Arlen Zeflin second, and Renon Matsuyama in third. And we have a post-heat interview, it seems like, ready. I think they're ready to go. Taylor Green is down there with Mark.
All right, winner of the last heat, Taylor Green out of the sunny coast. Welcome to Nias.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Super slow heat. You made your 2 waves at your road count. That must have felt good, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely a slow heat, only like 1 wave sets, but I don't know, happy to execute on them.
What about the other girls? Was there any cussing going on out there, or any chats, any byplay, or was it just head down business?
No, we're all chatting out there. I guess it's slow when you're waiting between waves, I guess. It's not much else to do. And Giada was having a good yarn, so yeah, it was good.
And you got to see this place really fire up last year, so Nias, it's got a lot to like about it, hey?
Yeah, for sure. It's in a crazy wave and happy to just surf a heat out there with 2 other girls.
All right, well, your coaches have done a good job to prepare you for this event, I suppose. So have you got any crew at home you'd like to shout out to?
Massive shout out to GT, Clarkey, Kerry. Thanks for everything you've done for me, and I'm grateful for it. And I'd also like to say hey to my fan back home. I miss you guys.
Only event in the world you get one of these for a heat win, so enjoy your bang bang and good luck in the next round. Well done, Taylor. Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Taylor and Mark. Looks like Renon having a look at this one.
松山選手、必要なスコアはわずか 0.78 ですが、この波でしっかりといいスコアをしていきたい。一発目、大きなカービングターン、そして2発目もカービングターンを入れてきます。少し引っかかりながらも、2ターンしっかりと入れてきました。さあこの波で 0.78 以上出すと、2位のポジションへ行きます。本日は、ウィメンズラウンドオブ48が終わった後、メンズのラウンドに移行していきます。Here's a replay of last of Reno Matsuyama. Nice opening curve. A little bit of a downtime there, but still managed to put two good turns to start. A few scores locked in for Reno Matsuyama. 273 for the last of Red.
Yeah, that's her best wave so far. Not the best wave of the heat, but she, gets a good score to come through, moves up into first place, which right now, this first round is really just all about making that first and second position.
Right.
Progressing through. We'll see some 4-person heats. We'll see some 3-person heats in this first round, and it's just 1 and 2 progress through to that next round of 32, and that's the most important part.
So definitely you don't want to be in the third position with a 3-person heat. But now Reno Matsuyama is in the first place with a 273 and 233. Not a huge score, really small score, but in the second we have Dia needing only 1.73 and Ellen needing 1.11 to go into the second, and she has first priority. So there's lots of time remaining in this heat, 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go. It looks like a little bit of moving out the back.
Yeah, you can see that's Emily Burke on screen there. She's doing some coaching with Adam Dufner, and he's got what a setup he's got there with the umbrella, and he's preparing Emily for her heat. Unfortunately, she got knocked out in I think the round 32 over in Cruy, but she's such an incredible surfer. I know she's excited to be competing out here at Nias on her backhand, which will be super cool. And yeah, she'll be taking on, as we said earlier, Minori Kawai, Wayana Sowell, and Summer Longbottom. It's going to be an exciting heat. They'll be in 10.5 minutes. And no takers on that little inside one. Maybe just running a little bit too fast.
But in this slower condition, you might be able to get a smaller ones. But here he is on screen, Alain, having a look at this one, needing 1.11 to go into second. First turn, nice turn. And is she going to get the second one in? Nice check turn. And just navigating through to the inside. That was it wasn't a big maneuver she did, but still managed to put 2 turns in. So definitely it'll be 1.11, and I'm pretty sure that Bride puts her into the first.
Yeah, I think 111. That's a very small score for Alan. So that is Wayana on screen. Charlie Haitley is her board caddy for this event, and Charlie turned 16 a couple of days ago. Which was super cool. I'm pretty sure it was a few days ago. She turned 16, and her mum flew over here for her birthday as well. It was a big birthday, so she's traveling with her dad, Josh, and it's super cool. And this is that last wave of Alan. That nice first turn, and you can see she's just waiting here, driving through that second one. Gets a third on rail. I mean, she's doing really well in this wave. It's a smaller, fatter one, but she only needs, as you said, Di, 1.11, and 9 minutes to go. There's the team on screen. That is also Summer Longbottom. Carly Shanahan is who she's traveling with for this event, and Summer's in the next heat as well. I think that might be Holly Williams as the caddy for Emily Burke. And the ladies making their way out to jump off, and it looks like 3.73 for that last wave of Allen. So she goes into first place. Renon Matsuyama down in second. She needs a 4.1 to go to first, and Daya looking for a 1.73. So not much to move up into second place, and she's having a look at this one.
Dia is up and riding nice off the bottom. Nice first section with the power. A little bit fell out on shoulder. managing to, put a couple turns in, but pretty much all the score come from that first solid turn, and she needs only 1.73, and I get a feeling that she just done that job on the first solid turn.
Yeah, that was a really nice first turn, Di. And she did well through this second one. I mean, that first wave she got was huge, a 3.33, but that first turn was really nice. And she gets out of there. She'll move up into second place for sure. And it is Renon Matsuyama holding priority. She needs a 3.63 right now. And 7.5 minutes to go. There is time for her to move up into second place.
Looks like Renon is having a look at this one. She's just letting this wave go. Is there another set coming through? I don't think there's another lines on the horizon, but still there's plenty of time. 7 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, heaps of time remaining. It's just a little bit slow through these moments. It's hard to... it would be hard for the women out there to be patient because it's like you can wait for so long and then time goes by so quickly.
Right. Especially you're in a third place. And then just waiting. You just need requirement, which isn't small score. Definitely gives you a nerve-wracking time. But this is a replay of last of blue, first of blue.
Yeah.
Reckon this is a 3.10. Nice combination from Allen. And this is the second wave, 3.73. Nice off the bottom. Yeah, nice driving through the second turn as well. Get a couple of check turns in. So that is a what? 5.310 and 7.373 look like. And this is Renon Matsuyama. Matsuyama 選手。さあ一発目大きなターンをしてきます。プレーを飛ばしながら2ターン、そして3ターン目と入れてきました。この波で 3.63 が必要です。
Alan Zeflin, wow, out behind. Huge first turn for Alan, driving through the second one. That was such a great connection. And looks like Dea out the back. We can see she's having a look as well. Nice first turn for Dea. Just the one turn. She gets a little bit caught behind. She's going to stay with it though. And she's sitting in second place right now, needing potentially a score. Gets another backhand carve in. And she kicks out of that one as well. So scores for all of our surfers, all three surfers, with just over 5 minutes to go.
Definitely, it's going to be interesting exchange from all the surfers.
Yeah.
They all had a great section to hit, and they all did hit the lip. So we are still waiting for all the actions.
Yeah, wow, 5 minutes to go.
And there's a set coming through. But I don't think no one will be able to get on those set.
Wow, yeah, so 4.5 minutes, and we have scores for all three of our surfers. Alan getting a good wave as well as Dea and Renon. I mean, this is pretty important situations. This is Alan's... Oh, that was such a sick turn. I really like that one.
Really, she really pushes really hard. And this is the last of white. That was a really critical, part of the wave to hit. Managed to hold on to it. Yeah, and she decided to just stay with it and put, Kistra bonus turns in.
It looks like Renon's last wave locked in at a 3.6, so it was just not enough. Not the score that she was looking for to move up into second place. She gets back out there and regains second priority though. And it is scores to lock in for last of Alan and Dea. 4.4 for Alan's last wave. She extends her lead. Dea chasing a 4.8 to go to first.
Right, so Alan is having a great, heat so far. Getting a threes in the early stage and getting 4.4 in the last 5 minutes is a smart competitive surfing from Alan. And we're still waiting for the last of Dia as well, but looks like It's gonna be a nice number for Dia. It could be her best score, locks in 4.07. She remains in second place, but now Renon Matsuyama needs 3.81.
Wow.
And 松山選手、この波で 3.81 が必要です。少しテイクオフが遅れてしまったが、ここは捕まってしまいます。While using her second priority, that's unfortunate for Renon. This is Alan up and riding. Oh, that's right in the critical section, but probably a little bit too late to go up. She just went down, but with a 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat.
Wow, that was really unlucky for Alan. It would have been a huge turn had she have made it, but I love the attack that she has in this heat. She's really going for it. That 4.4 was such a strong turn, and Renon chasing that 3.81. Again, it's not a big score.
Right.
She's looking like she's surfing really good at the moment, but maybe just not on the best waves, Di?
Yeah, that's definitely, that's she's struggling to get right ones at the moment. She hit the lip on the last wave and gets 3.60, so she probably knows how to get 3.81 now. So she just needs to get on those, right ones, like blue and white getting on the last exchange. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. So this is Alan's 4.40. Nice first turn. Pretty much all the point come from that first wave.
Yeah. Yeah, it was such a nice turn. And let's see, with a minute to go, Alan out in front, Daya in second, Renon chasing a 3.81 with just under 1 minute to go. Daya holds a first priority, needs a 4.07 to go to first, and it's Renon Matsuyama who needs a 3.81 with 45 seconds to go. Wow, this is going to be really, really close, and it looks like it's Alan having a look at this one. Gets that strong first turn. Wow, that was huge. Gets a second one in, and that was such a well-surfed wave. That first turn had so much power, and wow, that was really, really huge from Alan, and what a time to bring that into this heat in the last 20 seconds. That was great.
Definitely, Alan's having a great heat. Getting those mid threes first early in the stage, and getting mid four, and the last second. Probably she's gonna get a really healthy number for that last one.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good score for sure. I agree, Di. Probably her best wave of the heat. It's 4.6 for Alan Zeflin, and she extends her lead. I mean, look at this first turn.
Wow.
Huge.
Right in the pocket and gets a second one in. Such a great wave selection. And, she pushes so much. She knows that she needs to do that, and she gets the score.
Yeah, I loved that turn for Alan. That was huge and, exciting to watch, Di.
Right. Looks like Alan and Dia are moving on to the next round. So we're going to be watching round of 48, heat number 7, right after the quick break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is as smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
It's day one of the 2025 Nias Pro, and we are enjoying our time here. This is Wayana Sewell up on her first wave, strong backhand connection, driving through this second one, and she kicks out. She'll be taking on Emily Burke, Minori Kawai, and Summer Longbottom. It's going to be an exciting heat. This is Summer Longbottom up and riding as well on her backhand. It just gets that first turn in, maybe a little bit late, but driving through the second one. Summer spent a lot of time here in Nias and driving through a nice connection. Unfortunately goes over. I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Mark Clift, and we've had some exciting heats, but a little bit slow.
Yeah, the Ocean just having a little breather after yesterday's dynamics. It just barreled its head off all day, but it is what it is. It's the same for everybody, and here is blue now. So Minori making a count, getting some work done, just hanging with the power source, and now kicks out. So, yeah, it might be a little bit sleepy, but she's just got to get down and do it. And I was down sitting in front of the accommodation where Summer's staying, my good friend Snarly, yesterday, and Summer came down and she saw that 5-wave, 8-foot set come through, and she's looked at it and she's gone, oh my God, I need to go out there now. And she did. She grabbed her dad's 6-4 and went out for a charge. So it's not that today, but so what? You've got to compete and just get down and, make it count. Still do your best and surf as close as you can to the criteria. Here's the replays.
Yeah, so this is the first wave of Emily Burke. This one locked in at a 2. And Emily just that one quick turn as she kicks out of there. Wayana locks in at 2.4. This is Emily up and riding, live action. Strong first turn for Emily Burke. She's from Newcastle, drives through that second one there as she kicks out. She's working here with Adam Dufno, who has a group of athletes as well over here in beautiful Lagundri Bay. And I'm sure that, he's feeling the nerves. He's such an excited coach. So she'll lock in her second wave. Wayana's first at 2.4. Scores for Minori and also Summer's locked in just at 2.27 for Summer.
So I think Emily's last wave will be a little better, using a length and a limbs to her advantage. A late takeoff for White, but handles it really well. Puts her in a good spot for the first hit. Right in the pocket with a bit of height attached to this wave if she gets the second one in. Okay, so things are looking really good for Minori. 2-turn combo on kind of a set wave. Investigated the pocket of it a couple of times there. So, the judges are trying to break out of the bracket they're stuck in at the moment, which is a bunch of 2s. So at any opportunity they see something a little better than what else has gone down, they kind of prepared to throw something a little better at it. But it's kind of hard to hit the lip out there with limited opportunities. Everybody's nervous. We've seen a lot of heats go down where some crew have only caught 2 waves, so you've probably got that in the back of your mind. Hence, some people are surfing a little bit reserved, just due to the conditions. A 3.17 for Emily, just being able to wind up a little bit harder. I'm sure Minori's, Wayana's wave. It was pretty good. At least you got 2 good cracks at it, right?
Yeah, it was a well-surfed wave. It had a little bit of height, as you mentioned, and she'll lock in her second wave as well, a 3.17 for Emily's last. And Wayana looking in maybe around a similar number. It's a 3.27. So Wayana goes into first place. She also has a 2.4, a 3.17, and a 2 for Emily. Has her in second place. Minori needs a 2.75, and Summer chasing that 2.91. This is a replay of Wayana's wave, and I liked this first turn. She drew it out really well and faded back to the whitewash, which is where she was able to get a little bit more critical in that second section.
She had to go around someone more to the point. If she had a bottom turn where she wanted to, she may have squarely run over one of the other 3 paddling out, but it did put her in a good spot. So there she goes. She parks up out the back now with 4th priority. A bit of a sketchy lead. We're talking 3s and 2s again, a bit like the last heat. So should somebody be able to hit a lip or maybe get a barrel, it always looks good out here. I'm sure the judges are hanging to bust out of this range here. So here goes Wayana again. Winding up, tries to hit the lip, all right? So she's reading between the lines here. She's trying to upgrade her manoeuvre selection. She went for it. It didn't pay off that time, but with 18 on the clock, you've already got the lead. you're doing this sort of slashing moves out on the shoulder. So she's decided to do what the judges are demanding and hit the lip, but it didn't pay off that time. Keep swinging. I reckon it will shortly.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like there is a interview there ready. Alan Zeflin had a really exciting heat in that last one. She's going to have a chat with Daiwako.
Definitely, it was a slower heat, but I think you had a great heat because you had a mid threes in the early stage, and you kept improving your situation. But how is the condition out there?
It was really slow, but I managed to get some good waves, and it was really fun.
Nice. What was your plan out there? It's a slower heat, but what's your plan?
My plan was to wait for the sets to come through and do like big turns, but yeah, really happy to do that. Yeah.
That's exactly what you did out there and getting through the heat. But would you like to? Is there anything to you like to say to your family, friends, maybe supporters in your country?
Thank you for my family for supporting me, and from Candy Resort, thank you for watching. Can't wait to go back. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and this is the first Ben. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you so much, Di and Alan. That was super cool to see her in that last heat. She did such a great job. She was going for it. Her first turns were huge. It was super exciting to watch her, and seems like she's excited to be here and really grateful to be in this event.
All right, it's good to see those crew getting out of their little hood down there, tucked away in the mental eyes. Everybody knows it, so it's a huge part of the surfing world, but it's just so remote and so different to any other sort of build-up, Bali or anything that goes on anywhere else. It's look, there's no shops. You can't go shopping, clothes shopping. You're kind of just there to surf, and you get visitors. The customers change daily. The boats go in and out, and you see a lot of different people, but your world is entirely different. So I'm stoked that Aura and Kia, and I've seen Dylan and Jaden and Dadzi there, Ray, all coming here and representing the Mentor again at this level. Yep. So here's a pretty good wave. So this is Minori's 617.
Yeah, that was a huge first turn. Tags it once again, throwing spray to the sky. Minori Kawai is just that was a really, really well surfed wave. It was exciting to watch. And 517 for Amelie. This first turn had so much power and strength behind it. Pretty similar second one as well. I mean, Amelie at 5.17. They're two really, really good scores in this heat and in the last previous heats that we've seen.
Some of the biggest numbers on the women's side of the draw, really. Haven't seen too many scores go in the 6 range today. I imagine that's based primarily due to the fact that it's sleepy and the wave size has dropped down a bit. But more importantly, it's time to open up and surf it a bit closer to the criteria, a la Minori and Amelie. Amelie's got to be one of the biggest competitors, tallest competitors on the women's side of the draw. She used it well that time. Well done on the 517. We'll have a quick look at a bonsai ad and be right back in a moment.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking. Righto, folks, we are back and just
how good was some of those clips and some of the footage from last year? That was just incredible.
Yeah, some iconic days here at Nias, that's for sure. I know that everyone was watching very closely. There was some perfect heats, some crazy wipeouts, and just lots of tension, I'm sure, lots of emotion. Everyone would have been just, very excited to get out in some pretty
Oh man,
full on Nias.
It was like the most tens I've seen in a day surfing. And we'll get back to that again in a moment because I have another couple of stories about that. But let's watch Summer here starting to wind up. She's back on a smaller board this morning. She's jamming it hard in the pocket. There's a couple of decent hits. Now just the regulation cutback just to sign off. No point milking it from there. With half the heat remaining, she'll be in a good position. She's already got a 3.27. Oh, 2.27, sorry. But a 6.07, it's debatable whether it goes that high. But it's going to be her best number either way. It'll bring the requirement down. So what did you like best here?
I just thought that she was really smooth on rail, and these first two turns, really great transitions between each one, throwing heaps of spray. Really, really well surfed wave there for Summer. I quite liked the surfing in it, so we'll see if it's the score, the 6.07 that she needs. It'll be her best number for sure.
Oh, look, it was very confident surfing. There was a lot of good use of the rails, a lot of spray flying around. Number is in enough for third. It's a 4.50. So, yep, now chasing just a high 3. And Wayana with priority. She doesn't need much either. Sort of a low 5 would get her into second. So, Emily has, in fact, done a pretty good job to back up a 5.17. Minori blasted big time for a 6.17. So, Minori's looking really good. Maybe we could see the replay of our better rides again. Nice to have another look at that 6.17, and maybe Amelie's 5.17 would be good.
Well, we've got 11 minutes to go, just over, and Wayana, she's chasing a 5.08 at this point, and Summer getting that 4.5 is a great way to get herself back into this heat, because 6.17 and 5.17 of Amelie and Minori's they're pretty good scores right now, and this next heat is going to be super exciting as well. It's going to be Hinano Shimizu, Isla Huppets, Arissa Ishii, and Ella McCaffrey in that heat, which will be a really good one to watch, I think. Ella had a great event here last year. She won, yes.
She smoked it.
That's
Absolutely blew up.
Couldn't remember if that was last year or the year before.
A lot of them blend into each other, but it was definitely her last year. She's got a story to tell as well. She was here for a couple of weeks previous to the contest. She went home and just quickly jumped back on a plane and went, what am I thinking? I've got to get back there.
Yeah.
Down goes Summer, so that won't factor in. So Ella had the fear of missing out, being the defending champ. She's going, what the hell am I doing at home? It's cold. And the surf wasn't very good, so it's a no-brainer. Get back here.
Ooh.
Down goes Wayana as well. So once again, not bothering the scorers too much.
Yeah, that was really unlucky for Wayana. 10 minutes to go. It is Amelie Burke holding first priority. Minori Kawai, she is in the lead. She needs that 2.43 to make it harder for Amelie to get to first place, which is a 3.44 is her requirement. And yeah, last year, you said that you had a couple of stories about last year. What are they?
Oh, look, it's mainly the surf itself was just off the hook. A bunch of 10s going down. That day we rolled up. It was looking okay-ish, right? It wasn't great. It was okay. We ran some heats. The wind got on it a bit. It was onshore. It was a bit junky. It's like, hang on, let's just go on hold, because we were expecting something better later on in the day. So we went on hold for like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Then the wind swung, and we're all out there and we're walking around during our 2 hours off. We're, hey, boys, feel the breeze. It's starting to blow offshore again. Here we go. And within probably an hour of saying that, it started barreling, sets started coming. It got better and better. And that was the day all the 10s went down, but it was so ordinary in the morning, we actually went on hold. So it changed around pretty quick smart and just turned into the best afternoon ever for competition that I can remember being part of. It was just so good.
Yeah, it looks like it was such an exciting day. This is Amelie Burke, though. She needs a 3.44 to go to first. Big first turn for Amelie, driving through this second one. That's a smooth connection as she kicks out behind. Looks like Minori Kawai also having a look as well. Nice connection there for Minori. This is the type of surfing we saw her do to get that 6.17, that second turn, maybe just a little bit iffy there, but she recovers and kicks out.
Waiana now needs to answer back because her requirement would have blown up a little bit. She's now looking a little shaky, getting the job done. Not super convincing, but still pretty good by Waiana. But for sure, I reckon at both Emily and Minori, Minori's prepared to hit the lip. And that's the difference I'm seeing in this heat. So I'm sure the judges are paying big attention to that. Her 2.43 is gone, so she will increase her lead. I think Emily will strengthen her hold on second. So Waiana's 5.08 probably just blew up into a mid-6. And is probably just going to have to be a little bit more convincing with what she does on her next wave. That's how I'm reading what just went out of that 3-wave exchange. In fact, Waiana's number is in. It's her better score, is it? It's a 3-something?
It's a 3.2. Yeah,
but this is good.
Yeah, I really liked this wave from Amelie's. I thought it was really strong surfing.
Amelie may even go into the lead.
Yeah, she only needs 3.44 and
But Minori will improve as well. She hits a lip here. Boom. So the Bonsoy replay took a little while to get her second move in. Probably had the opportunity to go straight up off that first pump of the bottom turn. Took her time. I think it's going to be really close for first, but I can see Amelie moving into that position because, you know, she's, as I was explaining earlier, she's probably the taller out of all the ladies in the draw. Really used it well that time. Really cranked off a really strong top turn and backed it up. So it dropped in at a 6.4. So a 5.41 needed. We've just got a little blank on our screen. So we'll stay with our monitor. In fact, Minori drops a 5.1. It's really close. It's 0.3 now separating all our top leaderboard. But Amelie Burke, the Australian, is in first in red. We've temporarily lost our screen for the people that are listening at home or playing along on their phones or whatever. We have audio, I believe. We have no signal at this stage. So the techs are working on it. We've got 6 minutes remaining. Nice exchange there out of it, Amelie and Minori.
Yeah, that's 6.4. It was huge from Amelie. A 5.1 for that one turn of Minori's was pretty crazy. And,
so Amelie, is that the best number today? A 6.4?
No, we've seen a 6.83 from Kira Buckpit in that second heat, I believe, or third heat of this round. So that's so far the best score that I've seen. Yeah, but I mean, that was really strong surfing regardless. The 6.4 for Amelie was huge. 5.1 for that one turner of Minori's was pretty crazy. And
hitting the lip. Look at this.
Tags it. Wow, that was such a big wave and a really, really strong connection. That's a 6.17 of Minori Kawai. She did so well in this wave, identifying each moment that was necessary, and she kicks out of there. I love that Bonsoy replay, and this 6.4 of Amelie's was solid.
Yep, loved it. Right in the pocket, heaps of spray. Like I said, one of the taller members in the women's department and cracking off some big backhand blasts there, a 6.4. Probably the second best or thereabouts number of the day on the ladies' side. So the stage is set and there's some big requirements now being asked of Summer and Waiana. In fact, Waiana needs an 8. Going to have to really go nuts on an A-grade wave. Unfortunately, she's got 4th priority. Summer, though, could have something to say about this leaderboard. Sitting in 3rd, but with priority. Still needs the best wave of the heat. I'm sure she's got it in her. She just would be really hoping something with a bit of height comes through, and I imagine a couple of big blasts in the pocket for Summer could be exactly what she needs to get through.
Yeah, they're definitely the moments it's where you just go to that power surfing for sure. And Summer's, you know, she's a powerful surfer and she absolutely charges as well. She's got no fear. So 4 minutes to go. Let's see if she gets an opportunity. Chasing a 6.77. I mean, you know, for Minori Kawai, she needs a 5.41 to go to first. She's had an incredible heat. That 6.17 at 5.1 was exciting to watch.
And she's taken some risks, all right? I really like, although she's in second, her numbers were probably stacking up good enough to win most of the other heats. You know, just driving hard off the bottom and really hitting the lip. I love it. I can see that she's probably going to go a fair way through the draw if you can keep that up and perhaps add a tube or two somewhere along the line.
We do believe our forecast is going to sit somewhere between 4 to 6 foot for a majority of the event.
Yep.
The organisers are pretty confident with the forecast. Today might be our sleepier day looking at what's gone on so far. In stark comparison to yesterday, there was just wave after wave. There was a lot going on. There was at least probably averaged 50 to 60 people in the lineup all day. And there was a quality field just teeing off. It was tubes after tube. There was waves just spinning hard in the channel. It was just a good arvo to just relax for me and just sit back and watch it and go, Jesus, there's reasons I love this place so much. It's all about the wave, but those arvos, you get some killer colours. There's some good people you can just chill with. And it's nice catching up with some good old-time local friends. It's great. So thanks, Snarly. Thanks, Anton, for the company yesterday. Very enjoyed it. What did you get up to yesterday, Arvo?
I had a surf in the afternoon down on the Lagundri Beachy, which was small, but I actually had heaps of fun. Just catching a couple of waves with some of the locals and some of the crew. And, yeah, just enjoyed the afternoon watching some waves roll in. I mean, must have been big up here because there was some big ones coming down on the beach here.
Yeah, there was a lot of 5 to 6 footers were regulation, and like I said, there was a couple of handful of 8 footers that rolled through mid-arvo and really got the crowd buzzing. And there was a few broken leg ropes and a few swim-ins, and a few people got squashed and a lot of people got spat out. There was some really a solid set of wipeouts, high-speed wipeouts, people trying to hit the lip and grind out of the top and just getting flicked. It can be pretty easy to get the timing just a little off, and if it is, and it's that size, and you're trying to do big moves, it's you could find yourself just flying through the air quite easily, and it happened a lot. So it kind of gave us good entertainment anyway.
It's always fun to watch good surfing.
And you know what? Like it's what day is it? It's a Saturday, right? Okay, so the weekends you will get a lot of people down here this afternoon. A lot of locals, a lot of domestic crew will come down and watch. And tomorrow being a Sunday, and they don't know a lot about surfing. But one thing I've picked up over the years, when they're all on the point and they're all watching, when someone either does a big flick out or gets smashed, they all hoot and holler. They think that's the best part of surfing because they don't really know what they're watching. It's pretty funny. Tube, when someone gets a tube, it's kind of quiet. They don't know what a good tube, but when someone goes flying, they're like, "Wow, that's the best thing for them."
Yeah, I guess it's maybe for them it's exciting to watch people just charge, go for it.
It's pretty funny. They're a little bit clueless on the surfing act, but they just come down a bit. It's like a festival down here, right? The beach, you know what they do? They just blow those speakers right up. They turn it up really loud. Crew come down and they just happy to be here and watch tourists do their thing and stare out to the ocean and just be part of the festival. So that'll happen. Big numbers come down. It gets a bit chaotic. There's motorbikes everywhere and traffic on a little one-way street into Saraki Beach. Everybody's paddling for this last wave. Who has priority? Does green? They all paddle and miss. Either way, the heat is done, and it's definitely going to be Amelie and Minori moving through. A couple of big totals right there, so congrats to red and blue. We'll throw to a quick ad, and we'll be right back with heat number 7 shortly.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We're back live. Heat 7 on the women's side of the draw. I'll welcome back Giada into the booth. And G, who have we got in this matchup?
All right now on your screen is the results of the last heat. But coming up is Ayla Hupats in the blue. We have Hinano Shimizu in red, Arisa Ishii in the white, and Ella McCaffrey in the green. Ella McCaffrey now winner last year, big first turn, sets it up for this second one, wraps it around nicely, showing exactly why she is a winner here in the Nias Pro.
Defending champ right there, folks. Really puts a little bit extra extension through her top moves. When she's blasting off the lip, she's really got a strong rotation and a heavy back foot. Always gets the spray flying, and the judges really buy into her act because she doesn't just give it a tap. She gets up there and really tries to explode the top of the lip time and time again. So this is what served her so well last year, particularly that move there, right? Just tagging the lip and riding out comfortably and ripping straight into a second move. I can see this being a big number for Ella.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely one of the biggest numbers we've seen today. Ella, bit of a backstory here. She was in Indonesia. She had a trip in the Mentawais on the boat with Ellie St. Pierre, an all-girls boat trip. She came to Nias, had her surf trip here, went back home to the States, and decided to fly back. She spent like 3-4 days at home. She's like, nope, there's no way I'm watching the Nias Pro without joining it, and got her ticket and got herself back here.
Yeah, so good on you, defending champ. She's a bit of a fave out here in the lineup. She's really happy to say hello to everybody and mix it up on the point. It's nice to see her back again. A little fear of missing out by being home and going, what am I doing? Big mistake. Cost her a few bucks to get back, but hell, she's looking in red hot form. There's the best number of the day, 783, right on cue. Really ticking the boxes that the judges want to see. Here's red.
This is Hinano Shimizu now on her forehand as well. Bit of a fatter wave. So decides to pull off. Didn't see any potential down the inside. And behind her, Arisa Ishii fortunately gets her rail a little stuck on the way down there. Wasn't able to complete that wave. But we've got a heat in our hands. Ella McCaffrey 783. That's huge.
Yep. Judges loved it. You know, like just putting it in the pocket twice, even kind of hitting the lip on a first turn. She knows what she did last year. So stock standard surfing. It really just ticks big parts of the criteria. So the judges almost went excellent here. Probably would have got 5 or so points just off that first hit, and the second hit really strong also. She knows the lineup well. She knows what a set or scoring wave looks like out in front in any given size. So a ripping start there for the defending champ. So with a start like that, you've got to be thinking it's going to be hard for her to not advance out of this heat. So we're looking at the other three, and I'm sure there's 21 minutes left, but Ella is that good that she will back that up well. So I reckon right now they're kind of spelling danger for the other three.
Yeah, and Ella is such a strong competitor already. She's a big name in the States, and she has consistently made finals day here in Nias. It's always a name that we see just power through the rounds, and really rare to get her out of the draw.
Yep, she darts all over the world competing. She can't keep the points on offer here at this event, but you can always take home the trophy. Cash in the pocket is always a good thing. It's extra motivation. But more importantly, defending the title. Trying to go back-to-back is a big deal. So glad she's here. Definitely adds a whole lot of value to the ladies' side of the draw. Makes it a bit tougher for all the ladies. But hell, got to have a crack at the title a second time around. It's looking like blue is well positioned, so it's Ayla.
This is now Ayla Hupat's big first hack. Goes for the second one, wraps it around really nicely. So much speed through her turns. Wraps it again, gets through that fat section close to the channel, and right behind her is Ella McCaffrey now. Big blast to start things off. Wraps it around here again. So this is a pretty solid heat. Ayla Hupat's fighting back.
Fighting back, but the judges will watch Ayla's wave and comparing it to Ella's first wave. It was 2 similar hits, but Ella's just had a whole lot more spice and a bit more venom in every hit. So for sure, Ella would have won the battle of those first couple of waves by Ayla and Ella, and then squarely just backed it up in super quick time. 6 minutes off the clock. Ella got up and just belted the lip again. She's just confident, you know, when she free falls out of the lip after that first turn on this next wave. We'll see a replay of it shortly, no doubt. But just lands with no wobbles, just full control, which is a big part of the criteria, and then just immediately puts it straight on rail. So she's just showing her confidence and her commitment to everything she does.
Yep. So Isla's first wave's a 5.5. That's a pretty good start for her as well. That's one of the scores you're definitely going to be keeping, especially we've seen this morning just get a little bit slow sometimes. So those 5s and 4s are actual scores and things to back up.
Yep, and the 7.83 is just a huge number today. The 5.5s are kind of like 6.5s on any other given day. You know, it's just a bit quiet out there, and the judges are reserved on their numbers. It's day one here. It's the round of 48 for the ladies. So they're kind of reluctant to go too nuts. A 4.4 for Ella is a good backup number. And once again, just sticking to the theory of hitting the lip and just looking confident.
Yeah, you're right. Ella is such a strong competitor. We saw her last year as well, just barrel and whoa.
Oh, speaking of barrels.
Yeah, speaking of
Shimizu,
barrels.
little shampoo.
So she's just an all-rounded surfer, Ella. She gets really really competitive too. You just see it as soon as the heat starts. She just switches her body, like the way she brings herself out to heat. So a super strong competitor.
Really good body language in all her waves. You know, she always looks invested. She never does half turns. It's all or nothing. She's more than happy to throw it up there and fall rather than just surf down to her belief. So this is the 5.5 for Isla. A couple of good moves. The judges just kept it a good 2 and a bit points under Ella's first number because Ella's was just a bit more brutal. And here's the last wave.
Yeah, so this is the last wave of Ella. She sets it up here. Gets a little bit late to that section, I think, but she surfed it incredibly well. She still managed to ride out of it and wrap that second turn as well. So just wanting to back up that 7.83. Isla hope it's a 5.5. I love that first turn. I think if she maybe got a second section, her wave would have probably gone up to the 7s as well.
Yep, her second section didn't have the same sort of height or bowl attached than Ella's first wave. So I think we're ready for the interview down there with Amelie Burke. So take it away, please, True.
Thank you so much, Amelie. What a great heat that one was, a 6.1 and a 5. I mean, your backhand is looking really sharp out there.
Thank you. Yeah, it felt nice just to get a couple of waves out there. Free surfs are pretty hard out there, bit of a nightmare.
Especially coming from Cruy and then being here on one pretty much peak or takeoff zone. It's your first heat. You had not a shocker in Cruy, but you just didn't make that heat. Are you excited to be moving on through to the rounds here?
Yeah, for sure. I love my backhand. It just kind of feels a little bit like home. So yeah, hopefully get through a couple more heats and yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch you out there. That 6.1, I was like, wow, that was really smooth surfing. You've got a great support team here as well. Who's in your corner?
Training with Doof this comp and also at Cruy and traveling with Holly Williams for the event. So yeah, good little crew.
I'm sure you have lots of friends and family at home watching. Anyone you'd like to say hi to?
Mum, Dad, my sister, dog Taco, actually, and happy birthday, Mum. It was her birthday yesterday. So yeah, and everyone else watching back at home. Thanks.
Well, we have the tradition of the Bang Bang chocolates for the heat wins. So that's for you, Amelie. We'll send it back to you guys.
Well, there was a lot going on during that interview, so we'll get some replays flying around. I imagine I saw another huge effort by Ella, just absolutely going nuts. I saw a good ride by Arissa. So we'll catch up with that in a moment. I'm sure the production team will just queue up a few replays. Ella will have another huge number. I think she's going to have the two best scores of this matchup for sure.
Yeah, that wave was pretty impressive. Ella, like we said, just not holding back. Here are some of the replays. I really love this wave from Arissa as well.
What did you like most?
This turn, actually, it wasn't at the very top of the wave, but you just see the commitment there. That wave was just coming at her, and she came out of it with so much speed. So really, really well done from Arissa. That one came in at a 3.67, but this is Ella right now. Big blast, a huge fan of spray. Sets it up for the second one again, wraps it around. So giving variety and just power.
And while we're watching that replay, believe it or not, she got another wave. So talk about being in rhythm with the ocean, and the defending champ loves a time out here. She's picking up exactly where she left off last year. She's just repeating the winning formula of blasting her first turn, getting straight on the pump, straight on the rail again, and manufacturing two top turns with every wave.
Even Blue got a ride here. So Isla, Bonsoy replays are flying around thick and fast, just trying to catch up with everything that just went on. So we're owed a couple of numbers. We're owed this one. We're owed 2 scores by Green. And the defending champs back out there again with priority. One of her scores drops in at a 6.83. In fact, I think both of her scores are in now. So Ella, a 6.83. I'm still certain there's another score to come.
All right, Isla Huppert's also going to be backing up that 5-5 really nicely. That first blast was huge. She's fighting back. She wants the win in this heat. She's not just going to let it go so easily.
Well, catch me if you can, says Ella McCaffrey, a 14.66 two-wave total. I'm pretty certain she got another wave there as well, so I think she's sitting on 4 waves, but I can't see the asterisks. 14.66, no one's done better than that today. Isla to win now. Oh, she needs 9 points, basically. We can see that. So the defending champ is just stretching. Here is the best score of Green, so let's have a look at this again.
Here we have it. This is her first wave. This is a 7.83. Big blast. Wraps it there second. Turns that have made her the Nias Pro champion last year. After that, this is probably her 4.4. Sorry, no, this is her 6.83. So this is her backup. Beautiful surfing from Ella McCaffrey.
All over it. Perfect rhythm, getting the sets at will. You know, there's been people in heats that have been lucky to get one of those sort of waves, and Ella's just found herself 3 straight off the bat. Still got half this heat remaining. The defending champ is really sending a message to everybody else in the lineup, and she's saying this is what it takes at this size. We know she can get barreled. We saw a bit of that last year. The forecast is showing that it's going to be bigger than this, so there's a lot to look forward to. Day 1 here of an 8-day event, folks, so you've got to hang in there with us. You've got to tune in every morning, remembering we're an hour behind Bali time and West Oz time. So most mornings, we probably started this morning at 8 o'clock due to the fact it's day 1. There's always a couple of little kinks on day 1. So we started at 8. I imagine other days we could potentially start earlier. So it wouldn't surprise me tomorrow if it's a call at 7 o'clock our time for a potential 7:30-ish start. It depends on conditions, but I'm kind of reading between the lines and predicting they'd like to start a bit earlier tomorrow.
You think so?
I reckon. Because we've still got a bit to get through. They are expecting it to pick up a little bit again tomorrow. There's 2 more swells forecast in our 7-day window. So there's a lot to like.
Yep. So
Isla Huppert's looking pretty good.
We will be finishing off this round with Heat 8 today, and then going into the round of 128 of the men's and reaching, if everything runs smoothly, up to Heat 10. So big first day of competition here in the Nias Pro. There's going to be some big names already surfing, so I'm super excited.
Here we go. So here's some of the better rides of this matchup. Still not sure which number this is of Ella's. All the rides kind of look very similar. She's definitely blasting that first section at will. She's got that turn dialed in. So this is what's put her in the lead. A couple of Bonsoy replays, and this last wave of blues was also pretty good. So this was my mistake earlier. I thought Ella had a second wave, a 4th wave, but it was Isla. So this is Isla's better number. She's got 2 very similar rides sitting in the mid-5 range. It's enough for second spot and a convincing second at this stage as well. Requirements are rather large now for Arissa. Her best score, 3.67. She's sitting there in the white. Got 3rd priority. And Hinano in the red. 2nd priority needs quite a massive number there.
Yep, so all girls on screen now. This is the Heat 7. Coming up will be Heat 8. I see a name that you're going to be enjoying to watch, Olive Hardy.
Olive Hardy, go you, good thing.
Natalie Fensom and Imari Hearn. So I'm super excited for that matchup coming up. It's going to be a good one. We know that the Hardys are incredible surfers. And Willow last year, I'm pretty sure, got a 10 out here.
Yeah, she did. And Olive and Jean just got here late last night. They took the long route here. We'll get to that later on, but let's have a quick look at a Bonsoy ad while things have gone a bit sleepy.
Towel! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
And thanks to the production team, just bringing us some of the highlights of last year was mental. We know that. We saw some of the clips. Huge emotional days that went down in the back end of last year's event that will just stand the test of time as to what epic surfing events look like. It will never be forgotten, I reckon. So we did see a wave of white during the break.
Yep, so this is Irashi Ishii now. Big blast here. Wraps it again. Unfortunately, just falls off, but you know, the girls are really stepping it up, and especially because Ella dropping that 7.83 and the 6.83, the other girls are like, all right, I got to go big now.
I think I just saw one of the bigger waves of the day roll through unattended then as well. Nobody being able to, unless somebody pulled in and got clipped. Red now taking off a little bit wider on this wave, but it has got substantial height to it. So Hinano trying to get out of trouble here. She might have to do it in 2 rides. And it turns into a 1 maneuver way there for Hinano. So not ideal when you're chasing an 8.67 or an 11.17 two-way total to move through into the round of
32.
32.
Yep, so there is the leaderboard right now. Ella McCaffrey, 14.66.
Huge.
That's the biggest wave total we've seen today. This is a replay of Hinano Shimizu. Good first turn here. Really like that she pushed her tail and really jammed it in the pocket. Wrapped it around there. Unfortunately, the whitewash just pushing the board straight out off under her feet.
Just took off a little wide as well on that wave, Hinano. So rapidly the wave fattened off. Pushed a little hard on the cutback. 1 maneuver wave. It was only a 2.77. So still chasing now. The requirement comes down a smidge. An 8.4 is still requiring the best surfing of the morning to come around a 32er and to get into second place. Running out of time now with the leaderboard showing that both green and blue have first and second priority and the lead. Some solid numbers there, even in Isla's column. And even those 5s today are kind of like mid-range 6s or even close to 7s. They haven't been that regular. And to have 2 of them in your scoreline, Isla can feel like she's done a really good job in this heat. When you're up against the defending champ who's going crackers, second spot is a good result so far.
Yeah, you're right. And Ella has really put the time in out here in Nias. She constantly comes here for surf trips on her own, and she loves this wave. She doesn't want to miss out, and she's showing exactly why she's back here.
Yep, definitely raising the bar on the ladies' side of the draw. Huge statement being made by Ella. Down to 5 to go. The ladies are on the move now. I think they've spied something out the back. To me, it looked like this next wave is pretty good. I think they're a bit far in. In fact, they are. So they all get a little bit pumped, have to go under that one. Hopefully there's more behind it. There's that factor we'll talk about, G, how you just keep getting pushed in with your lineups. If there's a little break in the action and stuff hasn't happened for a while, you've really got to be on guard because the current dragging in through this bay can put you out of position very easily if you don't have your markers and you don't stick to them and you don't keep aware, keep the, super high awareness. Stuff like that happens often. Really good set waves go missed.
Yeah, you're right. When you're out there, the current is constantly bringing you in, but it's not strong enough for you to realize. So it's just like suddenly the set comes and you're about to get it on the head and you're like, how did I get here?
It even happens when there's no waves coming. Exactly, the movement into the bay, just with the shape of this bay being a full U shape, faces directly south. Any motion in the ocean pushes in here, and it doesn't even have to be a set. Little swells can go under you, and you're moving backwards steadily. And we can see it sometimes on the monitor. you see it when you can your markers, and over time I've learned to trust one of my markers more than the other one, because it's brutally a real thing. And we just saw it play out right there. So a missed opportunity by all. Let's hope they're onto it.
Yep, and on your screen right now is Isla Huppets wanting to get rid of that 5.5. Goes up, blasts that first one, airdrops down and makes it. So very impressive from
Congrats.
Isla.
Yeah, congrats. I'm glad she took it on. That's a tough thing to do. I guess she's feeling that confidence now, and one way to upgrade your total is to take more risk. So she threw it into the lip. Well done, Isla. Good looking wave approaches now. White on the inside. This is Arissa.
Yeah, Arissa now, big first turn there, wraps it around there. On the second one, that was a really, really big turn from Arissa.
Yeah, well, we're just congratulating Isla for hitting the lip. Arissa, but even a little bit harder and better.
She approached that with no fear at all. Airdrop down. Here are a couple of the replays. So this is Isla Huppets. Kind of airdrops this first section. I don't think she'll be improving her scoreline too much, but
It's a little bit late on the hit, but this was perfect timing, I reckon.
yeah, look at this one. Boom.
Really good connection. Well done. Pity there wasn't more to this wave. As she falls off here, it'll be deemed a one maneuver wave, but it was a sick move. Arissa, she needed a 6.97. Her number is in. It helps her cause, because a 4.2 for one hit, the judges loved it, really. A 4.2 is a decent number for one move.
I mean, that was pretty critical. It was the largest part of that wave, and she really hit it, no fear. Airdrop down. I think really well done.
Yep, loved it. So well done, Arissa. More of that, please. You're going to have to find that twice on a wave to get the required almost 7 points to get out of trouble here. But she's rapidly running out of time. She's not even in the priority billing, so not back on the peak yet.
Yeah,
Wow.
as she came down, there was like a full extension of her body.
So good. That's such a tough thing to do. So, she was on the rope. She's gone, I don't want to get knocked out just yet. So she totally went for it. We needed that kind of approach perhaps a bit earlier in the heat to give it a better chance of qualifying. All right, so this is not her last wave, but it's one of her other rides. This will be a 3.67. The Bonsoy replay. Good looking wave out the back now. I can see. We'll cut to the live action. Here is, more replays.
This is that last one. This came
That
in
was it.
at a 4.20. Big blast to start things off. So well done, Arissa. Really trying to get back into this heat. She is not giving up so easily, which is a great competitive mindset.
Just saw Hinano ride another wave out the corner of my eye. Doesn't factor in. So more of the same there for Hinano. Just a mid-range 2. So time's getting away now. It's going to be congrats to the champ. She looked solid all heat right from her 7.83 first wave. 100% moving through. She'll have a target on her back this week. Everybody wants to be her. You want to win these type of events. Here is a replay of that last wave of reds. 20 seconds to go. Hinano is on the ropes. That's what a 2.5 looks like, folks. But here is a victory lap now for Ella, once again on a pretty good looking wave.
Yep, so just a quick victory lap for Ella. Big blast again. She's going to go for a second one, wraps it, and really digs her rail into that one. So congratulations to Ella McCaffrey. She will be going straight into the round of 32. And with that, we're going to head on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our Bonsoy ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, Bonsoy ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. I'm Jada Legati. I want to welcome back into the booth Dai Wako.
Good morning. I mean, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So there we have it. Huge heat total for Ella
Wow.
McCaffrey. 817 and a 783, showing exactly why she is the reigning champion here at the Nias Pro. And now in the water, Olive Hardy in red. We have Natalie Fensom in the blue and Imari Hearn in white. Exciting heat. The Hardys are West Aussies. They're used to those big, heavy waves. And Willow Hardy last year got a 10 out here. So she had an incredible performance. Unfortunately, wasn't able to come this year for the Korean Nias. She is dealing with injuries right now. So all the best energy sending to her. Hopefully she'll have a quick recovery and see her again here soon. But it is Olive Hardy, her sister, in the water right now. So exciting stuff to come up. Imari Hearn, a surfer from Bali as well. She grew up in Bali. I think she represents England though.
Right.
But she also is a young girl who is so comfortable in heavy barrels and waves that it's kind of impressive. I mean, we did a trip together early last year. We went with the Channel Islands team to HTs, and I remember seeing the forecast as we were going there, and it was huge. Like, you don't understand. The
Right.
forecast was like predicting like 10 to 12 foot, and we were there. I was like, I don't even have boards for this type of swell. But when we got there and the swell arrived, it really was massive. And Imari was just no fear at all, throwing herself over the ledge in some of the biggest waves I've ever seen. And she would just get smashed and paddle out with a smile on her face and be like, I'm ready for more.
Wow. So she's ready to be here in Nias.
She's ready to be here in Nias, and I'm sure she saw the forecast coming up and is ready for that
Right.
as well. But before we get to that, she needs to pass this heat. Imari, she is representing England at the moment, and I know she spent some time recently there trying to compete in some nationals. She wants to be able to go to the ISA and represent them there and compete and get a few rounds in there. So an all-around surfer. She has a beautiful style and a super young, happy girl. I'm excited to see her C8.
Definitely, she wants to, getting through this heat.
Mhm.
Just be ready for tomorrow, maybe, because the swell is looking great here in Nias for the next couple of days. We might have new swells coming up. We're not too sure yet, but that's what forecasts said. So definitely, she will be interested just getting through this heat.
Yeah, I mean, even if that big swell doesn't come, this is like perfect, picture perfect Indo surf. This is what you want for heat. This is going to
Definitely.
showcase some incredible surfing, and we're going to get some big scores. And Ella McCaffrey just showed that a 16 heat total. That's big.
That's a huge score for day number one. Already, dropping 8s and 7s probably. Wow, that heat was big heat. Unfortunately, for the two Japanese surfers got knocked, but I've seen some great surfing from two Japanese surfers too.
Yeah, Arisa. Wow, Arisa really impressed me in that he
Right.
actually, unfortunately, wasn't able to pass, but she really approached those sections with no fear. She really hit it, airdrop down in most of them. So it was really impressive to watch. Arisa just kind of stepping up and
Right.
hearing those scores. She knew she needed something big. But talking about scores, we're gonna head over to a post-heat interview with Ella McCaffrey.
Righto, I'm here with the defending champ, and Ella, I've got to say, what a perfect statement to back up your defence of your title from last year.
Thank you so much. Stoked to be back.
817 for that last wave, yeah. You just keep smashing the lip. You're looking so good.
Thank you. Yeah, stoked to be back here. Surf's firing as usual, and just happy to be here.
How long every year would you say you would spend here at Nias? Because I see you here a lot.
I do spend a lot of time here. This is my favorite wave in the world. I love the place. I always stay at Hash. I love the family. It's where I try to come back to every year.
Just that was to me just stock standard Alan McCaffrey surfing. So if I could just say one thing, just keep doing more of that because you're on fire, right?
Thank you so much.
Nice to get barreled.
Yes, I would love to get barreled. The next 2 days look like they might be a little bigger, so definitely hoping for some barrels.
And you've probably won more of these little things out of anybody on the point here. How good's a sneaky bang bang every now and then?
So good. Love that you guys do that. It's like the best, like after heat, bang bang.
It's the only event in the world it gets done. I'm going to shake your hand and say, Ella, you're in winning form. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys. Thank you.
All right, epic interview there with Ella, the defending champ here in Nias. She wants to get that title again. So we've had one wave ridden. This is Natalie Fensom.
This wave just turned into a really great wave. Really loved the first turn and get the second turn in. 7 minutes in this heat, and finally 2 of the surfers getting those waves. And the fast wave for Natalie comes in at 4.17. Emily Hearn had a one wave, but unfortunately comes in stuck and comes out of 0.60. It's a great exchange from Natalie on the first wave.
Yeah, so a 4.17, that's a really good score today. You know, we've seen so many heats that it just kind of dies down and not many waves come through. So the 4s and the 5s are definitely getting you through this round one.
Definitely like getting 4s and 5s is like getting 7s, 8 out there, but except for the last heat. But pretty much, yeah, for mid 4 is going to be a keeper, and definitely 4.17 will be a keeper with a 17 minutes and 35 seconds to go in this heat, but a little bit of moving out the back. I believe Hurdy's having a look at this one. So this is her first wave, utilizing her first priority. Nice off the top opening carve, and gets around the corner and put another solid big carve. This is a great looking wave. Nice 2-turn combo from Olive Hardy.
Yep, no one out the back just yet, but that was a good wave for Olive Hardy. Nice start. She will be watching the replay here for the first of red. Good first hack, so powerful. She really lays into it. Love that second one too, pushing the tail a little more. So nicely done there for Olive Hardy. So Imari Hearn now live action, big first blast. Love that. Straight up for the second one. This is Imari Hearn on your screen. I would love to see if she got a couple more turns out the back, but I love that first one that we saw.
Definitely was a great combination from Imari Hearn. Yeah, here's a replay of the last of white. Big first throwing a lot of sprays right in the pocket and straight into the second turn. So probably she only did 2 turns, but great combination from Imari Hearn. And last of red comes at 5.17. That is a nice score to open up her campaign.
Yeah, so we're waiting for one more score to come in for Imari Hearn. I think it's going to be a pretty good one.
Right.
I felt like it was pretty critical. She surfed it really nicely. Her board is looking so good under her feet. If I'm not wrong, I think she's riding the CI Pro 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what's the model for? Is it a model for the steeper wave?
Yeah, it's a pintail, a little bit less rocker than the CI Pro, the original one that first came out. So it's just a little bit more all-rounded for waves that maybe are not as hollow as Nias, but it's still an incredible board that just goes, you know. And they have also made it into a step-up, so you can use it not only for like fun everyday size like we're seeing today, but if the wave really gets to that 6 foot, 7 foot range, you can actually get the same model but just a little bigger, and it will be incredible.
Right.
Yeah, I've got a CI Pro Step Up 2 that I rode when I was in Mentawai, and we had a swell for both Kandui and eBay, and I caught the wave of my life on that board. So if you're
Right.
coming to Indo and you want that board for the perfect conditions, that's the one you're looking for.
Okay. So you're the master of CI surfboards.
I know everything you need to
Yeah.
know, especially that model because it's
Right.
my favorite. Well, my favorite personally is the CI Pro, but the CI Pro 2 as well is just, yeah, like I said, more all-rounder, less rocker, so it doesn't have to be that Indo perfection.
So definitely suitable for every condition.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
And it can just get really tight into the pocket
Right.
and super loose. So it's a board that has done well. If I'm not wrong, I think it won a Stab in the Dark.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's a
Nice.
great model.
Great model. Nias, sometimes it can get really hot. It can get really hollow, but on the shoulder it can get really fat as well. So probably all up rounder can fit in nicely in this condition.
You're right. And the fact that they could adapt it and make it into a step-up model, it just shows how much it can
Right.
really change your surfing. And equipment is such an important part of competitive surfing
Oh,
as well,
yes.
because you need to have the right board under your feet to make you feel confident. Sometimes it's all a mental game at the end. If you love your board and you know that your equipment is correct for the type of conditions, that just gives you that extra boost, and you're just gonna get some bigger scores.
That is so true. Having a great board under your feet is just crucial for the competition. But the last wave for Imari comes in 4.90, the second best score in this heat so far. So it looks like that board working really well. So we're gonna go into the bonsai as we have a little break in action.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm gonna start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We are back in the live action. We are into round of 48 of women heat number 8. So this is gonna be the last heat of the round of 48, and we are straight moving into men's round of 128 heat number 1. We have Kaiki Yamanaka in red, Jaden Wilcoxon in blue, Harley O'Brien in white, and Don't Worry About in green.
Now on your screen, Natalie Fensom fighting back. Oof, unfortunately, just not being able to finish that turn, but it was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score. And right behind her, Olive Hardy now wanting to back up that 517. Good first turn there. Wraps it around there. Unfortunately, just falls off. Isn't able to complete it. Now it is Imari Hearn out the back. Wants to do good. Big blast there. And just nosedives down. But good effort there from the girls.
Definitely great exchange from all the surfers.
But yeah, let's go back to what we were talking about before about equipment.
Yeah.
It's a vital part of all of these surfers' preparation coming up to these events. And they just have to have it really dialed in and go talk to their shapers and tell them what they're feeling and tell them what type of conditions are probably going to be here in Korean Nias and get their boards ready for that. Most of these surfers come from Japan or Australia, where the conditions are really different.
Right.
So watch this replay of Olive. Unfortunately, does fall off on that second one. But yeah, so the conditions are really different to what they have at home. So they really need to adjust their equipment and make sure it's adapted to these waves.
Right. And especially for Japan, we don't really get this kind of condition in Japan. So definitely communicating with the board shaper is crucial to get right board. And yeah, I remember when I was competing in a competition, having a great board gives you like extra spark to it, or like it gives you extra something.
I mean, it's one less thing to think about. You know,
True.
there's so much happening to get ready for your heat, and while you're out there, you want to be just concentrated on your surfing and catching the right wave. So if you're on a board that you don't feel good on, that's just going to be at the back of your mind. And you're just going to be like, oh, is this board going to hold? Is this board going to give me the opportunities that I want? Will it let me catch this wave? You know, so you don't want to be thinking about that when you're out there. You want to be thinking only about your surfing.
Right, that's so true. And sometimes having a not good board under your feet, just you don't want to, but you kind of had to blame on the surfboard a little bit. So, and that doesn't feel right to have.
So this is Natalie now, really pushing the tail over. But yeah, sometimes it's just having a board that you don't like just doesn't motivate you to surf, you know?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah,
when you have a
true.
board that you like, you just want to be out there all day having fun and surfing it.
Super true.
So 8 minutes 45 on the clock. It is Olive Hardy in first right now with a 5.17 and a 2.1. Imari Hearn in second, but with priority of 4.9 and wants to get rid of that 0.87. Natalie Fensom only looking for a 1.61 to go into second. It's looking like a couple sets approaching. Imari liking the look of this one, so she's gonna pull the trigger on it.
Late drop for that wave, but managed to come around section. That was a huge first stand and managed to get another one in, but quick kick out. But that first stand was solid. Absolutely big.
That was a solid first turn for Imari. She's definitely getting rid of that 0.87. It's going to make it a little harder now for Natalie. So we're going to watch the replay. Love this first turn. Just really follows the lip there. Wraps it here. Just as a small backup, but that wave not offering too much more on the inside. So I think she took the most of that wave.
Definitely. And looks like, you know, it's really a close heat so far in between three surfers. Pretty much everyone has one good wave, and whoever gets us back up will be in the first place. But Imari, the last wave 4.60 now, put her into the first with 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So she, you know, managed to put a little bit of pressure on, you know, red and blue at this stage. So this is a replay of the first wave of Olive Hardy. Nice first opening carb and straight into second. So this wave came out of 5.17, which is the highest heat score in this heat. But this is a live action. We didn't get to see the first part of the wave.
Yep. So I think we just saw some live replay now, live action of Olive Hardy wanting to get rid of that 2.10. Bit of a paddle battle going on now with red and blue.
Right. You know, it's a slower heat, so it's a pretty crucial to get a higher priority. So there's a nice battle between red and blue. But at the back, Mali has first priority. So this is a replay of loss of red. Nice opening carve. And gets second turn in. And quickly kicks out. So the last wave, red comes in 4.07. Still remains a second place by extending her lead over blue. Now Natalie needs 5.08.
So this is now live action. Imari Hearn, current heat leader. Big first turn. Oh, fortunately, her nose just digs and she wasn't able to ride out of that one, but it was looking like it was going to be a beautiful score there for Imari Hearn. 5.5. It is now Olive Hardy with priority. Natalie Fensom out the back. This is our surfer in blue from Australia, if I'm not wrong, wanting to back up that 4.17, looking for a 5.08. So not a huge requirement, but on a day like today, they haven't been, you know, it's been hard to get past these 5s and 4s. So let's see what the judges think of that one.
Olive Hardy up and riding. Tried to get rid of the 4.07. Nice first turn. Gets second in. And managed to put third turn in. So that was a beautiful combination from Olive Hardy. Trying to get rid of the 4.07. 4.33 will put her into the first with the 4 minutes and 47 seconds remaining in this heat. The last wave for Natalie comes in 3.67, so not enough to go into the second, still needing 5.08.
So this is a replay of the last of red. Big first carve there. Sets it up for the second one. So she wants to get rid of that 4.07, a 4.33 to go to first. But
wow, it's gonna be close, I'm gonna say. Nice two-turn combo. Probably second turn wasn't in a critical section to hit, but still was a great combination from Olive Hardy. We're still waiting for the last of red.
yep, you're right. That second turn maybe could have been a little bit more like tighter in the pocket,
Right.
and that would have made the score a little higher. But she surfed it incredibly nonetheless. That first turn was really nice, super wide arc there as she came around. This is now Natalie Fensum needing a 5.33 to go into an advancing position. One good turn. Won't be able to get around that section. So the last of Olive Hardy, a 5.27, pushes her straight into first. It's now Imari in second, looking for a 5.54. That would be the best wave of the heat.
A nice solid turn with a lot of sprays for Natalie. She's looking for wave 5.33. Probably she needs at least 2 turns, solid 2 turns to get a requirement. But last of all, Olive Hardy, 5.27. That is a really healthy number. Now she's in the first comfortably with the 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Now Mari has fast priority, trying to get rid of the 4.60.
So these are the best scores from Olive Hardy. I think this one right here was her 5.17. That was a great start for Olive Hardy straight off the bat. This is her second wave. I'm pretty sure this would be her 5.27. Big first opening turn. Really pushes it in that second one. Just a bit of a fumble here, but not too important as the wave was just like kind of fat already in the channel. Not too much scoring potential lost there.
Sitting in the first place with the mid fives is really great situation for Olive Hardy at the moment. Just under 2 minutes remaining in this heat. So Imali is holding on to the fast priority, looking for wave to get rid of the 4.60 or 5.54 to go into the first. Well, looks like there's a few sets coming into the lineup now.
Yep, so it's looking like there's a little bit of motion out the back. Imari now going to take a look at this one. She decides to go a 5.54 is her requirement to go back into the lead. Good first opening turn. Sets it up for the second one. She needs to go big. Wraps it around, unfortunately. Oh, actually makes it. Sorry, we gave up too quick. Really good wave from Imari. I'm not sure it's going to be the requirement. So this is Olive Hardy now, the current heat leader. Big hack straight up to the second one. She wants to extend her lead and chip away at her score with just a minute left. Now Natalie out the back with priority. This is live action. Natalie Fensum, quick up and out. A couple scores to come through now.
A couple crucial moments for Imari and Natalie. We are still waiting for the last of Imari. Is the last ride going to, improve her situation? She needs a way to get rid of the 4.60. She managed to put a couple turns in, and this is Natalie up and riding, needing 5.33. Big car, but comes unstuck, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Natalie unfortunately falling off on that last one. Imari's last wave comes in at a 3.67, so doesn't go into her top two. We're just waiting for last score of red. This is Imari's last wave, 3.67. So Imari stays in second. We're just waiting for the last score of red, but she's gonna stay in first. Just stick with it. This is the replay of the last of red. Comes in at a 6-point
Wow.
ride. So big hack there. Straight up here into that second one. Wraps it around here. So a good way to finish off her heat. Congratulations to Olive Hardy and Imari Hearn. They will be passing on to the round of 32. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break. And we'll see you guys in the next heat.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Nias Pro QS 6000. Now we're into men's round of 128 heat. Number 1, we have Kaiki Yamanaka in red, Jaden Wilcoxon in blue, Harry O'Brien in white, Don't Warrior while in green, and Dai Wako in the booth with True Starling. How are you today?
I'm doing so good, Di. I just had the nicest little break watching some of the most perfect waves roll through, eating an almond magnum, and just, yeah, loving it. It was so good.
Nice. So now we're into the men's round of 128.
Yeah.
So we are gonna finish up with heat 10 today.
Yep.
So 10 more heats to go.
Yep.
Still a lot of big actions coming up.
Lots of big surfing. Lots of, those seated surfers we're going to see, which is going to be so great. And this first heat, what a heat to kick off. Kaiki Yamanaka, Jaden Wilcoxon from the Kandui crew. We've seen them do really well this event so far, which has been awesome. Harry O'Brien from Lennox and Don't Worry Oh Wow, which is going to be, this is a stacked heat. This is really awesome.
Right. And there's still, waves, a decent waves coming through to the lineup. So you just got to be patient. It's a little slow, but if you can wait, then you can get the right ones out there.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it's a bit of a patience game out there right now, maybe.
Oh, it's definitely a mental game.
Yeah, definitely one of those moments where you got to keep the mind quiet. You can see Kaiki Yamanaka. He's sitting on that inside, and it seems like it's important to be on that inside to start these heats off straight away, Dai, because you give yourself the best opportunity to be on the best wave.
That's exactly what Kaiki is doing. He's having a look at this one. 山中選手、1本目のライディング、小さめのサイズながら綺麗な波になってきそうです。1発目、綺麗にオフザリップを入れてきます。そして2発目も大きなスプレーを飛ばして、いいターンを入れてきました。そして大きなラウンドハウスカットバックでしっかりとホワイトウォーターへ回って込んで、ここで演技を終えます。I think that's a really smart move from Kaiki Yamanaka.
Yeah, I agree.
Get the first wave. It was a smaller size wave, but still, managed to put 3-turn combo, which haven't really seen 3-turn good combo so far. So it was a smaller size, but well managed, well surfed really well from Kaiki Yamanaka.
Yeah, that was smart competitive surfing for sure. I think getting that 3-turn combination, obviously we haven't seen too much of that. So it'll kind of set the bar for the men, and it's starting to look like it might start barreling soon, I think.
Yeah, I got a exact same feeling.
It feels like it's going to start getting really, really fun. And this is a replay. First quick turn there for Kaiki. Gets that second one in. That was a really nice connection, driving through the third. So Kaiki doing really well to navigate that wave and connect with each section. It's a 3.33, so it seems like the size of the wave was capping
Right.
that score.
It's not a big score, but trying to get a wave as soon as the heat starts is just very smart move, Kaiki Yamanaka. So it doesn't really matter what score he gets. Just he's trying to be in the first priority situation.
Yeah.
So it's good surfing, 3.33. Just like you said, just a smaller size wave.
Yeah, just the wave size capping the score. We do know that there are some good size waves rolling through. Yeah, I feel like it's going to start to get better. I don't know. Do you have this feeling as well?
Yes.
I think
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's yeah, I'm excited. Obviously, we're running 10 heats of the men's round of 128. We have the opening ceremony as well today at some point this afternoon, which is going to be super exciting too. So yeah, lots going on for day one of the Nias Pro, and 6 days of the QS, and then 2 days we have the Pro Junior as well.
Okay. Right. So we're gonna have juniors at the end of this period. So
Yeah.
and forecast saying that we're gonna have a couple swells, fill in for the next week. So it'll be exciting to watch.
Yeah, it'll be definitely worth just sitting down on the lappy, having it on in the background or whatever needs to be done, because I think we're going to have some really fun waves and obviously some great surfing. We had a pretty iconic year here last year, which we just can't stop talking about because it was just so incredible.
Right.
And this is Harry O'Brien. He's having a look at his first wave, racing down the line. Big first turn to start for Harry O'Brien. Projects out of that one. Nice second connection there. Leans into a third one as well. Unfortunately coming unstuck, but those first two turns are really smooth.
Right. And I thought it's gonna really, it's gonna run away from him, but I think just the wave hit the reef really nicely, and he was able to come around the section and gets first turn in a little bit late, get up to the top, but still managed to put second turn in, big carve.
Yeah.
So it was a great combination from Harry O'Brien.
Yeah, that was a well surfed wave, and good way to start off this heat. I mean, Jaden and Don't Worry a Wow are exciting to watch as well. Jaden is still a junior; he's still quite young, so we'll see how he attacks this wave as well. I'm sure he's used to these kinds of punchy conditions. So 4.5 for that first wave if Harry O'Brien locks in.
Well, 4.5 will be, to me, like a keeper. Today's conditions, like getting mid fours, mid five is like getting sevens and mid six. So definitely it's a good score so far.
Yeah, with 17 minutes. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. 4 5s and above are, they're good scores to get on days like today. And it seems like they're definitely keepers. And someone who did a great job in that last heat was Olive Hardy, taking it out. She is down there about to have a chat with Giada Legati. Oh, we might actually just stick with this live action. Sorry. So this is, unfortunately, Harry goes down. And we'll see if there's any takers on any waves out the back. It doesn't look like it. So we'll throw down to Olive and Giada. They're going to have a chat.
All right, I'm here with Olive. Congratulations. You surfed an incredible heat. How are the conditions out there?
Oh, so good. There were just so many waves. I'd paddle back out and I'd just catch another one. It was so fun.
All right, so unfortunately your sister wasn't able to come here, but she's done so well here in the past. Has she given you some tips?
Yeah, I've definitely been using her lineup. She's been so helpful, and yeah, it's pretty sad not having her here, but she's watching at home, so yeah, she'll be back next year.
And during your heat, we started talking a little bit about equipment. Tell us what you're riding and if you had to adjust it to knowing that you're coming here.
Yeah, I've got a really good quiver at the moment. I've got a lot of different shaped boards in my quiver, but in that heat I was on my 7.5 DHD, which is it's kind of like my normal board. So yeah, went well.
All right, well, it's looking great. We have the tradition here, winner gets a bang bang. I hope you enjoy that. And is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family at home?
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's watching. And also massive thanks to Freya who caddied in my heat. She was an absolute legend, gave me lots of coaching from the channel. So, yeah.
Epic. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Gianna, and thank you so much, Olive. I'm sure that her sister Willow was watching, who unfortunately had a syndesmosis injury in her ankle and has had to pull out of both Krui and then maybe potentially even South Africa as well. So check out her Instagram for more info on that. That was Jaden just tucking in. Unfortunately, doesn't find the exit, but yeah, Olive, she's a great rising young talent. It's exciting to watch her.
This is our local surfer.
Oh
Don't worry, wow. Into the barrel, traveling long time, comes out so super clean.
Wow, that is super exciting, and it's happening, Di.
Yes, just like we said it. Just,
Wow.
waves just turn on now.
Yeah, it's starting to barrel. It's starting to get better, and could be in for a really good afternoon of surfing.
So this is 山中選手の2本目のライディング、2本目のライディングになります。1ターン、2ターンと綺麗にターンを入れてきたこのライディングは 3.43 というスコアになりました。
Wow, this is that last wave of Don't Worry, a wow, and wow, that was just such a clean exit, drops in straight away. It's a 6.17, and that's gets the best wave of the heat so far, and yeah, what a wave that was. Super exciting.
I'm pretty sure that's the first barrel we've seen, like a decent, proper, barrel riding from Don't Worry Wow. He's a local surfer, and he knows where to sit and where to catch. So, wow, he's gonna get another one for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, super
617.
exciting. A 6.17. That means that Harry O'Brien is sitting in third with that 4.5. He's looking for a 1.68 to move up into second. Jaden Wilcoxon also tried to get some cover as well. Unfortunately, not finding the exit. He needs a 5.35, and I feel like the young grom in this heat, being Jaden, if he can find a good wave that's going to open up for him, he seems really comfortable in the tube.
Definitely, he's from Mentawai, so definitely used to this kind of barrel conditions. And I'm sure he is looking for that one.
Yeah. Oh, bring it on. I'm excited for it. The men are finding the moments out here. This second heat is going to be super great too. It's going to be Philip Duke taking on Aoi Oguri, Swing Daki, and Takumi Nakamura.
That is another exciting matchup. But as now everyone see that barrel from Don't Worry Wow. So pretty much after this heat, everyone's just searching for the barrels, and it's gonna be a barrel battling.
Yeah, barrel hunting moments for sure. I mean, this is super exciting. Kaiki has had a pair of threes, but that 617 is a pretty good looking score.
Super healthy number for the opening up his campaign.
Yeah, for sure. And I think 11 and a half minutes to go. Let's take a look again. Completely disappears.
Yeah, completely disappeared. Travel quite a long time and comes out super clean. So
wow, he's up and into this one again. This is the local here. He just kicks out of that one, wondering what he got done out the back, if he got another opportunity. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it, but the first indication of the scores. But I think he'll go to first. 0.73 goes to first.
Probably he was looking for the barrel again, but definitely it was a smaller size wave, so wave didn't offer the barrel time. That wave comes in at 0.73. Still, that put him into the first now.
Huge. So Kaiki Yamanaka down in second. It's Harry O'Brien in third, looking for that 2.26. And Jaden Wilcoxon in fourth, chasing a 5.93, which is pretty decent score, but we know it can be done by Jaden or anyone really of that matter with 10 and a half minutes to go. This is exciting, Di. I'm feeling like we're going to, hopefully it'll start to get a little bit more consistent. We'll see.
I believe, I'm sure the tide is still moving, and we are reaching at high tide around about, I don't know, I'm not too sure, but in an hour also. So that's, pretty much a great time for the waves, for the swells fill in. So
Yeah.
we might be able to see more actions, more waves, more great waves coming through.
Super exciting. Even looking at these heats that are coming up towards the back end of the afternoon.
Whoa, looks like
It's huge.
Harry O'Brien using his first priority, up and riding, nice first turn, and comes around the section, gets a second turn. A little bit of missed time for the second turn, but still managed to put 2 turns in. He only needs 2.26 to go into the second. And I'm pretty sure he's done that job to go into second now, but have a look at this replay.
Oh, yeah, nice first turn for Harry. And gets a second one in there. I agree, Di. I think he's done what he has to do to move up into second place. It might not be a huge score. And then this is Don't Worry a Wow. What's he got for us? Big turn there. Just kicks the board away. With just under 9 minutes to go, we'll see this last score of Harry O'Brien set to lock in pretty soon. And it's a 3.23, so Harry goes to first place. Don't Worry a Wow in second, courtesy of that 6.17. He needs it, and Kaiki Yamanaka needs a 3.48 to go up into second place. Jaden Wilcoxon is now looking for a 6.08 with 8.5 minutes to go. Wow, this is hopefully a few waves coming through.
Jaden needs pretty big number, but still, if he's on the one of the sets, then he definitely get the requirement. It looks like the set rolling through to the lineup now. So we might be seeing some great actions soon.
I think that one just going a little wide maybe. And potentially another wave rolling through. We'll see. It is Jaden Wilcoxon with second priority. Chasing a 6.08. No takers on this one. And just under 8 minutes to go. 3.23 for that last wave of Harry O'Brien. He got some good surfing done.
Wow. Yeah, put him into the first place now. Nice backup from Harry O'Brien. Just 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. So there's still, plenty of times remaining in this heat. Oh, you gotta be patient for that set.
Fully. Yeah. It is such a, there's good waves that are coming through and enough that are floating through in the heats for sure, but it's just picking the right ones out there. Like, your wave selection just needs to be on point, it seems like.
Definitely.
Let's have a look at the best waves of the heat. This is a 4.5, I believe, of Harry O'Brien. That first turn was so solid. Gets a drift. Really, really love that bottom turn into second turn combo. That was huge.
Whoa.
And then this is a 617 of Don't Worry a Wow. Just completely disappears. Comes out with a spit. Yeah, that was so, so huge. A 6.17. Looks like Harry's going to have a look.
Up and riding. Little bit of foamy section, but floats the section nicely and gets a second turn in. It's kind of hard to surf on the white water, but still managed to put 2 turns in. So he's looking for a wave to get rid of the 3.23 now. And on the last one, he managed to put 2 turns in, so it's going to be close.
Yeah, wow, it will be really close. I mean, I think it's good that Harry's just catching a few waves under priority, seeing if he can better the 3.23. The last was a 2.8, so doesn't go into the top 2, but he's just surfing and catching a few more waves out there. I know that speaking to pretty much everyone, they said it's been so hard to catch waves out there in the lineup. So tricky. And even talking to you, you said the same thing, and I think that for heats like this, when you're out in front, it's good to just be able to surf a few more waves, really.
And definitely it'll be hard out there because, you know, when you surfing in practice, there's a pack of people out there and you don't really know where to sit. You just kind of need to sit deeper to get a wave.
Yeah.
But in the heat, you just only surf against 3 other surfers and you kind of get lost out there. Huh?
Oh, for sure. It's hard to know, what's going on. You're used to other people's lineups, and don't worry, a wow tucks in once again and maybe just doesn't quite get around that one. But I tell you what, he's looking really comfortable out at home here. Gets a nice connection in all the way down to the inside. So
wow,
he might even go to first on that wave, or he probably will. Doesn't need a big score.
Definitely the last slide will put him into this first place. But it was a kind of like smaller size waves that Kaiki had the first priority, but just he decided not to go on this one. And, don't worry, wow, just found a great smaller size barrel. In traveling in the barrel for quite a long time, it comes out of it so clean and gets bonus section inside. Oh, but looks like the last wave for Don't Worry Wow comes in at a 1.97.
Yeah, maybe not as deep in the barrel as what we thought. That beautiful drone angle can be a little bit misleading sometimes, for sure. So 197. And it looks like Harry O'Brien is going to have a look at this one. He's up and into it. He's going to go to turns.
Wow.
Oh, huge opening carve. Drives through a third one. He's really opening up here. And he only needs a 365 to go to first. I really like those first 2 turns there, Di. It was huge.
I really love the, first and second turn as well. He's looking for a wave to get rid of the 3.23, but I think he will do that with this big opening carve straight into the second solid turns. Definitely, it's going to be a really healthy number for Harry O'Brien. His time is ticking, 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Jaden is holding on to the second priority, just waiting for the right ones. Kaiki needing 4.72 to go into the second. The last of Harry comes in at a 4.10. Now he is in the lead.
Wow, yeah, 4.1 for Harry. Pair of 4s has him in first. I mean, don't worry, a wow only needs a 2.43 to go back into first place. Kaiki Yamanaka chasing a 4.72, and it's Jaden Wilcoxon. He's been sitting there for a while. He needs a 7.34, and it's I've been excited to watch him surf in this event. Especially because he did so great in the Krui Pro Junior as well. Watching him surf on his backhand was so exciting. So hopefully he gets an opportunity to open up and find a set and maybe get deep in the tube and really nudge for that score. But 2 minutes to go and Kaiki holding first priority. We'll see what happens.
Well, it looked like there's some movement. Oh, but here is they are looking at something out the back. Kaiki is holding on to the first priority. He just letting this wave go. Hopefully there's another swell at the back. Oh, so I was having a look at this one. So Kaiki has first priority. 山中選手、この波で4点出すと2位へ上がっていきます。1発目は大きなターン。そして2発目も大きなターンを入れてきました。コーラスプレーもたくさん飛ばし、2ターンのコンビネーションとなりました。
Alright, here we go. Looks like Jaden Wilcoxon out the back. He needs a big score. Tags that first section. He's such a small grom. Gets a second turn in and rides out of that one. That was crazy. Airdropping down out of it. A 7.31 is the requirement. And out behind, don't worry, a wow. Looks like he was going to stall. He's racing it here, waiting for it to tube. But, he gets in there. And unfortunately doesn't make the ride out.
But that was a big exchange for red and blue. Wow. It's going to be an interesting exchange. The Kaiki had a really great surfing and Jaden had a great wave, so we're still waiting for the last of red and blue.
Wow, big scores to come for Kaiki and Jaden. Kaiki, this one's going to be important. It's a 4.72 that he's looking for. That was a nice first turn. Gets a second turn in as well. I mean, it was pretty solid. A bit of a fumble there.
Ooh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be really, really close. Locks in at a 3.73. So not the requirement, and a 3 for that last wave of Jaden Wilcoxon. So it looks like it's Harry O'Brien and Don't Worry a Wow moving on through. Yeah, these are these last few waves of the heat. This one of Don't Worry a Wow, unfortunately, it just couldn't quite make the exit. But we'll see him again in that next round dive.
Right, so we're going to go to a little quick break, and we'll be right back after the break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro day one of the action here, and we've had a super exciting morning so far. We just saw Harry O'Brien and Don't Worry a Wow move on through. Kaiki Yamanaka unfortunately falling out of the event, as well as Jaden Wilcoxon right now. We have Philip Duke out there, Aoi Oguri, Swing Daki, and also Takumi Nakamura out there as well. It's going to be an exciting heat. I'm True Starling, and join in for this heat with me is Mark Clift.
Yo, g'day, True. And it's boiling hot down here on the point, and the surfing starting to go through the roof to match. So Aoi kicking off with a big blast. I think we're owed 3 numbers. Philip Duke, we saw him have a pretty good campaign in Krui. True, he surfs above his miniature weight division, but he's a character, and we love him. And this looks like green on the pump. So everybody now off to a ripping start. Takumi in the pocket. So good. How's this, the drone footage? So Takumi surfed a heat this morning on 1, right?
Yes, that is correct. And he's got that little bit of an edge maybe. And that was a really well surfed wave for Takumi. His first one was just a 1, but second score is going to lock in at probably the best of the heat so far. We saw Philip Duke drop a 3.83. Oi's first wave, a 2.73. Another score for him to lock in as well.
So good start to this matchup. Here's catching up with the action. So let's have a look at the Duke, young Philip. He's a lot to like about this young character. He's really happy-go-lucky. He's surfing. He's got a lot of different moves. He's all over it. Generally competes pretty well, and we saw that in Krui, that he beat some heavy hitters. We saw him get involved in a paddle battle with Winter Vincent. I'll never forget. Remember when he kept cutting in front of Winter, and Winter's trying to go around him?
I think that might have been Jack. Was that Jack Thomas? I think it might have been Jack.
That was
Thomas.
Jack, yeah. It was one of the big boys anyway.
Yeah.
Phillips just denied him the opportunity.
It was amazing.
Denied him the opportunity to go around him. It was hilarious. So he doesn't mind pushing back when push comes to shove.
Yeah, it was super cool. It's exciting to see him just completely leave everything on the line. This is a 4.5 for Takumi Nakamura, and he's just ripping away. You can see how much power he puts into that back foot on each of his turns, throwing so much spray.
Geez, he picked off a good wave too. It was a medium one, but it had 3 good sections. So well done. 4.50. the best number so far. We are watching Heat 2 of this men's round. We're allegedly going to try and get through 10 of these heats today, but we also have to factor in at some point we're doing an opening ceremony today. So this the action will stop at some point. We're not sure exactly when. There's no point giving you guys a time check because that always blows out with official ceremonies. So we'll just do it when we need to, and we'll pull the plug at a moment's notice when we get told thumbs up. Opening ceremony is about to kick off.
Yeah, well, while there's waves, we'll surf.
Exactly. So it is formatted for these 10 heats of this round to kick off, but you never know. I think we might not get that far because we've got to go and pay homage to the opening ceremony. They love a big ceremony, and they do it pretty well. Yeah. So this heat, this round, we're starting to see seeded surfers come into play. There's a lot of big names in these first 10 heats. A lot of people eagerly waiting their turn. When exactly do we stop is the question they're all asking, but we'll get to that when we do. We'll stay with the live action here. And I've got to tell everybody up here, it's 1:30 in Nias time. Absolutely steaming hot down here on the point. You can see the sun's out. The water is about 30 degrees. Outside's probably 32, but feels like 42. And that sun is just like a laser.
Yeah.
So hot.
Yeah, need to stop myself from eating too many ice creams today. I've already had one, and I think that needs to be enough. But looks like Takumi back up and into another one. He's just finding a couple of good waves. Unfortunately, goes down on that first turn, but just finding the rhythm out there, and it looks like swaying Daki up and into this one.
All right, so boom, another local fella. Oh, actually, Japanese surfer. Oh no, Indonesian. All right, so getting the job done quickly in and out there. His first appearance in this heat for Sueng. I imagine he's part of the Point, the local club down here. Philip Duke out of Bali. Two Japanese surfers, Aoi and Takumi. Takumi surfed strongly in that very first heat of the morning to really show the judges he's a quality act.
Yeah. And I'm excited to see Philip Duke in this heat. A 3.83 for his first wave. Really strong surfing. It was just a smaller wave, so hopefully he can get on a bigger one and really just go for it as well. We saw him make some really great heats in the QS.
I've seen a lot of good surfing out of Philip over the years. I know he's got a good air game. I know he loves to add a bit of variety to his surfing. He's probably small enough to squeak into some mini tubes out there, unlike some other people have either been getting clipped or can't actually take the tube on because it's not heaving. But Philip can sneak into small spots. So
yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if he does get barreled this heat.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We saw a great one from Don't Worry a Wow in that last heat, but it was Harry O'Brien who got the jump over him. Harry taking the win. He is there with Dai Wacko for a post-heat interview.
Look like you managed really well to stick to your plan after you seen the one with the surfer getting your barrel. But how's the heat?
Yeah, it was a fun heat. It was pretty tricky. Not many waves. I don't know. I made a few mistakes, taking some bad waves, but stoked I got through.
Well, it's definitely hard to catch a wave in the practice surfing because so many crowds, pack of people there. But is it hard to find right spots to sit on?
Yeah, it's my first time here. I've only had like 2 surfs. I got here pretty late, so I was finding it a bit hard to know where to sit, but kind of worked it out.
Your job is down for the day, so how are you going to spend the rest of the day?
Probably just going to go home and chill in the aircon. It's pretty hot.
Probably eat some ben. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Dai and Harry. That is Aoi Oguri, on screen there, and just finishing one off there for Aoi. And Takumi also has a score to lock in as well, with just about 16 minutes to go in this heat. So,
yeah, heat 2 of this men's round of 128. A lot of seeded surfers come into this round. Takumi again, Onsoi replays, thanks to the production team. This is our heat leader.
Whoa.
This is the 4-5.
Wow, that was a huge second turn.
I think he's owed this wave. So this is also Aoi's last ride. So watching replays, yet to get a score to this ride, but Takumi's is in at a 3.97.
Wow, those second turns for both Aoi and Takumi is they were huge. They were pretty critical. I really liked them. They were good moments.
Yes, and to only get a 3.93, Takumi's like, oh, all right, so guess I got to go bigger. Watch this space. I reckon he can.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's, he's already surfed a heat out there today. I'm sure he's probably feeling it a little bit. It is, as we've been mentioning, quite warm.
Quite warm. Steaming would be the word.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, Takumi's gone out there with a clear plan. He sees it's a little bit inconsistent and some heats are slower than others. So he's gone out there. He's ridden 4 waves. He's only got himself together an 8.47 2-wave total. But at this stage, it's good enough for the win or the lead. It would be a reasonably shaky lead under his skin because everybody else has numbers that they could easily catch up.
Yeah.
And the closest position is Aoi. A 4.6 would do it. Philip needs a mini number. He'll wait for a good wave from here. He knows what to do with the singlet on. And Sueng, Ducky, I imagine plenty of experience out the front under the belt. He now needs a 4.54 because all that just changed with that last score of Aoi's, a 3.87. So there's the fresh requirements, everybody. You can see it. More importantly, it's about who's got priority. It's this young man here in Philip Duke. Does he get pitted? Does he get pitted? Indeed he does. He could fit into small spots. But the foam ball just denied him an exit. Bummer.
Yeah, that was such a bummer for Philip Duke out the back. This is Sueng Ducky up and into it. Tucks in. He's getting some cover, but unfortunately goes down. Wow, he almost found the exit there.
Looked a lot like Philip's wave, really. They both had a lot of travel time. Sueng probably needed to just duck a little lower, and he was probably home there. He did all the hard work. Got to close to the exit point, and then that lip's just taken his head off, and the foam ball eventually caught up with Philip. So here's the Duke. He's weaving. He gave it a good pump, but you could see the foam ball just take him out. This was a different sort of tube.
Wow, he just slid into that so perfectly, unfortunately just going over. But what exciting moments there. I mean, if anything, that's just a tell for hopefully the rest of this heat.
Yep, and the good news is there's still 13 minutes to go because I reckon, like I suggested earlier, Philip loves to get barreled. He just a little bit unfortunate. He might have got a bit greedy and took off a smidge too deep. The foam ball tracked him down. He was on the pump and looking pretty good until the white stuff caught up with him. And then Sueng just got clipped by the lip, and it was enough to draw the error. If he had to maybe just bend his knees a little more and sort of had a slightly better read on that section, it looked like he was home, really.
Yeah, literally. That was super unlucky. But I'm excited for this next heat. It's going to be David Perry taking on Cameron McDougall, Taj Simon, and Alfred Zagotto. And this is the best wave of Takumi's, I believe. This is a 4.5, which was his second wave in this heat.
Lots of good surfing on that wave for a 4.5. So the judges perhaps feeling the heat as well, and they're just keeping everything reserved. Here is Aoi. This is a 3.87. Pretty sick surfing all round for those numbers.
Yeah, that was a nice second turn for Aoi. And, he's such an incredible surfer as well. He's still a junior, so he's got lots of time within this competitive kind of zone. And you can see that is Philip Duke asking for a time there. He needs a 2.92.
Might be asking for a watch sponsor. Somebody. There's space on that little wrist. He's a good lad.
Yeah, he's definitely exciting to watch. He's one of those surfers where it's like, what's going to happen here? Which, I love watching people like that. You just never know what they're going to do. And hopefully he gets another opportunity in the last 11 and a half minutes of this heat.
Yeah, you got to be thinking he will for sure. All right. We hope you're enjoying the show, everybody. As you can see, it's Heat 2 of the round of 128. Effectively, this is Heat 14 of the day. We did have 22 heats billed. We just got to also factor in our opening ceremony. They do ceremonies pretty well around here. They love their dancing. They've got some pretty crazy, funky, traditional outfits they like to wear and get out. And they've got some pretty cool dancers.
I am actually a sucker for an opening ceremony, if I'm going to be honest with you.
They do it good here. They do it well here.
I love the dances. I love watching, the different cultures of wherever we go. I think it's so exciting.
All right. Well, have you ever been up to the King's Village?
This is only the second time I've been here.
All right. You've got to go and have a look at the King's Village, all right? It's up on the hill.
It's like stepping back into the 1800s. It's seriously everything about it. It's like you're on a movie set of something set back in the 1800s. The roads, the houses, the way they live, their costumes. Their outfits look like costumes, but it's their everyday life. And you walk into their little village, and honestly, go and have a look. I imagine anybody that's been here and spent a bit of time here eventually gets up there and has a look, and they go, "Oh my God, that was so worth doing." I would highly recommend it. True. It's just up on the hill. It only takes about 10 or 15 minutes to get there by car, and they'll walk you through it. You're allowed to go into the king's house, which is just ancient, all right? It's just made of these biggest wooden logs. You can't even believe they've moved them around without huge machinery. So it's all man-made. It's really, really old-school village. The roads are paved, made out of paved blocks.
Yeah.
It's where they do the stone jumping. You can pay to see the stone jumping. They love doing this. They love putting the ladies in traditional outfit, and you're allowed to get your photos taken sitting in this. The red and yellow is a big part of their colours. And the red, yellow, and black. And they have these outfits you can put on and get your photos taken, and it's a must-do.
Can I ask what stone jumping is?
Stone jumping. All right. Well, we saw it on the opening ceremony. It's this big black set of stones all mounted together, and it's about maybe 8 foot high. And these guys run up, they get their outfits on, and they psych up, and they run, and they bounce off a little platform that's only about 1 foot high, and they hurdle over these things and land the other side. There's nothing to land on the other side but pavers, and it's pretty exciting because if they get it wrong, they're going to hurt themselves.
Wow, yeah.
But they get it right all the time. It's just what they do.
Wow.
It's a real... it's like going to some areas and they're well known for this, that, and the other thing. Nias is known for its stone jumping and a few other things, but it's you've got to see it. They'll probably pull it off here during the opening ceremony.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
It is. I've seen it a bunch of times, and it's always impressive. Stone jumping. That was a good question.
Yeah. Yes, I've never.
I see it. I've seen it a bunch of times, so I get it and I know. But for someone like, go and have a look. You've got to see it. I think they'll do it this afternoon in the opening ceremony. They have a big that setup happening on the point, so they'll use it.
Well, this is that 3.97 of Takumi's, and once again, as you mentioned, just really strong surfing, and all live action. We just saw out of the corner of my eye someone getting so barreled, but unfortunately didn't find the exit. I think that was Takumi Nakamura. With 8 minutes to go, he was just finding some shade, but not an exit, unfortunately.
Well, the good news is the tide's dropping. All right, so this wave goes better on a dropping tide, and it starts to get rounder. The barrels, they spit more because they stay open the whole way. This thing didn't. All right, he's coming from really deep, so he just needed to perhaps take off a little further across, or wait for the tide to drop. Those things will stay open. They'll go top to bottom all the way to the channel, and they generally spit surfers out in the channel. That's what we saw a lot of last year. And seriously, one of the best events I've ever been part of was the Nias Pro last year. Congratulations to Winter Vincent for coming out on top of the heap after a huge week of tube riding and just deadly performances all across the board. Well, I'm sure he will never forget winning that event. No matter where he goes in the future, I reckon that's still going to remain as a Winter Vincent highlight forever.
Yeah, for sure. It's super exciting. I mean, I was watching the highlights from that event, and it looked absolutely insane.
Crazy day to be involved.
Hopefully we get a replica.
Oh, you'd see people. I saw people after heats just all sit together and just have a hug out, still on the spot of the takeoff zone, because they were all just so blown away by how their heat went. I saw Xavier Huxtable when he got his 20-point heat. His first 10, he paddled over to the caddies and was like kind of semi-high-fiving in the zone with them, and they're like, dude, paddle back out. He's like, oh yeah, that's right. Went back out and did it again.
Wow. Well, Oi trying to get around this one. We'll come back to him. Here he is. Just a quick in and out there for Oi Oguri. And some special moments from last year for sure. I feel like we'll get that again this year. This is Philip Duke. Right now, he's up and into this one. Leans into the rail for that first turn. Gets a strong second connection there. And Philip Duke is looking really smooth on rail. He locked in a 3.83 for his first wave. He'll get out of that one. This is Swaying Daki, unfortunately, coming unstuck there.
Yep, needed to capitalise on that good wave. So Philip, let me see, we're still owed away by Aoi as well. So Philip needed only a 2.92
I think he probably would have got it unless Aoi upgrades his 287. Replays again, everybody. So let's have a look at Philip. Once he puts on a bit more weight, see those turns there, the judges probably want a little bit more out of Philip than that. That was pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Nice
that was
little airdrop.
Yeah. It was a good second turn. Pretty committed in a decent section as well. Timed it. So scores to come through for Philip's last wave. Also for Aoi, it's just going to be a small throwaway.
Yeah, really close for this all-important second spot.
Yeah.
Even Takumi could still be overhauled here. Should Aoi put a 4-6 together? I'm struggling to recall his wave that well. I'd love to see the replay of both of Aoi's wave, Surfer in blue, because we're yet to get a number to it.
I think it was just a quick in and out.
Okay. All right. Well, meanwhile, temporarily the Duke in second. Score still coming for Aoi. It's got to be a 3-4-6. If it was an up and down, then it won't be that number. All right, his score's in, so it doesn't factor in. So the Duke moves up the leaderboard, and a little fella there just leaning into some moves. Philip Duke just put together a 3-5-0. So once he adds a few kgs, they'll turn into much bigger numbers because I don't know what he is. He's probably about 40 kilos dripping wet. He's got a bit to work, a bit of frame to add to. Let's put it that way.
For sure, and you can see some of the locals here.
Shade is at an absolute premium down there. True,
yes,
look at that.
Definitely.
Couldn't fit any more people under a tree.
Takumi Nakamura up and into this one. Nice first turn. Wow, does really well to ride out of it. Gets a second one, air drops down. Grabs a rail for that third turn for Takumi Nakamura, and that was a really well surfed wave out behind him. Looks like this is Aoi up and riding as well. He needs a score. Nice first car for Aoi. Drives through the second one. He only needs a 3.46 to go to second, and it looked like that was a surfer in white, Swing Ducky. Think from the corner of my eye, we could just see the surf, and looked like he tried to get some cover but didn't find an exit.
What I did notice out of all of that, the third wave of that set, here comes the fourth wave of this set, and the Duke is on again. He's already in second. There goes a bit of a schwack in the pocket. He's got a nice section here, tags the lip. Woohoo! Wow, this heat's really come alive with just over 3 minutes remaining. I loved Takumi's wave. Combination of major maneuvers straight off the bat. Even got a really strong bonus cut back out in the channel, but just to combo it up and to do two such strong moves with no downtime, the judges are going to love his two-turn combo out the back.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be his best wave of the heat for sure. For Takumi, it was huge surfing, and yeah, I really love his style. He's got this really super cool, I don't know, yeah, it's really exciting to watch for Takumi.
He's got the power game that we want to see, and his timing is really good.
He's just got a great style.
Here it is again. What did you like best? Check it out.
Yeah, I mean, this first turn was huge. Air drops down. He does so well. And this second one, like, again, just critical moments, critical sections, and that variety of grabbing that rail on that carve was pretty crazy. I mean, he's done so well. And Philip Duke just going to town on this wave. It's just, he just absolutely belts it there. And, yeah, that was exciting to watch for Philip for sure.
It was so good. But the differences are clear. Takumi surfing to Philip's surfing. We're watching a young adult man as opposed to a growing young fella in Philip.
When he grows and gets gets stronger but beefs out a little bit, he's still quite small and quite young. As soon as he kind of grows up, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
So a 5-2 locks in for Takumi. Really good control and prepared to explore the lip on every opportunity. Power-based surfing. Here comes Aoi. He's going to have to answer back. So at this stage, without Philip's number in, he needs a mid-3. And now he needs a low 4 because Philip's number is in. Gets a good bonus section out wide. Looks to the beach and says, what do you reckon? Well, if it's a 4.27, you go to second, Aoi.
Yeah, that last of Philip Duke was a 4.3, so he's just extended second place, but Aoi's last wave, that's, the real number. 4.27, gets that first turn, almost has a mishap there. I liked that second turn to third turn combination. That was pretty smooth. And he looks back at the judges kind of asking the question, what more do you want?
pretty good. You're right. That little faded cutback thing put him in a good spot for that. Out of the second turn, the little fade on the bottom put him in a really good spot for the third hit. Here is the Lat Zero boat in the channel. Most of our media team, camera crew are out there collecting all the moments from today. Aoi's number needed a 4.27. He's not going to get it looking at what's coming through on the monitor. It's going to be a mid-range 3 with 20 seconds to go. Takumi worthy through to the next round. The young man, Philip Duke, looks like he's going to join him because Aoi's number is not looking like it's going to favour him. It's a 3.47, so the Duke holds on, and that is going to be our result. So you'll maybe be having a chat with Takumi, you or die, and Philip Duke through to the next round as well. We'll be back shortly with Heat 3.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We're back. We're looking at Heat 3. Those official results from the last heat: Takumi, Nakamura, and Philip Duke through to the round of 96. And there it is. It's all official. A 917 two-wave total for Takumi. Power-based surfing. I really liked his act. I can see if he keeps his sticks to his strengths, I can see him going a long way in this draw. But welcome back, Giada. And who have we got in Heat 3?
All right, so in red, we have David Perry, we have Cameron McDougall in blue, Taj Simon in white, and Alfred Zagotto in the green. This is Heat 3 of the round of 128. We will be going all the way to Heat 10 today, so it's going to be a big day of action and lots of surfing to be done. It is pretty hot outside.
We were just commenting on that. It's a steamer. Just a typical Nias day, really. It's nothing out of the ordinary. We're used to it, but it still takes you a little bit of getting over when you walk outside. At least we're in a fan here, but when you go and sit outside and there's no breeze, it's just, it gets to you. So you got to be thinking these athletes on their paddle outs, they would be sweating. They're trying to sprint back out to get more business done, but it's not super easy. Here is David Perry. I like this young fella. He had a good outing down in Krui.
Oh, pushed it just up and over on that second one, but it was looking like a pretty good wave. Plenty of time, though. That was David Perry in red, 22 and 40 on the clock. Here is a quick replay. So just this one turn. Pretty nicely done. Loving the backdrop.
Oh, yeah.
It's my favorite.
It's just iconic Lagundri-based stuff, isn't it? Whenever you see clips, both sides, there we go. That's what the other side of the bay looks like. Just before all the accommodation starts, I can see Takumi come in. He's all smiles. Everybody's giving him high fives. Going to get True Starling down there in a moment to get some thoughts from that performance. So 2-4-3 for Dave Perry. A little slip off at the end of that wave. Just to get the party started for the surfer in red. A couple of other Aussies. Cameron in the blue. Taj in the red. Alfred, local fella here. He's in green and he's a real character. I love what Alfred brings. So let's have a look at blue. Cameron.
Yep, so on his backhand, good first opening turn here. A bit of whitewash on the face, but he manages it nicely. Second turn, upside down there. Great drone shot here. And right behind him is Alfred Zagotto.
All right, he's got his first scoring opportunity. He gets up there, he spins the wheels a little bit and holds on. So that'll be, I'm pretty sure it was just a one maneuver wave there for Alfred. But I really like the work that Cameron did. Like he said, it was a fluffy wave that wasn't easy to surf, but it managed to bury enough rail and go upside down on his second move. So Cam Dog will probably end up with the better number. Early days in this matchup. So here is Cameron.
Yeah, there we see it, what we were talking about. There's a lot of whitewash on the face of this wave. Kind of fumbles there because of it, but he held on really nicely. He did 2 really good turns. That's, you're right, going to be the best wave of the heat for now. Right behind him was Alfred Zagoto there. Bit of a check turn to get things started. Gets around this whitewash and holds it for this second turn. Whips it all the way around, but good job there for Alfred. So the first of Cameron of 4.33.
Yeah, so a little bit more of a sketchy ride there for Alfred, but he did connect a couple of times. It was probably going to be the second best wave. Might drop right between David's and Cameron somewhere there, I think. The boys, the scorers upstairs are starting to drop some numbers. And a 2.5, slightly better than David's and a bit under Cameron. So there they go, fitting it into the scale, separating scores. The boys are on the hunt again. 2 surfers showing some interest here, folks. If you're anywhere near your screen, let's have a look at Tar Simon. It looks like he's got a pretty nice wave here. So he takes the low road now, drives hard off the bottom, inside rail grind, but he just kind of caught the front edge.
Yeah, so that was a little unfortunate, but still plenty of time. Right behind is David Perry. And as well, just over the handlebars on that one, but looking like the boys just fumbling on that last exchange. Just reaching the 19.5-minute mark. Plenty of time to get another set. It's looking like it's a little bit more consistent now than this morning.
Tide's dropping, yeah. So inchy rolls. We got close to high tide not so long ago. Things slowed up a little, but for sure we're going to see crew threading some decent barrels here this afternoon. It loves it when the tide is dropping here. It seems to suck swell in and it seems to get rounder. Boom, this is much better for Simon. Tar Simon now, second wrap. Back to the white stuff. Out he goes. Good ride. Oi, oi.
Does he make it out?
Hey, sick. Right on cue. Good on you, Cam Dog. We're going. Crew are going to get barreled. It gets rounder. He found one. Oh, there's a beast of a thing puffing away out the back. It's already spit once. Oh, that was a big wave out the back, folks. I know you couldn't see it on screen, but I did. And I had to mention it. It was a crazy good wave that just went through.
Oh, that was great exchange. So this was Taj Simon, just big first blast. Wraps it around here, stays close to the whitewash, pulls off, but it's Cameron's wave that we're all waiting for. Here we go. Super deep, completely disappears. We didn't see him at all. We didn't see his board as well. So a lot of barrel time. First proper barrel of the day, I would say.
Sick. Loved it. Clear intentions as soon as his feet were on the wax. The backside went in. The arm was controlling the ride. So we're waiting for a really good number for Cam, but we're going to have a quick chat with Takumi, winner of the last heat. So go for it, True.
確実に後半に点数を上げていくようなしっかりとしたサーフィンだったと思うんですが、いかがでしたか？
そうですね。結構朝と違ってターンする波がすごいむずくて、波が分厚いんですごい難しかったですね。
It's kind of tricky out there this time of the day. Just kind of fat out, but still he managed to get 2 good waves. 今日はもう仕事終わりましたが、この後サーフィンしますか？
今日夕方できたらいい感じなんですけど、人が多いんで、まあ、戦いって感じですね。夕方のセッションは。はい。
He'll be surfing this afternoon again, trying to get a good wave. たくさんの方多分見ていると思います。何かメッセージありますか？
そうですね。次が96なんですけど、波がもっとバレルの試合でできたら、いいスコアもっと出せるので、楽しみにしてもらえればいいかなと思います。
次も頑張ってください。ベンベン忘れちゃったんで、あと渡します。ベンベン。あります。じゃあ次も頑張ってください。Cheers, guys.
Uh-oh, he forgot the bang bang. He got the handover.
Oh.
Takumi will be spilled. Where's my chocky bar? I'll tell you who won't be spilled. A 6.50 for Cameron McDougall. Proper tube, yeah.
Yeah, so here we have it. The replay sets it up so nicely. He was pretty deep in there from the beach angle. We couldn't see his board at all. So indicates that he had a great vision as well.
Nice bit of speed management with the backside dragging and just maintaining the high line throughout the whole tube ride. So a really good line, a good read. Now with 2 numbers, getting close to 11 points on the scoreboard with 16 minutes to go. Cam McDougall is really well positioned. Even the 4-4 for Taj Simon, majority of that would have come off that first blast where he hit the lip. And David Perry and Alex Zagota are now playing catch up a little bit, just languishing in the mid 2-point range. So far today, Giada, what are some of the better moments you've seen go down at the point?
Well, it was great to watch Alan McCaffrey. That was a super
down,
heat.
16-point heat.
That was pretty crazy. Well, Cam now I think is going to be a bit of a highlight today. That was the first proper barrel, I think, of the Nias Pro, the 6.5. Getting to surf a little bit as well, I think.
There you go.
There you go. Was fun.
Time out of the booth, go and get wet. Nice.
Had some waves with no crowd, so that was good. Those were my highlights for sure. What about yourself?
Oh, exactly. Has to be Alla's performance. When you're defending a title and you start off with 16 points in the bank and you're throwing away a 6.83 for God's sake. Absolutely best on ground so far. I like Phillips' act just then, even though they weren't blockbuster numbers. Just imagine the smile on his dial, getting second, moving through. We know he's going to be in the Pro Juniors as well, so it's not even his division, mixing it up with the big boys, but he's a feel-good person all the time. He'll be so chuffed with that. I really liked it. Who else did we see go good today? Caleb Tankred. Oh, there was a bunch of good performances. None better than Ella. So thanks for mentioning that one.
Yeah, so a bit of a break in the action. We will be going into Heat 4 after this of the round of 128. We'll see Sammy Lowe, Irawan Wow, Tommy Hinwood, and Raflin Wow. So 2 wows in the Heat.
Irawan's really quality. I love what he does. He does all sorts of funky moves. He always rides epoxies. He's powerful, got an air game. I'm really looking forward to seeing Irawan. All right, things have gone a little lazy, so we'll throw to a quick Bonsai ad break and we'll be back in a moment.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
So we're having little flashbacks into last year. That advert right there after the Bonsai ad, showing quite a few highlights. Only a little snippet, tip of the iceberg of the highlights for me from last year. There was a lot of goodness. So thanks to the production team for throwing that one up, because I can't get enough of the flashbacks of last year. Hopefully we can track down at some point a little package of perhaps all the 10-point rides last year. There was a lot of them. It was epic. We're harping on a lot about it because it really was just that good.
Yeah, it was, for me, hands down, best QS event I've ever seen. And I've heard that comment quite a few times, not only from the competitors, but from people watching and back at home.
Same when I went home. People were going, how good was that Nias event? I thought, dude, good. It was better than that. It was as good as it gets.
I mean,
20-point rides, 20-point heats are rare.
Here's some replays that went down. Unfortunately, David Perry not making it out of that one. This is Taj Simon looking for shade as well. Maybe slightly too small, but yeah, most of those waves surfed in last year's event could have probably been A-grade clips for
sure.
For some edits.
Especially with risers, drone work, you know, looking into some of those Ks. We saw Made Joy in the clip and just an absolute bomb. I'm pretty certain it was Kobe Clements who got the party started in the 10-point range. But let's see if Taj Simon can add to his total. He's taken the low road now, hits the lip, shows enough control to swing in now into a big cutback, but just can't nail that. So one manoeuvre away for Taj. He's trying to burn off just a 107, so for sure that's happened. The wave flattened out really quick, only offered him one good hit. There was a lot of big moments last year. Yeah, Kobe got the first real gnarly wave and got a 10. And then there was a bunch of them. I remember Made Joy. I remember Riaru Ito. Can you remember it? One of Riaro's backhand tube rides where he took off, grabbing his rail, and then he let go. And then he grabbed his rail again, and then he let go. And then he came out of the tube.
Yeah, Riaru, well known for his big wave surfing, and he spends a lot of time in Hawaii chasing those swells. So he was definitely a highlight of last year's event. Xavier Huxtable's perfect heat for sure was my highlight, especially since I was commentating and watching it. I was speechless.
Caius King got a wave that I'll never forget. It was a high 9, but boy, I can't believe it wasn't a 10. He was a demon here last year. So let's watch Alfred now. He's sitting in 4th. Oops, try something funky. Tries to show a little point of variety there. Very little power involved in the move, but a nice little sliding turn, which came unstuck, so it might have been better off to just keep the rail wet, bury some rail, show some power. The judges always love that. Here it is again.
Yep, here is a replay. Trying to get funky with it, like you said, but was
creative.
Yeah, good to see something
young
different.
Young fella, just mixing it up. But he's still got 9.5 minutes to regroup. We know he's better than that. We know David Perry is as well. So time to get one on the board. David Perry ducks his head. He's going to have to get on the pump to get out of this thing. Wow. If that tide just gets a little bit lower, David Perry, do that in 1 hour's time, and I reckon that's a thread. Here he's Blue.
Here we have it. Blue now taking a look at this one. Looks for shade. Will he make it out? Not looking like it, unfortunately, but really, really well done. Nonetheless, you're right. Maybe just slightly lower tide. This is going to get really good.
Drone footage now. Let's see what went wrong for David. It looked like he had it going on, but the foam ball just a bit too much turbulence to deal with, and I imagine the same here. Cameron, he gets taken out a little bit earlier. But both the Goofies, nice try, boys. Good style in the tube. Wave just denying them the exit. Had that been yesterday afternoon about this time, was cooking, and there was way more makes than fails yesterday afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, yesterday was pretty classic. Everyone was scoring. I've said this, but I'm going to say it again. Rise's drone shot of just 5 waves back to back is everyone getting so barreled. It was an incredible shot. And thank you to Ryan, because his ability with the drone makes us see what happens in the barrel, like we just saw.
Yeah, it is definitely the angle everyone wants to see. You can see our next heat getting ready to go and do business. That'll be starting in about 8 minutes. Bit of unfinished business here. Taj Simon trying to fend off David Perry, who nothing's really gone David's way. He's a quality act. He's ridden 4 waves. He hasn't really done his best surfing. There's plenty in the tank there for David, and he's left needing just a 4.35 at this stage. Alfred, a very similar number. In fact, a less of a number for Alfred, although he's in 4th. He's still got to bust into the 4 range at some point to give himself a chance. So, yeah, everybody here in Nias, South Nias, actually. It's located just off the west coast of Sumatra. It's about a 2.5-hour car ride from the airport up at Gunung Sitoli, the northern end of this island. It's not a big island, but it's a pretty island. It's super lush. There's a lot of coconut trees. It's a whole lot different to the Krui area. And I just kind of, I love what the blend of Nias characteristics, bring to this event, and just the appeal of this island. It's just different.
You're right. In even the drive here, there's so much green everywhere. You're just there, and the road is really close to the coast as well. So you see all these rock pools and all these maybe secret waves that I think if you were wanting to grab a motorbike, grab a car, and you can adventure down and find your own little spot.
Well, Taj Simons found himself another wave. He gets up there for a connection. Good looking second section, but just, overcooks the bottom turn. He didn't get enough bite on his rail. There's Blue looking for a time update. 6 minutes, Cam Dog. Hang in there. You're in the lead. Wow. Taj Simons left the door open for David Perry. Here it is again.
So this was looking like a really solid wave. That first turn was really nice. I think he would have definitely gotten rid of that 2.83 pretty soon, backed up that 4.4, but now it's David Perry with priority, only looking for a 4.8. He has the ability we've seen in this heat, even though he hasn't really gotten it together, he can easily get that score if he gets the right wave.
Yep, he's going down swinging here. He's been pulling into barrels. He's trying big hits. Hasn't really connected with his best work. He'll know that. You've got to keep the belief of 4.8. Totally doable. The waves are out there. In 5 minutes, I reckon everybody's still going to get another ride here. So they would have heard their requirements off the beach announcer. The stage is set for a ripping finish here. Heat 3 of the men's.
Yep, just reaching the 5-minute mark now of this heat. We will be finishing off until heat 10 today, so plenty of waves, and with that low tide coming, we're going to be seeing some great waves being ridden.
Yep, so we're going to look at the best score of Blue again. Cameron McDougall, it was a tube ride. It was really good. Boys are just queuing it up now, so this is not his better ride, but we'll get to that in a moment. So this would be his 4.33. All right, there's another wave of Blue. That looks way better. This is it, the drone footage of that.
Yeah, this is that 6.5. Beautiful wave from Cameron McDougall. I mean, not only for heat, that would have felt really good in the free surf as well.
So sick. Perfect line. Really good control. Meanwhile, this young man is a couple of back-to-back errors to leave Dave Perry with a sniff of hope. Although Dave's having a bit of a shocker by his levels. A 4.8 still right there. Here's the replay of this last wave again. So at least he's hitting the lip. He's just got to connect with the whole wave.
Yeah, you're right. It's unfortunate. Taj Simon has got some good waves and has been really hitting the right sections, but just hasn't really been able to stick any of those turns just yet. With 3.5, it's all eyes on David Perry right now. A 4.80 and Alfred Zagoto as well, a 4.73. Those are not big requirements. This is now David Perry taking a look at this one. He needs to get this wave under control. First good turn. Sets it up for the second run. Goes kind of upside down there.
2 good blasts.
Yeah, 4.8 is a requirement. What do you think?
I think it's in the neighbourhood. All right, so let's have a little look at this first. Alfred, he does a bit of a Superman. His mates on the beach all laugh and squeal out in front here, out in front of the Hash and Family Surf Camp. But I think David gets pretty close to this. It was a good wave, right? It was quite bowly. It wasn't the largest, but it wasn't the smallest wave. It was just a good wave. So here it is again. So let's see where the points are going to come from. That was pretty good. At least he hit the lip right. And then he squares it up straight away and goes a little bit upside down there. Hits another good lip that wasn't that threatening. Pretty good surfing. It definitely asking the big question of the judges. This was pretty funny.
Bit of a launch there for Alfred Zagoto.
Super low percentage of making that. The judges will be having another couple of looks at this wave of Perry's. I think if they show him some love, he gets it.
All right, so Taj Simon now out the back. He wants to get rid of that 2.83. He'll be hoping for another set to come.
Wow, the judges weren't buying into David's. The wave maybe just, although it had a couple of good sections and a couple of good hits, the sections maybe weren't brutal enough to get a 4.8. He still went up. He still tagged it twice, but even that end section, it was kind of bowly for a moment and then super fat just the other side of where he hit it. So
I thought that first section, he was there a little bit late. I think he didn't really time that first one well. The second one was much better, but yeah, a 4.8 is almost a 5. You know, you have to think and look back at some of the other scores and see what they did. And I think the judges made a good call. In my opinion, I don't think it was the
All right.
score. Really.
All right. So Dave Perry is going to have to swing hard again. And this fella here still hasn't shut the gate on the Perry campaign. So just over a minute now. He's desperate to drop this 283. His last bunch of waves have not really bothered the scorers, and neither will that one. So he's got a minute for David and Alfred to really bother Taj Simon, who's looked to me like he's just super nervous in this back half of the heat, just trying everything to make some breathing space in this second spot. None of it's really come off.
All right, 45 seconds. Taj wasn't able to really get anything done, but it could have been a blocking strategy because he did see Dave Perry taking a look at this one, and the requirement is not big, a 3.57. So maybe a bit of a strategy there.
Look, given his scoreline, if he gets through this heat, we'll know in 25 seconds. If he gets through, he will realise he's dodged a bullet because it's a pack of 283 and still advance is kind of rare. So let's watch Cam Dog now. Spins the wheels. He doesn't add to his total. 10 seconds. David Perry needs to be on this very next wave or it's curtains. 4, 2, jump up. I think this is going to be included. To me, it looked like he was up.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be in the heat. So looked like a pretty good first blast there. And this wave just going a little sleepy on him, but maybe he'll get some work down here on the inside. 3.57 is a requirement. Did David Perry stand up in time to get the score?
Well, he only got a 3.67 for his last ride. I didn't really get the handle on his first turn. I think he surfed off the screen, so we'll stay with the number. So we will not start heat 4 just yet, and we'll just stand by for the David Perry result. But he only got a 3.67 for his last wave. That was kind of big, had a couple of sections that were better than that wave, so he would have had to have got a really good blast on his first manoeuvre because the wave got really sleepy after that. And the judges have been quite brutal today. He needs the 3.57. But geez, Taj Simons kept David Perry in the heat all the way to this moment here.
Yeah, all right. So
2.93. So, well, slightly under, pretty close. Taj Simon dodges a bullet. Cam McDougall, great job to get through. Really love the tube. Was that highlight? We'll be back in a moment with heat 4.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
all right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 1. I'm Jada Legati. I want to welcome back into the booth Dai Wako.
Good afternoon.
Good
Jada.
afternoon.
Great afternoon.
Yep. So on your screen right now, we have Iran Wow in the blue. We have Sammy Lowe in the red. Tommy Hinwood in white and Raflin Wow in the green. So 2 of the local boys taking on the Australians. It's going to be the local knowledge against the QS runners. And it's been a pretty great day of surfing. We've had some waves ridden. So this is Irwan Wow right now. 2 really, really nice turns there. Up off the top, unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of it, but you know, showed variety. That was really nicely done. And right behind him, Raflin Wow. Oh, super speedy.
So 2 local surfers getting this first exchange. And the first of blue Ilawan comes in at a 2.93 and 1.934 roughly in its first wave. So not a major score, but they get the priorities now. But local knowledge here is really strong, right?
Yeah,
To-
exactly. And you see it in the free surf as well. They really know where to sit and which waves they want.
Right.
Which is really important out there, especially in contests, having that good wave selection. But yeah, so starting with a 293 and a 193, still early days in this heat, plenty of time. They will be trying to get themselves into the round of 32. So I do know Raflin flew over from Bali to compete here. So for those of you who don't know, it's actually a pretty long distance to get here. It's
Yeah,
it's a long travel.
Actually, it is. You guys gotta go to Jakarta.
So we fly to Jakarta. From Jakarta, you go to Medan, and then you get one more flight to Gunung Sitoli. And then from
Wow.
Gunung Sitoli, you drive 3 hours to get here.
2 flights, and then one.
3 flights.
3 flights. Wow, that's really big traveling from Bali.
Unless there's been a change and there's a direct flight from Medan to Bali, which I don't think so. Yeah, it's 3 flights and a 3-hour car ride.
It's a bit of traveling, but as we have a little bit of a break in action, probably we stick to this live action here. Safa in white, up and riding. Nice fast turn, throwing a lot of sprays. Nice, stylish, narrow Safa. That was a great looking wave for the fast wave. This is Safa in red, Sammy Low. Nice turn, nice second turn, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. So this is Irawan up and riding. I really love the first opening big carve and gets second turn in. Some non-stop action out the back. Definitely there's some live action out the back as well. We are not too sure what he did.
If I'm not wrong, I think he pulled into a barrel, but
Ah.
unfortunately wasn't able to make it out of that one. So waves to come through for all 4 surfers in this heat. But while we wait for their scores, we're going to head over to Mark and the winner of the last heat, Cameron. All right, so we'll stick to live action for a little bit. So we're going to actually head back down to Mark and the winner of the last heat.
All right, winner of the last heat, Cameron McDougall. Firstly, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm 21 from the sunny coast of Challenger and just, here for the first time. Check out a couple waves amongst the millions of people here. Bit of fun.
Telling me you waited an hour and a half yesterday and got burnt on your one wave, yeah?
Yeah, 2.5 hours, one wave, and just got burnt. So joys are warming up, so let's make the most of it while the heat where we had priority. And yeah, it was fun.
Well, that's why I haven't been having any free surf. So it's brutal out there in the afternoons. But your first time in Nias, tell us what are the best parts about it so far?
Oh, the wave is like a wave pool. Hey, it's so perfect out there. It's a little bit tricky to read. Like in the heat, I had troubles like with my position and should I get deep or stall, like where to take off. But just learning from experience, I guess. And it's sick. The place is fun. The Groms do the sickest donuts here too. Little Rizwan every single day, like 50-cent donuts. So.
What about the way you even get offered a coconut before you even get out of the water? The crew run down. Coconut.
Yeah, the old coconut mafia. They're onto you straight away.
They are onto you. It's all good. Well, listen, great tube ride. You got to be happy with that one tube you found because that looked really good. You got to see the drone footage again.
Yeah, from my view, it didn't really look like I was in it till the second section. I was like, oh no, like I took off too wide because, like I said before, I was scared of my positioning. But yeah, I was happy to make that. And here I got a 6.5, and then just everyone's scrapping on the insides. It's sick.
Well, through to the next round, and you get to take one of those little tasty treats with you, mate. This is the only event in the world that does this, so well done, Cam.
Thank you, Mark.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Great interview there. So while we were there at that interview, we had a couple scores drop for Irawan. Wow, a 417 Tommy Hinwood, his first wave, a 3.20. Sammy Lowe, a 2.63. Raflin, 1.23. So unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of that one. But here are some of the replays. So this was the last wave of Tommy Hinwood. 2 really good turns. I love that first one. Just wraps it all the way around. Holds the rail at the bottom turn. Pushes the tail at the top. And that one. So nicely done from Tommy Hinwood.
Right. And this is the last of Blue one. Drops 4.17, big opening carb, lanes to it, and gets second section in. It was a great combination from either one, Alpha in blue. So unfortunately, last of Raffling probably just went down as it comes in at a 1.23. There's still 17 minutes remaining in this heat. Plenty of time for all the surfers getting their second wave.
So I was talking to Mark in the last one. What have been some of your highlights for today?
Well, probably the first barrel we saw this morning. Sorry that I forgot his name, but it was one of the we've seen, I think, 2 of the decent barrels action today. One of the action from the morning. I think that was one of my highlights. Finally, to be able to see the barrel action.
And the last one, Cameron got a really good barrel, 6.5.
Wow, I didn't watch that one.
I think that was the first proper barrel of the day. So talking about waves, this is Irawan Wow, current heat leader, backing up that 4.17. Good looking wave here for our surfer in blue. Couple of wraps, goes for a bit of a chop hop there, but nice start there. I love that, those first 2 turns. That was really nicely done.
Yeah, let's take another look at this one. Really hard section to hit, but it just lays into it, turning to the great layback, and then gets a bonus. Wraps around section and a little bit of a chop hop. It was a great combination from either one. Wow, it's gonna be a nice number for him to back it up for 1.7. A few scores dropped in. It's a 4.73 for the last of Ilawan. Yeah, he's dropping a pretty nice scores in the early stage, 4.17 and 4.73, which is I think will be keeper definitely, because in the last heat all the 3 surfers getting 7 points or 6 points in total. So having a mid 4s is just pretty good, pretty good way to start.
Yeah, you're right. Today, we've seen certain heats where the 4s were keepers and backups. So it's a good way for Irwan Wow to kind of have that 1 foot into the next round and making sure that he stays into this heat and in the exchange. So Irwan just keeping busy and making sure he's getting some of those scores up. Unfortunately for Sammy Lowe, he had a good wave, but wasn't really able to ride out that second turn. This right now on your screen is Raflin Wow. Good first turn. Stalls and tries to look for some shade in the second one. So nice from Raflin.
It was a not deep barrel, like a little bit of shade, but I love how he approached to the section. He was start with a big opening carb and straight into the bottom. Let's have a look at this again. Really love the first opening carb, big carb straight into person. And there, I really love how he approached to the section. Gets a little shade. It's really stylish surfer.
Yep, you're right. He's a super stylish surfer. If I'm not wrong, nowadays Raflin spends more time in Bali than in Nias right now. So he flew over specifically for this event. Just more opportunity and work in Bali, I guess, at this moment, because now it's packed here in Nias. But when this event is not on, it's pretty quiet.
Right.
So there we have the spectators hiding from the sun, looking for shade anywhere they can. It is scorching hot out here in Nias right now. Just under 13 in this heat, so nothing too crazy just yet besides Irwan going into the fours. The other guys haven't really been able to get past that 2 and 3. But yeah, so lots going on here today. There's a lot of people down at the beach. This is a Saturday. So
Right.
it's the afternoon off for most of the people. We'll slowly start seeing everyone fill in and rock up here at Lagundri Bay. So Nias is in Sumatra. We're in South Nias. Beautiful location, as you can see on the screen when the surfers are on the wave. The backdrop is just full of coconut trees. The drive here is really green, and there's a lot of nature around as you're driving down the coast. Lots of different waves, and I'm sure if you're feeling it, you can head out and find your own little spot wherever you go. There we have some drone view of Lagundri Bay. There we have the setup. That reef close to the wave is where most of the surfers go and paddle out.
Yeah, it's such a nice place. It's such a great to have the walk path to the paddling area. It's super easy to get out. Even it's like 6 to 8 feet when it's big, still easy to paddle out. So, getting in is actually the hard part at this place.
Yeah,
Actually.
you're right. So they have made stepping stones on the reef so that you could just walk to the keyhole and just jump in and you're already out the back. So you're right. Even when it's like 8 to 10 feet, it's a really simple paddle out. And to come in is the hard part.
You gotta catch your vibe out on screen. Live action, big, solid first down. Little bit stumble there, but managed to stick to it. In the barrel, traveling. I couldn't really ride out of it. That was a surfer in green raffling. It's just looking to get rid of the 1.93. But the first hit was solid, really powerful. Just tags it in the critical section.
So right after, as there's a break, I'm just taking a look. We'll have the heat 5 of the round of 128. We have in red Kosuke Okamura, in the blue Ifran Seibu, in white Joaquin Riveros, and in the green Marlito Bulolo. On your screen right now is Irawan. Wow, nice first wrap there, straight up for that second one. Beautiful style. So he wants to get rid of that 417 and create a little bit of distance from himself and the other competitors.
He really floats a section and it gets an opening, big carve, and it gets a solid vertical lip. That was a great combination from either one. We are still waiting for the last of blue, but it's gonna be really close to the backup score.
So just a little bit of insight for the upcoming heat. Both Ifran and Joaquin are both surfers from the Mentawai. Ifran is full Mentawayan, born and raised there. He is an incredible young man that spends most of his time at Kandui Resort, and he's here with the Kandui crew. So I'm thinking Dylan Wilcoxon, Jaden Wilcoxon, Allen, and I think Kia's hanging out with them as well. And his friend Joaquin, also from the Mentawai. He's half Mentawai and half Colombian, if I am not wrong. So another young man that spends a lot of time there, and they are friends who I have surfed with a lot when I'm spending my time in Kandui. But it's great to see Ifran back in the contest. Rashi, as last year, unfortunately, he suffered a huge injury He snapped his leg surfing Parang Parang one day as Dylan was practicing for the Parang Cup. But he recovered pretty quickly, and it's great to see him back out in the water.
Wow, definitely this is a place he wanted to be back. Especially, growing up in mental ways, you just naturally used to this horror barreling waves. Definitely looking for the barrel out there, but looks like a few paddling is going on at the back.
So on screen is the Latitude Zero boat with more than 30 years of experience here in Indonesia. They will take you to some of the most incredible surf spots around the area. And they're parked up at the best spot of the house. They get to see all the waves from the channel. So big shout out to Latitude Zero. And there we have Tommy Hinwood now on a good looking wave. He goes upside down on that first turn, sets it up straight away for the second one. Big fan of spray out the back. So that was much, much better now for Tommy Hinwood. And behind him, Sammy Lowe also goes vertical on that first turn. Straight up again. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of that one. But here we have Raflin Wow.
Just traveling in the barrel, but a little bit of shade. Just quickly kicks out. Wow, that was a very interesting exchange between white and red. Both of them got us pretty sick waves and managed to put a couple big hits. So it's gonna be really healthy number for two of them. Love to see the replay of those waves.
Yeah, so Tommy Hinwood, in my opinion, probably going to get the best score of this heat. Love that way. Love that first turn and that he just went up straight away to that second one. Really critical section, both of them. He took advantage of the most critical part of the wave. And Sammy Lowe, this first turn was really well done. And he was going on to the second one to be even better, but unfortunately just goes down.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Sammy Lowe, but the second turn he just went for it right in the critical part of the wave. Just went vertical, upside down, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But last of white comes in 5.33, the highest score in this heat so far, with the 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Now Tommy is in second, and the green needs 5.63 to go into second. Nice layback turn, but unfortunately just nose digs in and goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate for Raflin. That was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score. He has been pretty busy. He's caught the most waves in this heat, already on 6 waves. So he's really wanting to get some scores up. Unfortunately, isn't able to get past that 2.9. He has 4.5 left on the clock, but it is currently Irawan Wow in first. Tommy Hinwood, last wave of 5.33. So this is the replay of the last of Raflin Wow.
Wow.
Like a good turn. Unfortunately, Wright gets that nose kind of stuck in the wave and wasn't able to ride out of it.
But he knew that he needs a pretty big number, 5.63, and he was stuck in the 2-point range, so probably he knew that he needed to go big, and that's exactly what he did. But unfortunately, he comes unstuck. But there's still 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat. And Sammy Lowe, last wave, comes in out of 3.93, needing 4.61 to go into second. So this is getting really close heats in between second, third, and fourth. We have still plenty of time, 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So hopefully there's going to be another set for all of the surfers.
I wouldn't bet on it. I waited for like 15 minutes for a set.
Right.
It's tough out there sometimes. So just taking a look at our schedule for the rest of the day, I see a couple names that will be super entertaining. But back to this one. So this is the 5-3-3 of our surfer in white, Tommy Hinwood. 2 big blasts there. Really well done. He wants to get rid of that 3-2-0. He wants to create some space. And that is our man in white right now, unfortunately falling off live action from the drone. 2.5 remaining. Not sure what he did out the back, but will he extend his lead a little bit more? So this is a replay of the last one. Good first turn, upside down, sets it up again. Unfortunately, there is where we caught up with him. Wasn't able to get out of that second turn.
Well, he was kind of on the way to, get rid of the 3.20, but this is very important way for surfing green. Gets the check turn and getting into the steeper section, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But hope he's okay. He kind of landed on the surfboard.
Yeah, he landed on his board. The board was upside down. He's taking a look. He's looking like he's okay.
He's okay.
A bit rattled.
Little bit check down, but he needed to go big, and that's exactly what he did. But unfortunately,
ouch.
Yep, I think he's okay, and his board is also okay, so he just needs to go back out looking for the requirement. But this is surfing blue. Wow, big opening carve. Straight in second, another big carve. Unfortunately, comes unstuck, but beautiful first turn and second turn. Well surfed from Irwan Mao, looking for a wave to get rid of 4.17. Now Sami has first priority, sitting in the 3rd place, needing 4.61.
Here we have Iran Wow now. Good first opening turn. Love the second one too. Unfortunately there, just wasn't really able to stick onto it. He tried his best. He really did. You could see him hold on until the very end. So we're going to be counting this one down soon with 40 seconds left. It's looking like Irawan and Tommy will be going into the next round. Unfortunately, Sami Low with priority out the back of 4.61 is his requirement. Maybe we'll see one more set come through. Will he get enough time? This is now Raflin Wow.
Well, his requirement 5.63. I'm not sure what he did at the back. I'm pretty sure that was a smaller size waves, not offering too much for him. It's counting down. So there was, unfortunately for Sami, no waves coming through for Sami.
Yep, and it's looking like the last of Raflin won't be enough as well. So with that, we are just going to watch this quick replay of Raflin. Unfortunately, bowing out in this round of 128. With that, we will be heading on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro QS 6000. We are now into round of 128, heat number 5. We have Kosuke Okamura, Emred, Iflan, Saipu in blue, Joaquin Riveros in white, Malinto Burullo in green, and Daiwako in the booth with True Starling. How are you?
I am doing good. It's a little bit warm out here.
Definitely.
But that's okay because we have fun waves, and it's been an exciting first day here at the 2025 Nias Pro. And these 25-minute heats are super exciting, and I think we've been super lucky as well with some great waves on offer. And Kostake, I'm excited to see him surfing in this one. He's really exciting to watch.
Right, it's been amazing so far this morning. Big actions from starts to now, but looks like on the live action, Blue having a look at this one. Up and riding, nice off the bottom, nice opening curve to start with, and straight into the second. Oh, he managed to put a couple turns in, and this is a surfing green actually. There was a well surfed surfing green, and there's a surfing white up and riding. Not too sure what he did out the back. But great first exchange. This is Iflan up and riding. Nice, solid opening curve. But not much offering after that turn. So he kicks out clean, so out the back. Kosuke Okamura has first priority. Just waiting for the bright ones.
Wow, what a flurry of waves that just was.
Right.
For Ifran, Joaquin, and also Malinto. I mean, it was lots of waves rolling through. They all got a little bit of action, and coming out of the barrel there.
Joaquin gets a barrel, traveling in the barrel quite a bit, and gets out of it clean, and gets a bonus section to hit. So it's going to be an interesting score to drop for surfing white. Still 5 minutes in. This is Ifran up and riding.
Yeah, it gets that really nice first carve in. You can see it's a little bit of a whitewashy wave, but does well to navigate it. And he just gets out after that one turn. But 20 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
All right, so while we have a little bit of break in action, we're going to go head over to Jara with last heat winner.
All right. Congratulations. You're in the next round. Tell us how it's like competing at home and with all your friends and family watching.
Just like every day, like surf every day. I just think like that. Yeah.
And you're feeling natural, you're feeling confident. How is it being out there, and do you know what waves you want?
No, I just for now this competition I just surf. I think to surf I don't really. Yeah, if good wave, okay. If make, okay, no worries. Yeah.
You have a beautiful style. We really like watching you. Tell us about your surfboard.
Oh yeah, this very very good board. So good from White Monkey, from Eddie, and 3.0 good board. Yeah.
Is there anything you want to tell your friends and family watching?
Terima kasih buat istri, anak juga, Raycroft, support, sama adik, orang tua. Makasih.
Okay, terima kasih, and see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Giada.
Looks like few scores dropping, and healthy number for white. 5-on-7 to start off this heat.
5-on-7, yeah. Really well done. And gets in the tube and gets that turn after it as well. That was exciting to watch. And Tommy Hinwood making that last heat as well. And wow, Sammy Lowe getting knocked out, and Raflin, wow. So That looks like a pretty tough heat. I mean, the scores are pretty low. What?
Right. Slower heat.
Uh-huh.
And not many barrels. I mean, I don't think they had got a barrel. They just did a couple good turns in, but it was a slower heat and not many like a good wave coming through. So it was tough heat. Definitely one of the close heats so far.
Yeah, wow. It looks like it was pretty tough to find a backup for sure. And we are going to roll through to heat number 10 of this round of 128. There is about 16 heats in this second round. We will have heat number 11 be the first heat of the day tomorrow, which is going to be Maddie Job, Kevin Wow, Teddy, Billy, and also Dane Lewis, which could be a really exciting heat. But we've got some big heats throughout the rest of this draw. This is a replay of that 5-1-7 of Kevin Wow. Kevin Wow's not even surfing a heat. That was Joaquin Riveros. And this is Marlinto Buolo as he kicks out of that one.
So his first wave comes in out of 2.57, and the second wave is on the way to drop. We're still waiting for the last of green. And 7 minutes in, so 16 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat. But this is a replay of last of green. Nice looking wave, nice off the bottom, nice off the top with a lot of sprays, and gets the second carve in. So nice two-turn combo from Surfer Green, Malinto Burudolo.
Yeah, 16 and a half minutes to go in this one. A few small scores, a 2-7-3 for that last wave. And it's that 5-1-7 of Joaquin that is looking pretty good right now, Di. 5-1-7 to have that in your scoreline.
Right. Definitely it helps a lot, and builds up a lot of confidence in him. Having a 5 is great. So pretty much like 2-point range isn't that score that you're looking for. I mean, it's not a keeper, so definitely you are looking for the mid 4s today. Mid 5, even better.
Yeah.
But if you have a mid 4, then probably it become your healthy number. So
Yeah, I agree. I think seeing the 4s and 5s today is like seeing 6s and 7s,
Right.
really. Even a few high 3s are in that as well. So yeah, it's those moments that you're just adapting and making the most of those kind of scores that are rolling through. But a 5-1-7,
yes,
it's a good, really decent score. Di.
really decent score. And judges are kind of stuck in the 5 and 6 range maximum today.
Yeah.
So I just cannot wait to whoever break through that range.
Yeah.
And going to the excellent score. But definitely we'll be seeing the excellent score coming up. This is only day number 1. So 5 more days to come. So big actions on the way.
Yeah, lots of surfing to happen. Hopefully the swell, starts building throughout the rest of the event. Of course, this is day 1. We've got those earlier rounds rolling through. Then we've got some big names coming up later on in the draw. Unfortunately, we won't have last year's winner, Winter Vincent, here. But we do for the women. Ella McCaffrey, she won her first heat today.
She won it so strong.
Yeah.
8 and 8, so like a
2
16-point total.
Oh,
I reckon.
wow.
Yeah,
I
believe
missed
so.
that heat.
Yeah. So she came back really strong, actually. Yeah. And she was in the first round, and she got through to the next round.
It's crazy. Yeah, speaking to her this morning, she was saying that she's been here and went home and then realized, why did I do that? Came back to surf the event. And
Oh, really?
yeah, so crazy. She was like, yeah, I need to get back there. It's cold and small at her home. So yeah, she's like, I don't want to be there anymore, which is fair. And these are the best 2 waves of Malinto Buolo, 2-5-7 and a 2-7-3. So that has him out in front. Joaquin Riveros has a 5-1-7. It's the best wave of the heat. He only needs a 0.13 to go to first, so not a big score with 13 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, only like 5 wave have been ridden in this heat, so very, very slow heat. Kosuke is just holding on to the priority for about 10 minutes or so. So being really selective, patient, but looks like a few lines at the back. 岡村選手、2本目のライディングになります。ミディアムセットの波に乗って、さあ、ボトムターンからミッドフェイスでのカービングターン、そして縦のアクション、スプレーを飛ばしてきます。ここはすぐさまキックアウトして沖に戻ります。これは 0.50 はしっかりと塗り替えていきそうな、そんな演技でした。さあ、残り時間12分50秒。本日はメンズのヒート10まで行っていきます。This is the last wave of Kosuke Okamura. Nice two-turn combo. Quick just kicks out after the second turn. Yeah, what did you like? That wave.
Yeah.
Great combination.
Good combos.
First turn was kind of half turn, but still gets a second solid turn. So definitely it was a great surfing from Kosuke. But comes in at a 360. So it's gonna be a keeper. Because you don't really want to be hold on to the first priority for too long. So.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a fair bit today. Holding on to that first prio and then the no waves come through.
Yeah,
and you just kind of get stuck there, or you get. I don't know. Like I've surfed heats where I'll be holding on to first priority, and I get super stubborn, waiting for a wave that's not coming, and then by the end of it, I probably could have gone a bunch of 5s.
Yep,
and I've just let them go looking for 8s, where it's really 5s that are getting you through, especially these first few heats.
And you kind of know that there is not going to be a wave, but you just, I don't know, stuck to it.
You're like, no, a wave is coming. An 8 is coming to me. It is happening.
Yeah, and you kind of want to believe yourself, but
it doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't happen that way. But this is live action. 岡村康介選手、3本目のライディング、大きなファーストカーブ。ここは少し緩慢になってしまいました。先ほどのライディングで 3.60 をマークし、現在3位。必要なスコアはわずか 1.58 なので、今のライディングでそのスコアはしてくるんじゃないでしょうか。
Yeah, this is that last wave of Kosuke, and really nice opening first turn. It locks in straight away at a 2.4. Just for that one turn for Kosuke, and he goes up into first place. His second score a 3.6. And love that he's just catching a bunch of waves under priority. That's all he really needs to do right now is just turn some waves, because it's obviously slow. And as we were saying before, it's so easy to get stuck in the, I'm going to wait for a really good wave to come through when maybe there's not that, happening. So,
So pretty much Kosuke did a great job to change his plan. Try not to hold on to the first priority for a long time. And gets first wave, and gets second wave.
Yeah.
And now he's sitting in the first place. But the surfer in white only needing 0.13 to go into the second. So probably the next wave he catches, then definitely he goes into at least second place. But first priority is now with Iflan with 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat.
Yeah, wow. Only chasing a 3.23 for Ifran and a 0.13 for Drakwin. And they're holding first and second prio, which is awesome, with 9.5 minutes remaining. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, Kosuke Okamura, 3.6 and a 2.4 has him out in front. Really small heat totals right now. But we've just seen it is obviously slow. There is some good waves coming through. It just takes a while for them to approach the lineup. I'm sure there'll be that opportunity. We saw some good barrels in the earlier heats of this round. I think in heats 1 and 2 maybe. And hopefully we'll see that again.
Wow. Yeah, Joe Quinn got a barrel.
Oh, that's right.
Early in the stage.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's so correct.
So definitely he is looking for another one here and just waiting for the opportunities.
Bring it on.
But yeah, it's very slow heat actually.
Yeah. It's a tough one for sure.
Tough one for everyone.
It's so hard. being a competitor and you've been watching heats where it's so busy or there's so many waves coming through and it's consistent and it's pulsing, and then you expect that in your heat.
Right.
And you go out there and you're like, yeah, great. I'm going to have so many waves rolling through. It's going to be awesome. Heaps of opportunity. And then it goes slow.
Right.
And you just have to change that mentality and go, oh, it's all good. I'm just going to adapt and roll with it. And it seems like Kosuke's done that. I mean, this is
Definitely.
his 3.6, which was such a well-surfed wave. That second turn was huge. It was really, really well surfed. And then gets this one at the 2.4. I mean, he isn't really making too many mistakes. He's looking really comfortable on his feet as well. So he kicks out of that one. And yeah, I just think he's done the right thing by catching a few waves on a priority.
So this is a very important wave for surfing white, needing 0.13. Well, he's done the job, but definitely not the result that he was looking for. 0.73 for the last of white. Now into second place, but pretty much he needs to go back out, regroup, get another one. But I think Kosuke Okamura had a fourth wave.
Oh, wow.
And we were still waiting for the last one. It looked a great wave, actually.
Really?
Yep.
Oh,
I'd love to watch the replay of that. With 7 minutes to go in this heat. It's a crucial moment for surfing white. That was really unfortunate. But this is a replay of Kosuke Okamura. Great first down in the critical section. And now into second jump, big carve. And gets a bonus right there. So that was definitely one of the best surfing for Kosuke Okamura.
Yeah, wow. That was really smooth. He's got such a great transition in between turns. He doesn't bounce or his board doesn't get skiddy or anything. It's just one really smooth line. I love watching that kind of surfing, and I remember Kosuke having that kind of style. He's super patient off the bottom. He's just one turn, patient, second turn, and I love watching him surf. Locks in at a 4.43, so it's his best wave of the heat.
Straight into first place. Kosuke actually skipped Career Pro. He spent a lot of time in Bali before this comp, and he came straight to Nias.
Wow.
Just be ready for this exact comp. So I think it's paying off for him.
Will he go to Korea?
I believe so, yes.
Cool. That'll be so exciting.
So he skipped the Career Pro. He was kind of focusing on this Nias Pro specifically. And now it's paying off, I think.
Love it. Well, 5.5 minutes and Malinto Buolo up and into that first section. That was a really nice snap in the pocket. Driving through the second one. And he's getting some really nice turns in with just over 5 minutes to go. Let's see where that comes through. I mean, that was a really well surfed wave. He needs a 3.18. He might just get it. Or maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Those two turns were in critical, part of the wave. So hitting the lip nicely and throwing a lot of sprays straight into the second one. This is another nice, turn. So requirement is 3.18. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close. It's starting to lock in. Oh, it's a 2.93. Just under. Oh, my goodness. So
just under.
Wow. He's now chasing a 2.98 to go to second. Ifran Saipul chasing a 3.84 still. Just on that one wave, a 2.07. And he's currently holding on to that first priority. He's getting a little bit stubborn. Waiting for one of those waves. I'm sure he knows what he's looking for, though.
His requirement is 3.84, but thing is, just in the second place, White is in second place, but his backup score is only 0.73. So and has second priority. So pretty much he gets next wave and managed to put couple turns in. Then definitely he's extending his lead. So Iflam wants to have a wave that better than 3.84 that he requires. He needs a big score.
Yeah, he does. And looking forward to seeing him take off on his next wave. Hopefully get an opportunity to really nudge for that number with just over 3 minutes to go. This next heat, Ryuichi,
Ryuichi,
Inoue, Ryuichi Inoue, Kenshin Matsunaga, Rahel Wow, and we've also got Raju Saran as well. So that'll be an exciting heat.
Wow, another exciting heat coming up next. Ryuichi lives on Gold Coast. He's a uni student.
Wow.
Not too sure which uni he's attending, but yeah, he lives on Gold Coast and surfing the perfect right-hander on Gold Coast and Kenshin.
Yeah. And it looks like actually, this heat is going to be the last heat of the day because we're going to roll straight into the opening ceremony, which is going to be at 3:30 p.m. today. So anyone that is around the contest site, surfers, friends, staff, all are welcome. And it's going to be super exciting. So this is going to be the last heat of the day. This is Ifran Saipul. Nice first turn in the pocket. He needs a 3.84, gets that second turn combination, driving through the third, and just comes off the back of that one. 3.84 is a hard score to get today.
Right. To me, the last of green was going to be close to the requirement, but it wasn't, just under, so I'm not too sure about this ride, but definitely it was a great combination from Surfing Blue Iflan, needing 3.84 with 90 seconds to go. It looks like a few sets coming through out the back.
Yeah, wow, Kosuke Okamura.
岡村選手、このセットに乗り、大きなターンを一発二発と入れていきます。3.60 以上でその差を広げていきます。
Wow, and this is Joaquin up and riding in the tube. Coming out of that one. Wow, that was a really strong carve there. Gets a second one in as well. So love that second turn. He's just having fun at the end of this wave. He'll definitely better the 0.73 with 50 seconds to go.
Definitely he's improving his score line. Requirement is 2.86.
Yeah.
But it's going to be, wow. He's done the job, I think, and last wave possibly put him into the first. We're still waiting for all the scores.
Wow, 30 seconds to go. Love that opening turn for Kosuke. Driving through this next one. He's so on rail. Really, really exciting to watch. We got some big scores to lock in. This last one. Oh, this could be a good score.
Right, and I really like this big carve. Yeah, this is gonna be a healthy number for White as well.
Wow. Well, that last wave of Ifran locked in at a 2.5. So that was not the score he was looking for. He was chasing it at 3.81. And of course, this is the last heat of day. We'll have the opening ceremony, which is going to be super exciting. But it's these scores for Malinto, Joaquin, and Kosuke that are really, really important right now. Last of Malinto looks like it won't go into his top two. It's a 3.57 for Joaquin. He goes up into first place. Kosuke has a score to come through as well.
Well, this is a very exciting last exchange from all the surfers. We're still waiting for the last of green and red. And a few scores started to drop in. 3.80 for the last of Kosuke. And we're still waiting for the last of green.
Wow, he's now looking for a 5.3. It's a 187. Not the requirement that he was looking for, unfortunately, for Malinto. So it's Joaquin and Kosuke Okamura moving on through to that next round, the round of 96. And we are done for the day. That is day one of the Nias Pro done. And what a wave to end it on. Wow, that was Raju. Oh my goodness, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen. What an incredible way to finish the day here at the 2025 Nias Pro. We are moving through to the opening ceremony. Don't go anywhere. We have an exciting day of surfing tomorrow. More barrels, more turns, more of everything. And yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Indonesia Best Wave, world's top surfers non-stop action. From local legends to international chargers, this is where the surf world meets. Catch every wave, every score, every hit live and on demand. Subscribe now to the Asian Surf Go YouTube channel. Watch all the surf action anytime, anywhere.